Oh, it is time to finish up the Great Ace Attorney #1. Not gonna say Chronicles because I haven't started the second game yet. But yeah, we're gonna wrap this up today. Get done with the current play of the game, and then I'm probably gonna take a small break. Just because this is a lot of reading and that's a lot of damage to my throat that I don't want right now. So there will be a tiny break between this game and the next. But yeah, let's go ahead and get in there. We got Gina. We gotta save Gina. Also, Sholmes and Susato were doing some weird midnight meeting. When I awoke the following morning, Susato-san was already gone. Outside the window, the rain came down in sheets. And so began an even longer day than the last, one that I would remember for the rest of my days. In court! Hey, Gina. Good morning, Gina. I'm determined to prove your innocence today. I'm sure we can do it. So where's your friend, then? Sorry? In the fancy dress. Susato, or whatever you say, I don't know. Miss Susato had to leave early this morning. She's already gone by the time I woke up. It's alright with that, are you? Get him at me if you like. Go and see her off. It's fine. It's not as though Mr. Sato and I won't meet again one day. Even so. But you, Gina, you only get one chance. This trial today is all we have. Good morning, you two! Knew it. And she brought the cat! Waka hey, my little boy, how are you? How are you feeling, Ginny? Did you manage to sleep? Yeah. Iris! What are you doing here? What do you mean? When a friend is in need, we show our support. Isn't that right, Wag? There is a cat loose in the courtroom. Waggy! Great way to show your support, kitty. Let him have a nose around. What I'm gonna do? Surprisingly, probably a lot, to be honest. Remind you, I read the paper on my way here. Now, would you like the good news or the bad news? What do you say, Runo? Ginny? Oh, well, I think I'd rather have the bad news out of the way first. Nah, I always take the good news first. You might not live to hear the bad. Yes, the question always gives away people's personalities. Let's not go there. Alright then, I'll give you the bad news first. A record amount of rain has fallen this morning, and carriages all over the capital are struggling to move. The bad news was a weather report? So I hope that Susie made her train to Dover, and that the train didn't delay on its way to the port. She did leave at like 4 a.m. Gosh, yes. Alright then, so what's the good news? Well, the rain is forecast to subside this afternoon. So even if the train is delayed, it should be able to make it up to the time later. Oh. Well, that's the good news, isn't it? I guess? I couldn't give a monkeys, really. If only good news canceled out the bad. And look, this trial has made the headlines too. Pawnbroker perishes in pick-purse plunder. See? I like that. Well, let them say what they want. See if I care. I can't because you're cover your face. Don't worry, Runo. We'll soon show everyone this headline is nonsense. I will. And then in tomorrow's paper, the headlines will be... Discharged diver is dauntless do-gooder. Isn't that right, Runo? Yes. Let's hope so. Of course they will. I have absolute faith in you. How was that? I was trying to sound like Susie. Did it work? Did it? It's like she's was still here. Why is the paper important? What do you mean? Hold on. Huh? No, I want to look at that paper. Good luck then, Runo. I'll do what I can. You're welcome to stand beside me, Iris. Why is this important? What do we got going on here? Broker perishes. How awful for Ginny, I mean. But tomorrow's headline will be discharged. Yeah, either right. Yes, something like that, if possible. I'd like to go even bigger. Bigger? How? Crowd pickpocket protects planet post trial. Perhaps. What? Protects planet? Oh, I can't wait for tomorrow now. It's gonna be so great. Uh-huh. Oh, what's going on here? There's a sensational story lower down the front page. Well, look. Ministry Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. For a 10-year-old, Iris certainly has her finger on the pulse of the world news. It's about secret communications between Great Britain and its allies. Apparently, they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Hello, Raph. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? That's the question, isn't it? Man. Chatbot's doing great today. I've come up with 3 different possible methods so far. There we go. Are you looking for a new career, Runo? No, of course not. I wonder, perhaps this is what Lord Strongheart was talking about yesterday. Yes, it could be. It could explain why he has Gregsy running from pillar to post at the moment. Why is that important? Why is this important to a trial about the shooting of a pickpocket? Okay. Alright. Okay. Whatever you say, game. I'll just go with the flow, I guess. Currently watching another streamer finish the second game as well. Aren't you just in both timelines? Good luck with then, Runo. I can do what I can. Obviously, I don't know the law like Susie does, but still. I'll be by your side the whole time, giving you moral support and encouragement. I'm not sure that big thing is as comforting as you think it is, to be honest, but... Thank you, Iris. It's very kind of you. Yay! She was our judicial assistant. Oh yeah, Iris. Yes, Jenny? Well, I was wondering is all about Sholmes. Did they fix him up alright? Yes. The operation was a great success. You don't look happy about that. But Hurley still hasn't come around yet. Eh? I've asked a friend of mine at Scotland Yard to send a telegram as soon as he wakes up. I'm sure Gregson will let us know the moment there's news. Oh, right. No Sasato-san, no Mr. Sholmes. It's all down to me today, to prove that Gina is innocent of this crime. Miss Gina Lestrade, counsel for the defense, the trial is about to begin. Please make your way to the courtroom. It's time then. Yes, let's go, Gina. Iris. Lead the way, Runo. We've got a 10-year-old helping us on the stand. Hell yeah. Or Gina. She's trying to put on a brave face, but I can tell she's worried and scared. I have to believe in her from start to finish. That's the weapon that will secure our victory here. If I've learned anything from my great friend, that it's that. Your friend, Runo. That's all he ever was. There he is! It's the boy! In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. This trial shall determine the guilt or innocence of Miss Gina Lestrade. I now call upon the counsel for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready. Lord Von Seeks, my lord. Remind me, how many years ago was it that you withdrew from the Public Prosecution Service? It was some 5 years ago, my lord. Yes, and then 2 months ago you resurfaced somewhat unexpectedly, and here you are again today. Are there some circumstances of which the court should be aware that have led to this erratic behavior? In what one might describe as your former life 5 years past, you dealt exclusively in matters concerning with the highest echelons of society and government. Really? And yet today you choose to try a simple case of burglary and murder. I confess I find it more than a little befuddling, counsel. There are 2 types of person I cannot abide. Firstly, those wealthy scoundrels who hide behind a mask of philanthropy to cheat the public at large. He means Mr. McGilded, who you defended against the Reaper 2 months ago. Yep. Just about managed to work that out. Thank you. She's so small. Magnus McGilded. If I'd known what a monster he was, I'd never have defended him. And secondly, even more loathsome, those wily scoundrels who masquerade as allies only to effect total betrayal in a final hour. In other words, the confident tricksters from those tiny islands in the Far East. The Nipponese. There's that racism. What? Did you really just say that? He means you now, Runa. Yeah, I got that one. Thank you, Iris. Total betrayal? What are you talking about? Torrid look of hatred on Von Ziek's, in Lord Von Ziek's eyes. Was that directed solely at me, or was he talking about all Japanese people? An alarmingly scathing explanation, Lord Von Ziek's. Still, the judiciary welcomes the return of its so-called Reaper of the Bailey, feared by all of London's malfactored. The lordship is too kind. Now, jurors, the 6 of you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Is it truly at random? Is it? How many of them are attached to this case? What the fuck? Hold on! There are multiple people who have definitely been here before. Also, who the fuck? How is he a citizen? He got here just about the time period that we... Of course, there's a goddamn bot immediately off the bat. This is getting insane. Alright, okay, fine. So... Yep, I already got it. So we've got the guy from the last trial. We've got the maid from the first trial here. Some dude I don't know. That's Grandpa, who's now suddenly become a doctor. We've got the court stenographer who's gotten into telegraphing apparently. And hey, a Russian who was on the he's got a little mouse though, so that's pretty good. Are you ready to hear the evidence placed before you and determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant? Former lieutenant in the British Army here. Don't you know chaps like me were born ready? Clean crockery, clean cutlery, and clean conscience. His lordship's motto is very appropriate here, I think. Oh, he's got a little thingy on. He's got a stereoscope little thingy, and he's gonna cross his eyes a lot. All right. Everything will be stereoscopic in the future. Absolutely, absolutely everything, and I'm ready for it. I don't understand it. I can't have left it in there. It's not possible. But I could. Could I have? Women indispensable in society. Stop. Female-centric future awaits. Stop. God, I wish. Oh, book. Oh! Read book. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. visiting. I would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Is something wrong, Bruno? Oh, not exactly. It's just... I'm fairly sure I recognize these jurors. Almost all of them, in fact. The little mouse, he's reading the book. It's good. Really? Funny coincidences like that do happen from time to time, don't they? Sure. But it's quite strange. The jurors are chosen at random from London's 6 million inhabitants, you know. So I've been led to believe, but something tells me I'm being duped. I believe it. Very well. Now, Lord Von Seeks, the court calls upon the prosecution to introduce the facts of the case. As you wish, my lord. Allow me to begin with a word of warning to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In short, there has never been a more self-evident case of cold-blooded murder. The victim, Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of the pawn shop on Baker Street, was shot from behind and died instantly. Prosecution presents this photographic print of the crime scene. Yay, he's dead body, sir. As the court will observe, there is a single bullet wound just below the gentleman's left shoulder. The evidence suggests that the bullet pierced the man's heart, resulting in a near-instant death. I still don't think you die instantly from being shot in the heart, but, you know, I don't really know enough about medical practices. Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard coroner. He reported, his report stated the bullets entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. And what's that supposed to mean? It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height than himself. Someone, like the accused, you might say. Prosecution wishes to present the autopsy report and crime scene photographed as evidence, my lord. Indeed, the court accepts. Hand them to the bailiff, please. Autopsy report. Criminal photograph. We also have that, but let me take a look at that autopsy report. That's not the report, but I'll look at it anyway. That's a bullet hole. Look at that. That bullet hole right there. Just for the kids. Details of victim: Pop Windybank, male, pawnbroker on Baker Street. Time of death between 1 and 1:30 a.m. on April 16th. Reported party. Me. I did it because we got there in time. Single bullet wound on upper half of victim's back. No other visible signs of trauma. Instant death from a prosperity. I don't know how to say that word. I don't even know what that word is. Bullet wound to the heart. Bullet entered the body from the back and in a gently rising diagonal trajectory. I see. And now it's the court to turn its attention to the plans of the establishment where the incident occurred. Body there. Gina there. The proprietor was found in the store where he kept articles pawned to him. The windowless room had a single point of entry, a door on the main shop that was found locked. This is in this sealed chamber, there were only 2 persons present. The victim, Mr. Windybank, and the accused. Oh! It may further interest the court to know that when the accused was discovered at the scene, she had the gun in she had in her hand the gun used to fire the fatal bullet. She was also knocked out. Like, that's it. That's that then, isn't it? Nothing more to say. Isn't that grubby little girl a pickpocket anyway? She's one of those filthy drabs that live in the slums in the East End. Oh, well, it was only a matter of time before she got blood on her hands then. What are the jurors waiting for? Guilty! Hey! Can't jump to conclusions here. We mustn't assume her guilt because of what she has to do to survive. Are we starting out with being thrown? I'll be back, but for the achievement, the first testimony, press, then pursue the other guy. They won't have a prompt. They speak, pursue the first guy. Okay. I learned Nipponese friend. It is you who mustn't jump to conclusions. The prosecution has barely begun presenting its case. Conveniently, this appalling act of murder did not go unobserved. There were 2 witnesses. Good gracious! After their testimony, this girl's true nature will be exposed. Pitiful pickpurse or a cold-hearted killer. Here's to establishing the truth. The court will take the floor plan and firearm into evidence. Hand them to bailiff, please, Lord Von Zeeks. At once, my lord. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Gun! Give me the gun. Give it to me. Give it to me right now. I want to look at it. This isn't good. You're right, but also I want to look at the gun. Yeah, baby! This is Mr. Windybank's gun. The cylinder's completely empty. Mr. Windybank always used to keep this gun on hand on his shotgun. Yes, but only ever with a single bullet loaded, I understand. That's right. To keep all the pawn articles that were in his care safe. Because 1 bullet was fired that night. Poor man lost his life. Was he protecting his shop, I wonder? Trying to keep the articles safe? Chat! This is a stick-up, chat. Don't you move. Don't you move, chat. Is there anything else I can look at? Is this the same? Yeah, this is the same. So there's not really anything else to look at the moment. Okay. I feel like the mood in here has turned very gloomy all of a sudden, Bruno. I think it's because it has. Ah, he's taking his cloak off already. Let us begin. Bring forth the witnesses of the foul murder of Mr. Papa Windybank on this April 16th of this year. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. They're going to be so trustworthy. Oh, look at them. They're so trustworthy. Witness, state your names and occupations for the court. Name is Nash Skulkin. Occupation is, baddie. Professional baddie. He's a goon, Your Honor. Name is Ringo Skulkin. Occupation, same as him. Man, look how tiny that guy is. God, if only he shot somebody from behind. At an upward angle. I wonder who shot him. Tobias Gregson, Scotland Yard Inspector. That's right. Oh, we're what they call the 3 Skulkin brothers. What are you looking at me like that for? Don't lump me in with you lot. Oh, blimey. That's cold. Don't you know what we're going through? It's our older brother. Lost contact with him, we have. And so we've scoured every shady corner of the capital. And then last night we come across you. The very spittle of that bloke. Ain't that right, Ringo? Is Nash is the very spill of him. He's got apples and pears, eh? And so we decided therein that what we're going to do is we're going to call you Big Bruv Scully. Come on, leave it out, you two. Scully Skulkin. And that's before he'd run out of chips. Now then, Inspector Scully Cricks. Beg your pardon, my lord. The name is Tobias. What I would like to know, Inspector, is what are you doing in the witness stand? Skulkin brothers are currently under arrest, my lord, on suspicion of theft and shooting. At least one of them shot Sholmes. Like, what the fuck? Thieves they are. These three? Two. No, my lord, begging your pardon, but please don't lump me in with this lot. 2 nights ago, these 2 brothers illegally entered the establishment with the intent to burgle. And in the course of their nefarious acts, they became embroiled in a far more sinister crime. By Jove, you mean to say... What an extraordinary coincidence! Indeed, my lord. While attempting to burglarize the pawnbrokery, they witnessed the proprietor's murder. He's on a box. He's so tiny. Order! The various tripses of these brothers is not the subject of today's proceedings, though they will naturally face trial in the very near future. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to remain in the stand to keep these gents on the straight and narrow. Of course, inspectors. Skeptical as I am about the cabaret of these witnesses, I will permit them to take the stand. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you will now testify before the court. Describe the events of the night in question and what exactly you saw. Happy to. 'Cause a skulkin never skulkins. 'Cause a skulkins never skulkin. What? Get out of it. We was walking down Baker Street in the small hours, and the gaff's door was ajar, you see. It was like some kind of sign, begging for us to go in, it was. But once we got inside, called blimey lobby, there we had a gunshot from the back room. We went to see what it was, but the door was locked from the inside. We never done nothing, Governor. We never took nothing. We just left there after that, nice and quiet. Uh-huh. Which is why we found you there and you shot Sholmes. Terrible coincidence, it would seem. At the precise moment these miscreants entered the property, an even more sinister crime was afoot. The witness's testimony is consistent with the crime scene in every detail. The door providing access to the storeroom from the main shop was indeed locked on the inside, and within only the victim and the accused were found. I must say it does appear to be an overwhelmingly simple case. Still, the defense may cross-examine the witness now. Of course, counsel, if you please. Counsel? Yes. What's the matter, Bruno? Sorry, I was just stunned into silence for a minute by the blatant lies being told by the pair of us in the stand. I know it was all nonsense because I saw it with my own eyes. I'll just have to expose their testimony for the pack of lies it is. Yeah, but first we got to go through, like, I don't know, 4 or 5 jury examinations, I'm sure. Because we know that they're all going to do it in the first 10 minutes. And what was your bet? Oh, wait. And the front door of Windy Banks was ajar, you say? What time of night was it? It must have been around 1. Right, Ringo?
Excuse me.
Mr. Ringo Skulkin, do you have something to add? What? Something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah. Now I was just thinking about me bro Skulky. Oh? The one you've lost touch with? Yeah, blimey, could be a saint sometimes, that one. Always used to give me a share of his grub when we had anything to eat. He sounds like a very kind man. Get out of this! These chips are mine, I'm not sharing! Well, that was fun. Ah, shit.
Hold it!
Yeah, I'd say so. Right, Skulky? How would I know? The place would have been shut at 1 in the morning, just like every other shop in town. Yeah, it was pitch black inside. True, isn't that right, Ringo? I'm not so sure, Nash. I seem to remember a little light burning inside. What about you, Skulky? I'm my old mucker. Leave me alone. There's definitely one small lamp burning inside. That's what alerted us to the situation in the first place. And with these gentlemen ventured into an open establishment, the accused, Miss Gina, already had the muzzle of her gun trained up.
Objection!
Hey! That's conjecture. Ha, perhaps, but it changes nothing. These brothers inadvertently wandered into the middle of the cold-blooded murder, simply because they found the door of the victim's establishment open and ventured inside. Right, that's what happened.
Hold it!
What are you trying to suggest? That you had to go in? Well, God moves in mysterious ways, they say. Don't they, Ringo? They do, Nash, they do. Must have been some sort of providence, I reckon. God's will often presents itself as a whim of the thieves, does it? It wasn't no whim. Dead sure of it. It weren't, Nash, it weren't. Like we said at the time. You don't just find doors open in the middle of the night like that. Nah, there's no two ways about it. Whew. It was a sign that our long-lost brother was inside. They're not very good liars, are they? Well, you can't deny it. They led us to a bloke what looks just like our bruv. As I said, cut it out. Yeah, ships are getting it chomping today. Alright, hold on. I gotta go grab something to drink really fast, because I thought I had more in my cup when I started straight. I'll be right back. Hold on. Don't go nowhere. You get back in your seat. I can see you moving. But once we got inside Core Blimey, it was a gunshot! A gunshot, you say? Just the one? Are you sure about that? Yep, just the one, Governor. I can swear it. It was Nash, it was. Isn't that right, bro? The firearm used belonged to the victim himself. Yes, Mr. Winniebake's always used to leave his gun lying around on the counter. Right, I remember. When we examined it, we found the revolver was completely out of its rounds. That makes sense. Mr. Winnibake always used to say he only ever kept a single bullet loaded. That's true. I remember him saying that as well. So we can say that with considerable certainty that only a single round was discharged from the firearm used as the murder weapon. Yeah. Yes, my lord, we can. I should remind the court that the firearm in question was discovered in the hand of the accused. Wonderful. We went to see what was what, and we did the thing. Do you mean the door between the main shop and the storeroom? If my learned friend is having difficulty grasping the situation, perhaps the drawing would help. Excluding the shop's entrance from the street, this is the only other door, and that of the storeroom. Of course, there was a little oil lamp burning, not much to see by. And the door was hidden behind a curtain as well. That's right. When we arrived, the door was mostly obscured by the curtain. Tell me, why exactly did you try to open that door? Eh? Any normal petty thief would run at the sound of a gunshot, I should think. Oh, well, you turned to Rabbit, Ringo. What? Nash, I suppose you'd have to say that we ain't normal, eh? Broadly speaking, humans respond in one of two ways to hearing a gunshot or a scream. The timid flee, gripped by fear, while the courageous investigate to see if they might help. Are you really gonna say these guys are courageous? Okay. These gentlemen are the latter inclination, my learned Nipponese friend, it would seem, as of the former. Oh. Alright, somehow I just proved that I was a coward that night. Thank you, counsels. So I believe that we'll understand the door was locked and could not be opened. Proceed, witnesses. We ain't do nothing! I ain't touched nothing, I didn't shoot no man in the blonde hair!
Hold it!
You didn't do or take anything? Is that your story? It was, bedlam as soon as, weren't it? It was, Nash, it was. Didn't even have time to pull me dukes out, my lucky locket. Oh, me Lucy locket. So, with no time to take your hands out of your pockets, you just left nice and quietly, you say. That's right, Governor. Nothing we, ain't more than violence, peace-loving nibblers. We are, not burglars. We are, Nash, we are. Never even pulled me dukes out of me Lucy lockets. So you clearly, like us to believe. Okay, come again. As you fled from the pawnbrokers that night, did you not run into anyone else? And did you not fire a gun at that person? Saints alive, they fired a gun, you say? Blimey, Governor! You ain't telling us it was you in the doorway? It was. Why the bleeding Nora? Didn't you mention that before? You were armed with a gun, and as you fled the scene, you fired that gun. At London's greatest detective, Herlock Sholmes. They shot the great Mr. Sholmes? I did hear that, actually. There's a rumor he'd been rushed to the hospital. The great Sholmes, that's beyond the pale! On the night in question, this pair were arrested by the police within minutes of the discovery of the scene of the crime. Their suspicious accountants rapidly gave them away. And when searched, a firearm was indeed found on their person. Oh! Furthermore, the barrel shows signs of the shot having been fired from it. Ooh! Bigger gun! Prosecution invites his lordship to examine the firearm recovered by these brothers. Yes, indeed. Remnants of powder around the muzzle. As you say, counsel. Oh? The court will hold the weapon as evidence. Skulkin Brothers' gun has been entered into the court record. Gimme. No, fuck your wine. Give me the gun. I want to see the gun. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, stay there. Hold that thought. So there's ammunition still loaded in 5 of the revolvers. This is a live gun? Hold on, I was about to take a drink, but I would have fucking choked. There's still bullets in that thing? Are you guys insane? Yes, which tells us the only a single shot has been fired from it. That's great. Awesome. Sir, we brought a live gun into court. Oh yeah, you don't think this will backfire somehow? No, sir. It'll only fire if the trigger pulls, and it'll only go forward. Exactly. The bullet that hit Hurley is in fact, isn't it? Yes, it happened almost as soon as we walked it through Windy Bank's door. I didn't read that last part. Can I tee it? No. Okay. Anything else of importance? No. Just the fact that this is a live gun in court. And my learned Nipponese friend. Yes? Here's to you successfully presenting the evidence. Oh yes, there are telltale signs of spent powder on this gun and a single bullet missing from the chamber. But the prosecution demands the evidence that it was fired at the scene of the crime under scrutiny of this trial. Alright. Well, I didn't need evidence, because I was there.
Objection!
However, the rest of us in the courtroom were not, but we'll take other people's testimony at face value, of course. That's the hypocrisy of this game. If the defense fails to provide evidence in support of this rash claim, we shall have no choice but to toast your incompetence and move on. Evidence that these two fired the gun before they left Windy Banks that night. Court demands all the claims are affirmed with clear proof. What evidence do you have to show? I have an idea of what I need to show, but I'm not confident in what it is.
Take that!
The evidence is in this portfolio. What on earth do you have there, counsel? During the course of our investigation, we discovered that a number of bloodstains... Oh, we discovered a number of bloodstains. Now, trusting the police to do their what they're trained to do. How arrogantly Nipponese of you. Well, anyway, we analyzed all the blood samples we found and recorded the results in this portfolio. And he claimed to have evidence the court is demanding therein. Yes, my lord. More dallying then, counsel. Present the pertinent evidence at once. What do you have in your portfolio that shows that there was a... I'm already on it. Perfect.
Take that!
Hey, look, there's a bullet. Is that explain? There's a photographic print taken at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery on the day of the incident. And the scene of the crime, is it? Is that a bullet hole? Not just a bullet hole, Your Honor. There's also a bullet in it. If my eyes are not deceiving me, it appears the bullet is still lodged there. Yep. Yes, as your lordship noticed, the bullet pierced Mr. Windybank's calendar. The date shown being the 16th of April, the very day of the pawnbroker's death. The incident occurred at 1 hour after midnight. That indicates that a separate shot had been fired sometime after the calendar had been set to the 16th. That's right. And while it's not irrefutable, the defense believes, this is credible evidence that the witness did fire a round from their gun at the pawnbrokers that night. Wah! Oh, how does the prosecution stand, Lord von Zeeks? I don't know. I gave up long ago. You ever think about life? You ever think about the Nipponese and how they're kind of cute when you look at them? Especially that one over there. Lord von Zeeks, huh? Sorry. Yeah, if that is the direction my learned friend wishes to take, the prosecution has no objection. What? But you'll forgive me for flinging my hallowed chalice aside in disgust at the repugnancy it exposes. Yes, on the night in question, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery illegally. And, like the bold baddies they claim to be, opened fire on the new arrivals before fleeing back into the streets. Hey! Take it easy there, governor. You're gonna land us in the soup! Soup! Hey, Neil, you weren't gonna get into them details. Tell him, Scully. Set the bloke straight. I have nothing to add. So he knew, did he? Von Seeks knew their testimony would most certainly expose the extent of their crimes. It would seem now that I owe my learned Japanese friend a word of gratitude. What do you mean? What I mean is that you have helpfully confirmed an important fact. And what fact do you refer, Lord Von Seeks? And it's been established at the point of their arrest in the single shot that had been fired from the brother's gun. However, if that shot found its target in Mr. Sholmes, and clearly these witnesses cannot be accused of the fatal shooting of the proprietor and victim. In other words, these two men have no material connection to the murder of Mr. Windybank at all. So that's it. What the fuck was that? That's it! We have nothing to do with it. We didn't, Nash, we didn't. I swore, I reckon. The crimes include unlawful entry, intent to steal, perjury, and let us not forget, attempted murder. Quite a catalog, eh, fellas? Word for it now, bruv. Now then, let us take the moment to consider the aforementioned great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It would seem the man patronized the pawnbrokers in question somewhat regularly. Where's he going with this? Mr. Sholmes appeared to take pleasure in tinkering with eccentric machinery. Eccentric? Says who? Not me. Don't give me that look. He installed a pair of machines like this one in the victim's shop. Oh! That's one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Is that counsel? It has the appearance of a photographic contraption. As your lordship has surmised, it is indeed a camera attached to a small timing device. Every half hour, it automatically photographs the interior of the establishment, the idea being that if the thief were to break into the shop, he would be caught red-handed. Prosecution has obtained the photographs taken by the device on the night in question. Oh! Oh! Uh-huh. 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 As the court will observe, copious identical prints are produced in quite desultory fashion. Rather periodical, I feel. In fact, there are 2 such devices in the victim's shop, my lord. If I may refer the court to the plans and the promise, their respective positions are here and here. You see, these cameras produce a print every half hour. I'm afraid I fail to see how that would help if the anticipated thief conducted his activities within in one of the many 30-minute intervals. One can only pray that it would be criminal lingers, my lord. On the night in question, the witnesses currently in the stand were not caught on camera. Hey, that's a bit of friar tuck, eh, bruv? Lady Love loves the skulking. Witnesses, at what time did you trespass it? Must have been just after 1, right, bruv? Must have been Nash. Must have been. Yeah, just got 1. In which case, minutes before these brothers entered the establishment, what scene might we expect to see within the shop? Ah! Ah! She got the gun. Okay. Good lord! It's the defendant! Miss Gina Lestrade! As the court can clearly see, got to the gun. Accuser's pictured, gun in hand, facing the victim over the shop counter. No doubt coercing the proprietor to open the door of his storeroom. Quite. One can only easily imagine the events that unfolded. Court will take this photographic print as evidence, if you please, counsel. Photograph of Gina with a gun. She's got a gun, Your Honor. Why she got that gun? There it is. There's that dog. I want that dog. There's that dog. Look at him. He's a dog. He's a good pup. Yes, he is. What else we got going on here? We got the cat photo, which is the ticket. We got him. Got a skull cutout. Not really much else to go off of, unfortunately. I don't believe it, Ginny! In short, the accused is the only person who could have possibly have killed Mr. Windybank. Ah! I say, my lord. Here we go. I wonder if I might put a word in at this point. Go ahead, Mr. Foreman. Took a barely bullet to the knee in the Battle of Maywind, 1880. Don't you know? Decorated for it and all that, but forced to retire from service, sadly. Of course, the medal can never outshine the exploits of chaps like us on the battlefield. Yes, Mr. Foreman, and what exactly is your point? Carried on the battle after retirement, you see, the battle of daily life, if you'd like. I here and now lead this small squadron, 6 men, all good and true. And we'll go down together, you mark my words, one for all and all for one. The ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached an agreement, have they? Is that what we are to understand? Well, Mr. Foreman, is that correct? In a manner of speaking, yes. This is the Garadeb Squadron's position, sir. What? No, it's too soon! Status report! Court, men on the double! His lordship insists for a promptitude at all times, and that goes for making decisions, too. I think you'll find the truth is as clear as day. I could reach out and touch it. I wouldn't have left it in there, just wouldn't. But in all honesty, I can't actually remember. Situation clear. Stop. No room for doubt. Stop. Truth now undeniable. Stop. I am very sorry for brothers. They are unlucky. What? Very well. I now call upon each member of the jury to state his or her leaning in this matter. Announce your various verdicts to the court. Yeah.
Guilty.
Uh-huh.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Uh-huh.
Guilty.
Okay.
Guilty.
Alright. Yay, for summation and examination. It's my favorite part. I can't wait to do it 6 times this court session. It does indeed appear that the jury is unanimous in its leaning already. That photograph. It must be the definitive evidence that Gregson mentioned. But Ginny didn't shoot him. No, of course not. My lord, the defense wishes to assert its right of summation examination. Why is everyone texting me? One second, sorry. My mom was texting me. I had to text her back. The defense wishes to assert its right of summation examination. Very well, the court grants permission. So you refuse to admit defeat again. How unsurprising. And it's led to you being beat twice. Once, illegitimately, I admit. But the second, we found the truth. So fuck you, Van Zieks. Go shove your bottle up your ass. We shall proceed immediately to the summation examination. Mr. Foreman, are all members of the jury ready? Absolutely, sir. Always ready for action, my chaps. Very good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Guilty. Is this going to go into a day 2? Because we still don't know what box McGilded had. Sorry. Hold on. Oh, the evidence clearly points the finger of guilt at the young pickpocketer. As a housemaid, I should like to see all filthy eyesores promptly and rigorously eliminated. I think you'll find that if you look at that photograph in stereo, the truth will just pop out. If I have left it in there, I should think there'll be repercussions by now. Mind made up. Stop. Global radio transmission, a verdict to follow. Stop. Are you broadcasting this crime? Ma'am, that's gotta be illegal. In Motherland, we say never judge by clothes, judge by head. I am convinced brothers are innocent. I like his mouse. Circumstances of the crime and the evidence do indeed implicate the defendant comprehensively. A storeroom locked from the inside in which the victim and the accused were discovered alone. In the accused's hands, the fatal revolver, the firing of which was heard by these witnesses. Not to mention this print. Taken from a chap who's seen action in the battlefield. That young girl is on the verge of pulling a bally trigger. Is she? Thanks a lot, Mr. Sholmes. Oh dear. Hurley's cameras were supposed to help, not hinder. I'm afraid I think that you have an uphill struggle ahead of you. Don't I know it? Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank. Which means there's more to this situation than we've yet to see. Agreed. You have the floor, counsel. Proceed with the summation examination. They took away his box.
Hold it!
You're Mr. Natsume's landlord, Mr. Gary Depp, aren't you? We really must stop meeting like this. Ah, you're that lawyer chap. Well, there's a turn-up for the books. Yes, rather a turbulent time we had back then. My wife is still in jail, you see. Some extraordinary events took place at your house, that's for sure. Luckily, Mr. Sholmes and I were able to get to the bottom of it all. I think we did rather a lot for you, didn't we? I mean, obviously. I wouldn't be suggesting that, therefore, you should change your leaning to not guilty or anything. Can't be denied, I suppose. The curse of the Garibaldi house was the talk of the town after that business. Rogers moved out. I couldn't get a bally soul to take up any tendencies. Oh. I haven't had the heart to break the news to Joanne yet, but bad enough that the old gal's clapped up. Yes, can't be denied. You did a rather lot. But not for us. That's for dashed certain. I suppose not. Of course. There can be no suggestion of that being the reason I'm leaning towards guilty here, obviously. Obviously. But honestly, I really wish you'd pay more attention to the trial and less to juror number 2. She's a maid, Your Honor, so therefore he wants to have her to increase the social status. As a housemaid, blah, 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 blah. Polishing the bench, I see. Again. The maid's work is never done. Not a blemish must remain. What exactly do you mean by filthy eyesores? On my way to the market, his lordship, for his lordship, I have passed through the East End. Places full of beggars, pick purses, and crossmen. Scum of the earth. A little harsh, perhaps. Let me be plain. If it were up to me, all those back slums would be made spick and span or eradicated. At least we have people like the great detective working to achieve these important goals. You're referring to Mr. Sherlock Holmes. That's right. I like to keep abreast of his exploits by reading Rance magazine in between my duties. He does wonders cleaning up London streets. In my opinion, he should be declared an honorary maid of the capital. Mr. Sholmes, a maid. Yeah, it's really quite unforgivable. Gutter scum having the audacity to shoot our very greatest detective. Minor detail, it was the two brothers in the stand who shot Mr. Sholmes, not the defendant. A minor detail indeed. They're all gutter scum, as far as I can say. Well, it just might be an idea to get our facts straight anyway. Yes, alright. I shall amend my statement. Oh! Those brothers are the scum of the earth, and they should swing for shooting the great detective.
Hold it!
Wow! I agree with you. The shooting of Mr. Sholmes was an unforgivable act. But the purpose of this trial is to determine who shot the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. I'm afraid you're splitting hairs, sir. Sorry. Wherever there was the thieves of the pick purse, it was still gutter trash that shot the pawnbroker in the end. Filth that should be cleaned up and eradicated, in my considerate opinion. Thank you so much for sharing. Changing the maid's mind isn't going to be easy. Bruno, it was one of the two brothers that shot Hurley, wasn't it? Yes, without question. Well then, I'll never forgive them. Oh, Iris. Perhaps we can use this maid's statement to help us somehow, don't you think? Excuse me. Yes, maybe. Excuse me. Let's listen carefully to what each juror has to say first.
Hold it!
What do you mean, look at the photograph in stereo? Sorry, what? Don't you know? If you look at a photographic print normally, it looks as though the pickpocket girl is about to shoot the victim, obviously. But there's no indication that the defendant even ever fired the gun. All I'm saying is that if you look at the same print in stereo, it would reveal all sorts of new information. Chance, are you a fan of stereoscopes? Oh, how did you know? Let's call it a lucky guess. It never gets old, seeing the two prints merge into one before your eyes. It's extraordinary. It's captivating. It's the height of modernity. Of course. Ah, yes. I think you'll find that the stereoscope is here to stay. Giving us new perspective we could only dream of before. The greatest invention the world has ever seen. If only I could give me a new perspective on the case, I might agree with you. If I have left it there, it's probably there's still a bullet. What exactly you've been muttering about all this time, sir? You keep talking about having left something somewhere or something like that. Ah, so sorry. As you can probably tell, I'm a surgeon. A surgeon? That's totally passed by me. Of course, people conducting surgery in this country aren't considered to be doctors. Oh no. What? Huh? What? Why? Even though me and my kind are at the forefront of medical science, the real brains are in the field. So, what is it that you think you left behind? Ah, well, that's a little embarrassing, to be honest. You see, I was operating on someone yesterday. standard thing. We went in through the abdomen. But when I finished the procedure, I couldn't find my scalpel anywhere. Oh no. That's not good. Did he? Surely not. Exactly, surely not. You say so yourself, don't you? Worrying, isn't it? It's fine. I didn't leave a blade inside of someone. They're probably not dying as we speak from internal hemorrhaging. It's fine. That's what's been troubling me this whole time. Could I really have left my scalpel inside the fellow's belly? No, of course not. I couldn't. So there you have it. Like I said, a little embarrassing, really. That's one way of putting it. The other is manslaughter. That's exactly my concern. And seeing as this case appears to be all but sewn up, I need to focus on trying to remember exactly what I've sewn up elsewhere. Now, I am sure I made sure everything was back as it should be. Well, as sure as you can be without being sure. I'm sure you need to be more sure.
Hold it!
What happened to the typewriter? Sorry, radio transmission? What do you mean? Are you from the Far East? Stop. Yes, from the Empire of Japan. All communications with Far East nations used to take place by mail. Royal Mail steamers take more than a month to complete the journey. Ah, but now we have electric telegram, so we can send messages using electrical signals. Thousands of miles of cable have been laid along the ocean beds, connecting the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable? On the ocean bed. It makes my head hurt just thinking about it. You're well informed, young lady. But cables will soon become a thing of the past. Stop. And just when I was starting to catch up. Radio transmission is the future. Stop. Messages carried over airwaves to 4 quarters of globe. Stop. Excitement growing. Stop. Atmospheric electric. Stop. Right. Try not to wear out your fingers. Era of wireless telegraphy. Stop. Driving technological revolution. Stop. And people say inventions like the stereoscope are the height of technology. What other piffle? I cannot understand it. I really can't. Really, it's just silly toys.
Excuse me.
Yeah, what's up, buddy boy? Juror number 3? Sorry to interrupt when you're obviously fuming, but... What? Do you perhaps have something to say about juror number 5's last remark? As if I couldn't guess. Oh, you bet I do. Say that again. Go on, I dare you. Goodness, are you talking to me? I think you just might be, yes? You think stereoscopes are just toys, do you, huh? Absolutely. I mean, really. A machine to view photographs in 3 dimensions? Why on earth would you not just use your eyes to look at the world around you? It's all 3-dimensional. Technically, we live in the 4th dimension because we also have the ability to, like, touch it and smell and taste and hear. It's a whole thing. Don't worry about it. What a great way to appease the man. No, I'm sorry. Stereoscopes are not practical use at all. That's fair. I have to blow my nose. Hold on. Yeah. I'll kill her! You just don't know! Pardon? I think you'll find that viewing a photograph through a stereoscope can unlock all sorts of possibilities. I'm obviously going to have to demonstrate. What sort of possibilities? Well, take a crime scene, for example. If you had a pair of photographs from a crime scene that you could view through a stereoscope, you could reveal hidden clues that you've never even noticed before. Please don't make me cross my eyes. Have you got any prints that we could look at with stereoscope? I mean, we do? Absolutely? How about these prints? I was wrong. I can't actually think of anything I can use at all. What? Really? Oh dear. I think maybe I need to have a stereoscopic look at your brain sometimes. What's that supposed to mean? What? Huh? Was it supposed to be the cat photo or the crime scene? Hold on. No, go back to that. No, fuck you.
Hold it! Excuse me.
I mean, do they mean the literal crime scene?
Take that!
Alright, then juror number 3. Okay, they meant the literal crime scene. My bad. Are you saying that you can do this with 2 suitable photographic prints? Of course I can. Very well then, I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. Just give me 1 more print and I'll amaze you. But we've only got the 1. Huh?
Take that!
Wait, sorry. Do you mean 1 more print? Oh dear, you don't have these in the Far East. Don't you know how a stereoscope works? You have been told multiple times. Bruno, what? You need 2 photographs for a stereoscope, right? Remember? Yeah. I know, 1 for the left and 1 for the right. Alright, oh yes, I remember now. But the prints we have from the pawnbroker are just normal photograph. No. I think you'll find that a clue is in the name. It's a stereoscope, not a monoscope. You need 2 prints. Thanks for the friendly explanation. Well, if we obtain another print at some point later on the trial, you can always show it to the young man then. Ha! I think you'll find that know-it-all expression is really starting to annoy me. Let's get things back on track, shall we, Council? Another shot from a slightly different location. See the scene in 3 dimensions. Okay.
Hold it!
Please tell me you're not a villain, Bolshevik. The Russian revolutionary. Revolutionary? Da, I believe there is such a rumor. It's just a rumor? As you see, I have unfortunate appearance. I look like a vicious criminal. Your words, not mine. I just wanted to point that out. People call me revolutionary, murder, autocrat. And which glove fits? DK, good day. I am visiting London as for sightseeing. Would like to take bus to Crystal Tower, please. Right, that didn't sound staged at all. You'll forgive me for having my doubts. To be treated like vicious criminal all the time is very painful. People do not realize. So I have much sympathies for these brothers. People say they are criminals only because of how they look. The Skulkin brothers? Nah, maybe they went inside pawnbroker shop, but they have done nothing wrong. That is all I want to say. But they shot a guy. Did nothing wrong, is that right? Alright, well, first of all, that's one not so little misunderstanding I'll need to clear up straight away. Tell me something, Iris. What is it, Bruno? The jurors are chosen at random from the inhabitants of London, aren't they? Yes, it's amazing, isn't it? In that case, how is it that there's a Russian tourist sitting among them who looks like for all the world like a revolutionary? I wish I knew. Funny how that works. I can't change the minds of more than half of the 6 jurors. The trial will be over. But we know that Ginny would never shoot anyone. Yeah, so we need to find contradictions in what these jurors are saying and pit them against each other. I must be ready to go to whatever lengths I have to convince them of Gina's innocence. Others come there to swing shoot. Yeah, okay.
Hold it!
Fuck! Wrong button! I wanted to present her. I wanted to hold her up and say, look at this child who wants to destroy all the scum of the earth.
Objection!
These 2 statements clearly contradict each other. Good lord, counsel, explain yourself. Oh my. My statement? Contradictory? C-O-N. Juror number 6, you've got the wrong end of the stick. I do not have stick. I have mouse. I know, he's very cute. As juror number 2 said earlier, when the Skulkin brothers fled the scene on the night in question, they fired a shot from their revolver. Yes, they shot poor Mr. Sholmes in the abdomen, I understand. Surely you're not going to tell the court now that you didn't hear. Abdomen. Sir. Sorry. My English is still learning. You are telling the court you didn't hear. Forgive me. I do not hear. Ugh. Ah, here is what. Abdomen. Part of person's body containing stomach and other vital organs. If this is what you mean to say is plain English, I am Russian, not native speaker. Who thought it was a good idea to let this man be on the jury again? Oh, he put down the mouse! Run, mouse, run! So, you are telling me that these brothers, who look like criminals, are lying? They said before we've never done nothing. But the truth is they shot detective. Da. This is double negative. Yes, that's exactly right. No! No! You let him go! You let him go right now! I have a loaded gun in evidence. I'll use it! Lying is wrong, especially when lie is said by a person who looks like criminal. Coming from you, that seems surprisingly prejudiced. This means, when they said we never took nothing, maybe it was also a big fat lie. Is this true? Well, according to the police report, no stolen goods were found, so... No! Enough! I trust no one now! It's not the mouse's fault, though, sir. I must see with my own eyes. I must investigate crime scene myself. I'm afraid that won't... Yes, it is, Bruno. Easily. Sorry. But the prints from Hurley's red-handed recorder. Oh! If we compare the prints that picture Ginny and the next prints from half an hour later, you'll be able to see straight away if anything was taken or not. Coy, Mr. Prosecutioner. Tut tut. Calling on the prosecution in the middle of a summation examination of all times. The print showing the accused threatening the victim after she broke into the shop is this one. Uh-huh. Following this, the victim and the accused moved into the storeroom. Meanwhile, the Skulkin brothers entered the shop and summarily heard a vital gunshot ring out. Yes, but we want the other print. Sadly, none of this evidence was captured on film. This is the print produced by the camera half an hour later, after the brothers' plight. So this was taken after Hurley was shot then. As far as I can tell... Nothing has been taken. That does seem to be the case, but it also feels like the angle's a bit off. I can't notice anything that's obviously missing in the second print. So, the brothers who look like criminals told only one lie. They shot men, but they stole nothing. It would seem so, yes. Good. No, not good. You were right. I did not understand situation. Now I know brothers have lied. I think it is very important to continue the trial. Yeah! Yay! Well done, Runo. The balance is shifting. Well, it's a start, I suppose. That must be more than what these jurors are saying. More than what these jurors are saying. If they can you, if I can use to expose the truth. If I can do that, we might just turn the situation in our favor still. Thank you, counsel. Continue with the summation examination. And now we have a second print, I hope. Kindly hand the new photograph. Thank you. Another print of the court record. I wonder if we can use that. We can! Damn it! I always mess up these buttons.
Hold it!
You can't really show new clues, though. You do it unless you try. I have to pee.
Take that!
Alright then, juror number 3. Are you saying that you can do this with the second photo? Of course I can. Very well then. I'd like you to demonstrate. I'd be delighted to. One more print.
Take that!
I wanted to look at it, but I didn't get the chance. Alright, these prints were taken with the same camera in Windy Bank on the night of the question. As I see, tell Mr. Lawyer. Do you know how stereoscopic images work? Do you understand the principle? Yes. Well, I think so. I did have a lesson only yesterday. The left eye and the right eye, you the slight and the commission of the objects, and then you bring them together. Merges the two images together inside, you notice the shift and gain depth. Yes, exactly. It's a small shift between certain objects in the two pictures that are really important. That's what happens if you use two photographs that are exactly the same then. No, obviously it wouldn't work at all. Not for seeing the scenes in three-dimensionally anyway. Oh! Of course, now I see! I think the young girl has discovered the secret! I have! Oh god. You can uncross your eyes before you tell me. Have another look at the two pictures from Hurley's camera. Renault, look. You see that there's some really obvious differences. Of course there is. There are two people in the first and no people in the second. Well, yes, you can see that straight away. But now, looking at the picture in 3 dimensions... Alright, I'll give it a go. So start with cross eyes, and then try to make the two pictures overlap exactly. Did you get the achievement? No, I think I messed it up. But I'm not worried about achievements. Let's see if by crossing my eyes I can make the quills pens from each other overlap. Wait. Please do it for me. Well, did you manage to see it properly? Did they want me to do it? Silly. Am I supposed to cross? I can't cross my eyes very well. Not really, no. I'm just not very good at this, that's the trouble. Oh, don't worry, I'll just have just the thing. I happen to bring this with me, a portable stereoscope. I really hope you start the second game soon after this. It is probably going to be a little bit, just to rest my throat, because these games are long, and they're a lot of reading, so it's going to be a little while before I get to the next one. But I will play it, I promise. I know I mentioned this yesterday, but you've had that contraption with you from the outset? You could have saved me staring at Mr. Windybank and Gina like I hate them all the time. And if you remember, I said in reply, that is much more satisfying to be able to see the effect with your own eyes. Yeah, well, I can't cross my eyes very well, so. Damn you, portable stereoscope. I wanted to see if Von Zeke being silly. Anyway, why don't you try using this helpful little aid now? Here goes. Ah. Why did... Now let's see. Wait, look at that! Oh! What's going on with these two pictures? Some of the things on the counter sort of just jump out at you. Yes, yes, yes! That's it, you see! That's the other amazing power of the stereoscope. The other amazing powers? Just someone's going to explain this black magic, eh? Why the deuce do some of these things on the counter seem to jump out at you like that? Oh, because there's a picture of a dog there. That's why. I think you'll find that that if you consider the basic principle of the stereoscope, you'll answer your own question. Basic principles of the stereoscope. As I said before, if you try to look at the two identical pictures using the stereoscope, it won't work at all. It's a slight shift in the position of certain objects that lets you see pictures three-dimensionally. In other words, even though at first glance it seems the objects on the counter haven't moved at all at the two pictures, it shows that actually there must have been a slight shift in their position. Yes, there must have been. Dun, 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 dun. How to... Now hold fire there, sir! There's got to be a reasonable grasp for this whole cross-eyed business now, I'd say. But why the devil does this shift between the two prints exist in the first place? Well, what's the answer, fellow? Come on! You've cross-eyed mastered... What, me? I had the first idea. You know, Runo, it's quite simple. It is? I'm totally lost. Just think through step by step. The first photograph was taken at 1 a.m. And then 30 minutes later, the second photograph was taken. Uh-huh. But the position of those items on the counter appear to have shifted slightly in the interim. So that means... That means that sometime in the half-an-hour interval, someone must have tampered with things on the counter. Suckers! Someone tampered? New information. Stop. No, not mentioned in testimony so far. Stop! Yes. Had to go around in circles a little here. Just, it seems... Whoa! I'm starting to see what I should be aiming at in this summation examination now. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is now clear. We know that the items in the countertop were moved, but by whom? Are you suggesting you might know? Of course. I can tell you right now who is responsible for the almost imperceptible shift in items on the counter. Susato did it. What? Huh? He asked nicely he may cross the... for you. Jesus. No, I don't want to save undue data. I really have to pee, so it's making it hard to think. Nash? Nash did it?
Take that!
It was the witnesses currently at the stand, the Skulkin brothers. Wait! This does not agree with what brothers said in testimony before. They said they did not... Put the poor mouse down. They said that they did not even have time to pull dukes from Lucy lockets. My phrase book says dukes means hands and Lucy lockets means pockets. No! Sir, let the... Either skulking would work. Okay, thank God. Because that's what was really throwing me off and was making me go more towards Windy Banks. But I was like, but it's got to be one of them, right? And it's all right. This is another lie? This is what you are saying? Yes, I'm afraid so. Now, hold on there a minute. You can't be sure of that. I quite agree. The accused is a common pick purse after all. Perfectly possible that she went through the things on the desk to see what she might steal. I think that's unlikely. Then why? Explain! As you can see from the photographic print, the defendant was pointing a gun at the victim. Pointing is, it's not what I would call that. I would say more she's holding it threateningly. It would seem, as my learned friend indicated, that she is coercing Mr. Windybank to open the storeroom door. In other words, Miss Lestrade interest lay within the storeroom, not the main shop, giving her no reason to touch anything on the counter. All of which points to one thing. The Skulkin brothers have omitted key facts in their testimony. But the accused is a pickpurse, common gutter trash. Why look any further than the wrongdoer here? Because the Skulkin brothers are thieves, madam. No better, or in fact worse, than a pickpurse. Ah! I believe that these brothers were looking for something on the victim's counter that night. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you would condemn the defendant on the grounds that she is a pickpocket, would it not at least be right and proper to thoroughly scrutinize testimony given against her by two thieves? Well said. I, for one, would like to hear more from that shady pair. He's got to keep his hands sterile. He's got to use his head. Can all of you see now? I think you'll find stereoscopes aren't playthings. You've seen their extraordinary potential firsthand. I wholeheartedly agree. Stop. Must pursue after trial. Stop. Must return home via Regent Street. Stop. Well, it would seem the trial has yet to run its course. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury have declared their inclinations via the mighty scale of justice. I hereby call this summation examination to conclusion with the balance altered in the defense's favor. 2 lean to guilty, 4 lean to not guilty. Accordingly, the jury is without consensus, and I order the trial continue. Yay, well done! Oh, by the way, what? You should hold on to this, Runo. You never know when you might come in useful. Twice in 2 trials would be unusual, surely? Alright. No, twice in 2 trials would be about par for the course. 3 times! That's when I'm going to start throwing a fit. Yay! Lord Von Zeeks. Wow, we've really wrapped around, huh? Oh! You have to pop your 2 prints in here to start with, you see? And then when you look through the eyepieces, you can see in 3 dimensions. I don't know what came up with the idea of the stereoscope. It's really quite fascinating. It was John H. Stereoscope. Is this what flicks it? Yeah! Oh. Oh, look at that! It's totally changed shape! Just from one little button press. Well, that's what buttons are for, Bruno. Get out of the court record, I want to see my husband! No! You're just like Hurley. You boys just love pressing buttons, don't you? Especially if you don't know what they do. Us boys, says the 10-year-old girl. Anyway, now you can see what's really is stereoscope, can't you? Oh. 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 Don't mind him, he's just mad he didn't see enough of him in the stream the kid came from. Oh. Okay. Lord Von Zeeks, you will instruct the witnesses of the court to demand additional testimony from them. There you go. Stare at him for a moment. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet to do so, my lord. Here you go. You can stare at him for a good moment while I go take a piss. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I'm sure it won't spoil the bouquet if to do so, my lord. I've won myself another chance to probe that pair about the activities that night at least. I won't stop probing them until I've proven that Gina is innocent. To be continued. I could have taken a... You know what, Balroth? I could have gone to the bathroom right here, and then you would have been able to just stare at Von Zeeks. So you should be thankful that I didn't realize that that was coming up. Beep, 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 beep. Beep, beep, beep. Be careful not to bankrupt yourself. Yeah, spend wisely. Or don't. You know, it's your money. Order, please. Let us resume proceedings. Witness, you will now retake the stand. Witnesses. Oh, they're sweating, Your Honor. I presume you heard the defense counsel's summation examination. Oh, yeah, Governor. I did, Gov. I did. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Cool, blimey! Can't say I'll listen to you there. That's fair. This is gonna be hard work. Earlier in this trial, you gave the following testimony about your actions after you entered Windybanks. May be able to get that achievement here. I'm not worried about it. I'm not a big achievement hunter. Well, I was about them since as soon as this, wasn't it? It was, Nash, it was. It didn't even have time to pull out my dukes out of my my Lucy pockets. My pockets. Lucy lockets is a really long way to say pockets. However, that was a lie. You brothers. God, blimey! On the night in question, you rifled through the items in the victim's counter. I never did nothing of the sort. How you figure that out? You will now give formal testimony once again. You will tell the court precisely what happened on the night in question, and this time you will tell the truth. Only game I got full achievements in was Cuphead. That's pretty impressive. Each lie that passes your lips serves to increase the severity of your punishment. And that, gentlemen, may deal a crushing blow to your chances of ever seeing the light of day again. Ah. I'm allergic to over-dramatics, I'm sorry. I thought worth pondering, perhaps. Say no more, Gov. We hear you. Oh, we'll blab, we'll squeak, we'll peach. Thank you. The whole truth, and nothing but the truth until like 20 minutes from now. Alright, we did knock a few things over, but we weren't rifling for nothing. It was when we heard the gunshot, see? Made us both jump, and all that stuff went flying. Lummy, it didn't have to give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter come out of the door and get us next. The Switch version of the trilogy doesn't have achievements? No, it doesn't. Because it's on the Switch, which doesn't have really an achievement thing unless it's built directly into the game. We stuck everything back where we found it in a scaffold, straight into him in the black. We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker, see? We never even had a chance, did we? Are you saying you would have? So you admit to the defense's accusation. You did indeed ransack Mr. Windybake's countertop on the night in question. Not ransack, Governor, no. That's right, Nash, that's right. It's more like we tidied it up, yeah. Sorry. By their own admission, these brothers entered the pawnbrokery under the dubious circumstances. However, they panicked and fled on hearing the gunshot, having first made good their mess. Well, you say we hardly sound like roughs at all. We don't, Nash, we don't. Can you make us sound a bit more cutthroat? It can't just be a coincidence that these men showed up at the Windy Banks that night. There's more to their testimony than meets the eye, I'm sure of it. I just had a thought. I just had a small thought. I just had a thought. What do I get the feeling that this is the missing third brother? I'll eventually get all Hollow Knight's achievements. I wish you luck. I'm not. I like them letting it be done to whoever like feels like putting it in their game directly and not having it an actual achievement system. But because mostly like that's just, it's nice for like it to be like, oh, we don't have to come up with achievements, we just can if we want to, you know?
Hold it!
If that's the case, then why didn't you testify to that effect in the first place? Well, you know, we ain't exactly squeaky clean, are we? Wait, Nash, wait, if we admitted to something like that, people would think we was up to no good. Well said, Ringo, my old Gina. China? My old China. We'd only land ourselves in even more trouble. And in fact, now, as a result of lying in your previous testimony, that's exactly what you've done. You landed yourselves in even more trouble. Us roll luck, says the rotten apple eater. Witnesses, explain your actions to the court. Why did you ransack the customer's counter? We never ransacked nothing. Why, Nash, right? More like we tidied the place up. Sorry. We heard a gunshot and we got scared. I pissed me pants. So what you're saying is, the sound of the gunshot shocked you so much you knocked all those things off the counter? Well, it shocked one of us that much, yeah? His bag of nerves needs to learn to keep his shirt on. Oh, was Lord alright? Blind me with my dead granny would have woken up that bang. Big brother here screamed like a blooming baby. Well over the counter. It knocked over a load of books, a candlestick, and some skull. What? I got tangled in some marionette. What knocked over the picture frame? What knocked them scales on the floor? You've really mastered working quietly then. Oh, racket! My granny would have scared back into her grave with a clatter like that. So, in short, the gunshot took you by surprise. And then some.
Is that right?
Whoa! That scared the shit out of me. And then some. I mean, it was quiet as a mouse. And then all of a sudden, BAM!
Excuse me.
Yeah, officer? Inspector? You wanna give me back the heart rate you just built up by that reaction? Inspector Gregson, do you have something to add? Look, I keep saying I didn't appreciate being lumped in with these scoundrels. Huh? No, something to add to their testimony. You seem to react just now to Mr. Skulkin said. Did it make you think of something? It's probably nothing, of course. I wouldn't even bother to mention it, only... Well, the fact is, cases don't get solved if you ignore the little details. How about you just tell us what's on your mind? As you know, we brought these fellas to the yard for questioning last night. The statement they gave to us told us a slightly different story than what they're saying now. Did it? You claimed you heard the victim shout something out before the gunshot. Might have, Gov, might have. Does ring a bell now that you mentioned it. Granted, it's only a minor detail, but still, can't help feeling like perhaps you've been a bit sloppy with your testimony here, fellas. If I discover the witness's testimony has been any more sloppy than it will be hitherto proven to be, I shall be forced to bring it to the very harshest punishment to bear against them. Easy, easy. We'll get it right this time. That's it, yep, it's all coming back to me now. Then speak. Supplement your testimony with whatever details you have miraculously returned to your questionable minds, sirs. Right you are, Gov. Oh. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling, "Give me that gun!"
Hold it!
Hey, give me that gun! Bear alert! He's been here this whole time, Bear. How you doing? So, in fact, you heard the voice and the gunshot almost simultaneously. We did, Gov, we did. Although, suppose if you're being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! BAM! Kind of thing. A career in acting tragically missed. And where were the voices coming from? Could you tell? Of course we could. From the other side of the door behind the counter it was. The storeroom where the victim was found dead. And the voice you heard, was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank? On me granny's life, cause it was. Of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. Aren't you brothers? That would mean that you knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice. Well, what do you mean, what? Nash, what? Any ideas? Yes, Counsel, indeed it would. We know the geezer. How am I supposed to not deny it when that bloke and all the fancy cobblers giving us the evil eye? If you value your lives, you will ensure your testimony is accurate and true. So help me God, I will suck the blood right out of your tiny little cheeks. And I don't mean the ones on your face. Go on, my granny's life it is. And on his granny's life it must be. Great job it's a good job his granny's dead. Surmise then, immediately after hearing the voice of the victim, you then hear the gunshot. You heard what I said. Causing you to stumble and upset the items on the counter, scattering them all over the floor. Yeah, make it sound like we're clumsy. Don't forget we tidied up after, like good little boys. Anyway, that way we see it. Look what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. That's new.
Hold it!
You're saying that Mr. Windybank had the gun in his hand? Oh yeah, bet that was the sight, eh? Them two waving them guns at each other must have been pretty heated. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, if you don't want to get shot. Didn't really sound like he meant it, mine. More like an empty threat, if you could say. Mr. Windybank was known to keep a revolver in his shop counter at all times. People say that to protect the articles he is keeping, he'd readily put a bullet in someone's head if required. That someone being himself, of course. Good grief! Extraordinary devotion indeed, if alarmingly misguided. Yeah, a little weird that we continue to make a joke about suicide, especially now that the man's dead. Well, he certainly sounded like he was ready to pull the trigger the other night. Only the person who's got shot, he was going to shoot, beat him to it. Cooked as a goose proper. But he wished he'd squeeze the trigger instead of wasting time shouting, give me that gun. And it was directly after those words that you heard the gunshot. It was more or less the same time, Gov. Give me that gun! BAM! Kind of thing. Yes. Career in acting very tragically missed. And then we heard the sound of someone hitting the deck. They're so proud of the fact that they miss every single piece of that handshake, except for the last moment. Before everything went dead quiet. After that, we done slapdash job tidying the place up. I know me didn't have give me a fright. We was thinking the shooter would come out the door.
Hold it!
I thought I took care of those. You didn't try to open the store door then? I am busy. Anyway, so you didn't try to open the storeroom door then? No, your wife. It went deathly quiet after that. It did? Put the wind right up me. But anyway, the door was locked, wasn't it? No way to open it. Yes, of course. It was locked from the inside, or so we've been led to believe. It was, Gov, it was! From the inside! Right, so we had no way of knowing what was going on in there, did we? Unless there was some other way to get a view of the inside of the storeroom. Like, through the keyhole, or a spy hole, perhaps. Maybe a big-ass flap that, like, you know, opens and closes. Don't ring no bells. No lights, no lights. Don't lights, no lights. And we had to cut and run before we noticed anything like that. And we're still cutting our teeth on this in this game, you see? But, one day, we'll really cut the mustard. Please, cut it out. But as we know, behind the door was the victim's lifeless body, with the accused not 2 feet away. Yeah, unfortunately. Gina was there, unconscious, with a gun in her hand. To confirm, it would be correct to say that neither of you set foot inside the storeroom. That's right, Gov, that's right. I couldn't have even if we wanted to. We stuck everything back where we found it. We hit the bricks. Yes, whereupon you fired a shot from your own gun at Mr. Herlock Sholmes. It was a bit hasty there. It was, naturally was. Truth be told, I was already shaking like a leaf when you lot turned up. You were shaking like a leaf, but you don't put a loaded gun in your hand. Good advice, miss. Good advice. Truth be told, my mind went totally blank. Before your mind goes totally blank, make sure you don't have a loaded gun in your hand. A mental note made, miss. After that, we legged it down the street, but apparently we looked dodgy to the coppers or something, so they clapped the debris, the darbies on us, like winking. And after you were handcuffed, the police found this revolver in your possession, correct? No, well, yeah. But listen, that proves it, didn't it, eh? We couldn't have shot the pawnbroker. See, we didn't have our gun. Why should we believe that? Well, because it's true, isn't it? The place was totally empty when we went in. At that time, the victim was already in the storeroom, having been forced to open the door by the accused who had the gun in to his head. His head? In other words, on the night in question, these two witnesses never even laid eyes on the perpetrator of the pawnbrokery, the proprietor of the pawnbrokery. Correct? You got it, mister. Down to a T. The Skulkin brothers never actually encountered Mr. Windybank. Is that really true, I wonder? That's it. That's the full extent of their testimony. What is it, Rudo? You look very fierce. Could I pour you some herbal tea if you're tired? Oh, thank you, but I'm fine. Being such a logical thinker, you'll probably laugh, but I feel as though these brothers are still hiding something important. It's nothing more than a feeling, though. No proofs to support it. Well, feelings can be very logical at times. Sorry. People's expressions, the movement in their eyes, the words they choose. You can take all of that into your brain, while quietly analyze it to come up with a feeling like you described. You concluded that something suspicious about this testimony without knowing why, that's all. I think you should trust your instincts. Iris. Thank you. Sometimes I think if she's a 10-year-old, I must be 5. She's just a very advanced 10-year-old. Alright, so clearly they know Mr. Windybanks. This is the ticket for the coat. That's all the information from McGilded. This is the morning newspaper that contains an article about government secrets being linked to foreign agencies. Autopsy, gunshot. 2 pictures. The the representation papers, which we still have for some reason. This is the redemption ticket. Owned by the victim, Mr. Windybanks, in the form of the hand. Nothing. Just before the gunshot, we heard the voice yelling, "Give me that gun." Look, what owned the place was holding a gun, so he should have fired instead of yelling at the girl. I feel like it's one of those two statements. Do I need to, like, press it again?
Hold it!
Say Mr. Windybank had a gun in his hand. Yeah. Oh yeah, Bill was a sight. The two of them waving their guns at each other, and the perfect was there. I mean, just before he shouted out, we heard the geezer say, "If you don't want to get shot." That really sounded like it to me. Mine, more of an empty threat, you could say. Swing was not for the revolver, but it was for his head. Wait. Oh, it's the fact that he was shot in the back, right? And squeeze the trigger, wasting the gun. Because they're saying he got shot in the front, but he didn't. He got shot in the back. This is the weirdest Wario and Luigi Waluigi cosplay that I've ever seen. Anyway. Wound in the back.
Objection!
Nope. Cage's counsel, nothing strikes out to me. They're saying he got shot in the front. Like, they're saying that he was facing him. I mean... Probably Q press. I already did. Like, that's the thing, is I pressed.
Hold it!
Sure, we did, Gov, we did. Although, supposedly being honest, we heard a kind of wavering voice before the yell and all. If you don't want to get shot, give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing, your career in acting tragically missed, blah blah blah. It's the victim voice, you could tell. Of course we could, from the other side of the door behind the counter it was. It was from the storeroom where the victim was already found dead, and the voice you heard, it was that of the victim, Mr. Windybank. On my granny's life, of course it was. On his granny's life, of course it was. So that would mean that you both knew Mr. Windybank and the sound of his voice. That would mean what? What? Any ideas? No. We didn't know the geezer. How am I supposed to deny it when the bloke is all fancy cover is giving us the evil eye? Be honest. Do I have... I mean, so am I proving that they're telling us the wrong information or that they knew Windybanks? I don't understand what I'm supposed to be pressing on here. Maybe that picture instead of the autopsy? Maybe? But then it comes down to the question of which one am I pressing on? One on the place was holding a gun. So it's got to be this. I mean, I'm saved, so I can make some mistakes. I'll try it. Nope. I'm not sure what I'm supposed to be presenting here. Fierce. Nothing is jump. If you got a clue on what I should be doing, I'd be happy to hear it, because I got no idea. Like I got absolutely no clue what I'm supposed to be presenting or looking for in this situation. Like, they're very clearly saying that he was trying to defend himself, or he was also threatening Gina, and therefore was shot. But then, if that was the case, he wouldn't have been shot in the back. He would have been shot. He would have been shot in the front. I feel like I'm onto in that position, but neither of these is working for this. Give me a fright, because thinking the shooter would come out of the door and get us. Oh, fuck. Just before the gunshot, we heard a voice yelling, "Give me that gun." Do I present the autopsy here?
Objection!
It's clearly something about the last statement made by the witnesses, but it's not. It's not. It's what I have no idea what I'm supposed to present here. What am I doing? What? Try the photo on the one where he mentioned him talking about a gun. You mean? Do you mean this one? Or is he saying, "Give me that gun"? Or are you talking about... I mean, or are you talking about, like, this one where he was holding a gun? Because I've already tried that. At least I'm pretty sure, but I've saved, so I may as well try again. The one after. The one where he's talking about him holding a gun. I mean, I'll try...
Objection!
I did. I swear I did it. I swear I did it. I'm mad about it. Yes, I know Gina was holding the gun. That's why I was like, it's got to be the fact that he's not holding the gun. Why doesn't the autopsy report also work if both of them say and prove that it was shot in the back? Why does it have to be the autopsy report? Ugh!
Objection!
I pushed the autopsy on this one. I did! So you're saying that on the night in question, the victim, Mr. Windybank, was wielding a gun. Is that correct? That's it, Gov. You've got their picture. Fuck this game. As Nashi asked, no question. And yet, photographic evidence obtained immediately after the incident clearly shows that Mr. Windybank was not holding a firearm of any description. So it's not the fact that he wasn't defending himself and facing towards Gina that is the proof. It's the fact that the picture doesn't show he has a gun. I see. What? Ah, Gordon Bennett, that ain't right.
Objection!
There can be no question that the victim's revolver was used in the incident. We would remind the court that Mr. Windybank's gun was found at the scene. Only it was identified as the murder weapon, but it was found in the accused's hand. And the Molotov used the victim's own gun to finish him off. Give me that gun! Bam! Kind of thing.
Hold it!
Stay exactly where you are, right there. Eh? If the crime had taken place as you've colorfully described in your testimony, it would give rise to an undeniable and significant inconsistency in the final moments you just acted. Goodness, are you sure, counsel? You intrigue me, my learned friend, but let's see some evidence supporting your claim. Where's the proof that demonstrates this inconsistency in the witness's portrayal of the victim's final moments? Okay, so now I present this, I hope. According to their testimony, thank God, the witness claims to have heard a shout of "Give me that gun," followed by a gunshot. Indeed, with the two events happening almost simultaneously, or as we have been led to believe. Yes, that's right. Now, if this testimony is true, that would mean that at the moment of death, the victim and his attacker would have been facing each other. However, in the autopsy report, it clearly states that the victim died instantly after being shot from behind. Oh. So, as I stated before, therefore, there is an undeniable inconsistency in your testimony, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. Yeah. Still mad about before. But the God's honest truth! It is, Nash, it is! Well, when we were shot at that night, huh? The shopkeeper had a gun in his hand. We saw it with our own bleeding eyes. Did I just hear you just now? You actually saw Mr. Windybank holding a gun? Something like that might have slipped out. Ladies and gentlemen, I'll have you, just what you've heard, the admission of these two witnesses is that on the night in question, they actually saw, with their own eyes, the victim wielding a gun. Which can only mean that despite their testimony to the contrary, the Skulkin brothers must have encountered the victim in person. I was looking at it wrong. Nash. Order! Witnesses, explain yourself at once. Well, the thing is where it's supposed to be. It would seem that my previous warnings fell on deaf ears. I made it quite clear that false witness would be the death of you. Am I to understand that you replaced your untruths with your original testimony with renewed lies? Sorry, Governor. Truth is we, Cut it out, Nash. Cut it out. If we blab no, you know what it'll do to us. He? What were they talking about? Let me make your position here perfectly clear. You will talk. There is no other option available to you. Bruv, come on. Game's up. You'll have our guts for goddess. In case it hasn't quite sunk in yet, no matter how hard you try to hide it, the truth will come out. The truth will out! Is Bruno Mars gay? On the night in question, it is now apparent that your brothers met face to face with the victim. I demand that you testify again to explain the precise circumstances under which this meeting took place. Well, do we have to? The rumor come out. On pain of death. I suggest you make yourselves fully aware that this is your very last chance to tell the truth. Truly, this will be the final testimony. Alright, so we did go inside the gaff and have a sigh of relief when the geezer showed us his mug. Give me that gun, he bellowed, and then he flew at us like it was possessed. I thought we had it. For an old geezer, the bloke was strong as an ox. He chucked me over the counter. I pulled my gun on him, and then we legged it through that door back to the back room. We never had nothing to do with killing him. All what happened, I swear. What? Are you now telling us that the moments before the victim was killed in the storeroom, you in fact encountered him in the main part of the shop? Well, yeah, sorry. Well, we find ourselves in an interesting juncture. This changes matters considerably. But honest, Governor, this time... nah, Nash, this time, Nash, nothing we got an item. Very well, counsel of the defense, you may proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. This is it. This is the moment I've been waiting for. The final testimony. This will surely mean that this is the end of a very short trial. That you certainly won't go another 3 or 4 hours. Alright, so we did. We just got the gaff and we got the digger when the geezer opened his mouth. When you say the geezer, I presume you mean the victim and proprietor of the shop, Mr. Windybank? Do it? Sorry, I mean, that's right. We was keeping a close eye on the entrance to Gaff, obviously, but we never thought that no one was going to come out of the back room like that. Back room being the pawnbroker's storeroom. Yeah, that must be where he popped from, only place it could have been. So it seemed the victim was already in the storeroom when the brothers entered the premise. Which means Jenny must have been in there at that point as well. That doesn't make sense, does it? If Gina had threatened Mr. Windybank in the storeroom with her with a gun, at gunpoint, then why would he have emerged from the same room all alone when the brothers arrived? Oh, I don't know. Did you see the accused at that time? Well, that little mole troller? Couldn't tell you. No way, Cobra. We have bigger fish to fry then. I mean, the old geezer just lost it.
Hold it!
Forgive me. You mentioned that Mr. Windybank shouted those words in your previous testimony, too. However, you claimed that you heard him yelling them from the other side of the storeroom door. Oh, yeah, did we? Well, the truth is that he was shouting those words at you, wasn't he? Well, yeah. Was the victim Mr. Windybank wielding a gun at the time? Uh-oh, was he ever blowing illuminati? Oh, great ugly barrel he had, pointed straight at me front piece. So what you're saying is, you definitely saw Mr. Windybank with the gun at the time, is that right? Hey, let's go over there, spot on. Then all of a sudden, he came at us, he did? It was bedlam. I didn't know who was going for who. You're clearly all going for each other. Like Nash said, we thought we'd had it, I mean. We spewed so much shit we don't know anymore, bruv. Boy, we tried to hide the truth for so long I can't even remember what the truth really was.
Hold it!
Honestly, we should probably just shoot us now. Yes, I noted that you mentioned the counter in your previous testimony, too. Well, yeah, of course we did. He knocked over a load of books, candlesticks, some skull, whatnot. I got tangled in some marionette, what knocked over a picture frame, what knocked over them scales on the floor. So, in fact, it wasn't the sound of the gunshot that shook you and made you knock those things off the counter. Well, Big Brovier went flying over the counter like a gunshot. I can tell you, then the old geezer pinned him. He did, Nash, he did. If he hadn't been there, the bloke would have flattened me like a bloomin' pancake for seconds. At the time in question, the alarm was raised at the local police station via a secret cable from the pawnbroker. And there's a button under the counter used to activate it, which was presumably pressed by the victim. That's right. When the brothers fled the scene and back on the street, they ran straight into the arriving police, didn't they? Poor Mr. Windybank. He did everything he could to protect his shop. They activate Oi, 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 oi.
Hold it!
You were intending to shoot Mr. Windybank? Oh, no, never. No, I was just, looking for me bro, weren't I? Looking out for me bro, weren't I? It was, being flattened, don't forget, by a man whose shop was being burgled. Yes. And then the man fled into the storeroom when you pointed your gun at him. Is that it? Hey, that's it. He showed me a way and he ran off through the door and showed himself in. Something doesn't ring quite true. I wonder why Mr. Windybank ran away into the storeroom. What? Well, according to what everyone's saying, Ginny was in there waiting for him with a gun. Ah, yeah, that's right. Gina allegedly used Mr. Windybank's gun to threaten him and force him into the storeroom door. In which case, how did the gun end up in Mr. Windybank's hand again? I have no idea, but that is strange, isn't it? This little inconsistency could be insignificant. Or could be significant. I should make a mental note of it. Look, the point is, me and me bruv here. That's right, Nash, that's right. And me and me bruv here. Never had nothing to do with no killing. I ain't never killed a day in my life, sir. Nah, with the Bengals in Paris. You say that you had nothing to do with that. Nothing at all. Nothing, Gov, nothing. That old geezer went and showed himself inside the back room, didn't he? Locked it was. From the inside. We know it was, because we tried to open it. But it's a decent door, that one. One good and strong. Wouldn't budge an inch. So in the end, the situation remains unchanged. Inside the storeroom with the pawnbroker, there was only one other person. The sole person who could possibly have shot the victim, the accused, Miss Gina Lestrade. It would appear so. What do you say to that, counsel? I don't know. Was there anyone else apart from Gina who could have possibly shot? I mean... Hold on. He's falling away from the door. And Gina is over there. Like, the implication is that unless she moved him, then she would have had to have swiftly moved around him as he came back into the storeroom, shot him in the back, moved back over to the other side of the storeroom, and then passed out. Yeah, I think he shot him. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, what's that look for? From the moment you admitted that you encountered the victim face-to-face that night, the course of this trial changed completely. It did? What's your point, my learned friend? The question we must answer is who could have shot Mr. Windybank. It is the belief of the defense that the defendant is not the only possible answer to this. You have my attention. In that case, let us return to the plan of the premise. The victim was killed in the storeroom, which was locked from the inside. Those are the facts, so pray, what other possible answer to this question of who shot the man could there be? Counsel, you must provide answers to the court of the two conundrums. Two? Twice as many chances to be right, maybe? Indeed, namely, from what location did the culprit shoot the victim? And further, where was the victim at the time? Understood, my lord. You alright, Bruno? I'm not entirely sure, but there's one thing I'm sure about. If I can prove that there's a credible new alternative to what happened, it would change Gina's prospects hugely. Now, time for some clarity. Show the court on this plan to answer the question of the posed by his lordship. Where, if you believe someone else had killed the victim, where? Right here. Right here? What? Oh, right, duh.
Take that!
Right there. Defense believes that the culprit could have shot the victim from this location here. And in answer to the second question, assuming the culprit fired from the location indicated, where was the victim at the time? Right here.
Take that!
The culprit shot the victim from outside the storeroom. Continue. Mr. Windybank died instantly from a bullet wound in his back. Looking at the stain of the blood on the storeroom floor, it doesn't appear that the body was moved after death, which means that he was almost certainly shot while in the storeroom. However, the crucial point is where was the shooter when the fatal bullet was fired? So you're adamant that the shot was fired from outside the storeroom. Well, according to the Skulkin brothers' earlier testimony, I pulled my gun on him, and then he legged it through that door into the back room. If Mr. Windybank ran away through the door, we have to assume that the door was open at the time. Ah! Was it precisely that moment when the victim was fleeing for his life that these brothers had a perfect opportunity to shoot the man in the back once he was inside the storeroom? Come to think of it, do you remember what the prosecutor said at the start of the trial? Moving on to the findings of Scotland Yard coroner, he reported his report states that the bullet entered the body on a rising diagonal trajectory. It means the victim was likely shot by someone significantly shorter in height to himself. Poor man. Shot while he was running as fast as he could to safety. Ah, of course. He would have been leaning forward as he was running away. So even if the bullet was fired horizontally, it still would have entered his body in an upward trajectory. So the culprit wasn't necessarily someone shorter than Mr. Windybank. I'm sure my learned friend can't have forgotten that the storeroom door was found closed and locked from the inside. It's also got a big-ass shutter on it that anybody could reach their hand in and lock the door. Come on, bruh. You claim the victim was shot as he fled the room? Do you also claim his corpse was dexterous enough to turn the key in the lock? But... What if someone else locked the door? Yes, there is someone else who could have locked the storeroom door. Is that so? Very well then, counsel. You present your hypothesis to the court. In the scenario just described, the defense's assertion is that the victim was shot from outside the storeroom. In which case, who shut and locked the door from the inside? Okay. I know what I just said is more than likely the plausible outcome, but I have a different thought. I have a different thought.
Take that!
Obviously, the person who locked the door from the inside was the only other person inside the storeroom at the time, the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. That's absurd! You're suggesting that the accused deliberately engineered the sealed room? For what possible reason? Such actions would only serve to tighten the noose around her neck. Sorry, I went FKO for a little bit because I had to clean my room. Perfectly fine. I'm inclined to agree. I must say, well, counsel. Ah, yes, that's a tricky one, isn't it? Half-baked notions have no place in the courtroom. Remember this, please. Of course Jenny would have locked the door. Almost goes without saying, doesn't it? It does? Well, if I was Jenny in that situation, and I know I would have locked the door as quickly as I could. I mean, those two burglars had just fired a gun in her direction, hadn't they? Oh yeah, obviously. Yeah, Ryunosuke, obviously. Come on, buddy. Before the two brothers arrived, Miss Lestrade and Mr. Windybank were in the storeroom together. Now, I don't know what went on between them at that time, but at some point, Mr. Windybank must have heard the intruders breaking into his shop and left the storeroom. Intruders, eh? Sus, bruv. And if your theory is correct, that would leave the accused alone in the storeroom. Yes, it would. Then, probably only moments later, the victims fled back through the storeroom door, hoping to escape. Bang! Shot. Dead. Hit in the back with a bullet, Mr. Windybank fell to the floor where he was, just inside the storeroom. And what we have to ask ourselves now is, what would the defendant have done in that moment? I see where you're going now with this. Outside the storeroom, there was a terrifying killer who had just murdered Mr. Windybank. As soon as the thought struck Miss Lestrade, she slammed the door shut and locked it, in order to save her own life.
Hold it!
But I mean, we ain't the ones who done it. We ain't, Gov, we ain't. You gotta believe us. I mean, come on, we've never shot no one. You literally shot somebody else right after this. It's blatantly untrue. I know for a fact that you would. Because before my own eyes, you shot Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Oh yeah, I forgot we done that. There's only one logical conclusion here. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin, you brothers had every opportunity to have been the true perpetrators for Mr. Windybank's murder. It's not over. They didn't do a super... Oh god. Oh, it means to say that it wasn't the pickpocket who shot the pawnbroker after all. I should have known that it was those three brothers. They look shady and dense. That's an amazing Runo. All the members of the jury seem to be firmly on your side now. I know. First time ever. And probably the last. Well, I think you've done it. Surely they've have to give a verdict of not... An admirable effort, my learned friend. Yeah, I knew it wasn't over. What was that? He's laughing? You find the situation amusing, Lord Von Zeeks? I myself find the defense's argument to be most persuasive. I dare say. Such chinnery is the bread and butter of the street performers of your provincial eastern nation. But such blatantly malicious conjuring tricks amount to nothing more than inexcusable pettifoggery here. The fuck are you talking about? What? The hypothesis you put forward is obstinately, creditably incorrect, and will not stand. Chicanery. Is that how chicanery is? Oh. Because, you see, it contains a fatal flaw. Fatal flaw? Do you mean to tell me that you're unaware of your logic's failing? I say, Lord Von Zeeks, might be an idea to explain this bally conjecture trick, or whatever it is that the troops on the ground, Fatal flaw, my learned friend's argument is really very simple to understand. Could have drank it first. Assuming you're not too dim-witted to count bullets. By George, count bullets? Who would do such a thing? Oh dear. He noticed then. Huh? What's everyone talking about? Only one bullet is out of the chamber, and that bullet was used to shoot. Yeah. Yes, sir. Tell the court, how many bullets were found at the scene of the crime? Two. 2 bullets. Correct. And the first, that which hit the victim in the back, ending his life. And the second, that which struck the detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes, on his arrival at the scene. Indeed. The defense presented a picture showing the damage caused by the second bullet earlier proceedings. There it is. The bullet which injured Mr. Sholmes appeared to have passed through his body to strike the calendar. Your lordship's understanding is correct. Furthermore, we know that there are 2 firearms involved in the incident. A revolver belonging to the victim, Mr. Windybank, and the Skulkin brothers' revolver. Skulkin, sorry. Evidence shows that a single bullet was fired from each gun. Yes, indeed it does. A single bullet from each. Now then, my learned friend. You yourself told the court only moments ago that these 2 brothers had shot Herlock Sholmes right before your eyes. Yes, I did. Oh my goodness, I think you'll find that if a single bullet that was fired from the brother's gun hit Mr. Sholmes, that means... Windybank not shot by same gun. Stop. Only 1 bullet. Stop. Exactly. Yes, this Nipponese street performer presented an obscenely credible argument. However, it was never anything more than this visionary trick with no hope of standing up to scrutiny. Gun squash for a second. Wah! Order! Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging the dregs of this hollowed nectar into the public gallery. Shut the fuck up! Lord Von Zeeks! This court needs to open its eyes. The accused, Miss Gina Lestrade, is no ordinary little girl. Despite her young years, she can, regrettably, no longer be described as a juvenile. Did she turn 18 when I wasn't looking? No, the person on the dock is far from a law-abiding citizen. She is a past riddle with criminal conduct. Oh, she has past riddle. The truth is, the accused broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question with a loathsome intent. As we can see beyond doubt with this print, which depicts her threatening the victim with the murder weapon. And I have here in my possession one more piece of evidence the prosecution wishes to present. The disc. I'll be taking that whatever it is in McGilda's down to the yard. Thank you very much. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. It's mine. I'm sorry, miss. When anything belonging to McGilda, it has to be taken in as evidence now. The music disc. McGilda's music disc. The very day before the hateful murder of Mr. Windybank, the accused attempted to make off with this article, which clearly doesn't belong to her. With none of the subtlety of a pickpocket, I might add, but by brute force and brazen impudence. Good gracious. Make no mistake, any sympathy of the accused on account of her years is misguided and dangerous. There's no depths in which this girl would not stoop to, if pushed. No crime she would not commit. The court forgets that fact at its peril. Uh-huh. On what grounds, exactly? I see. I think it would be prudent to take this music box disc into evidence, counsel.
Hold it!
As a grim Oi! Lord Von Seeks, I am... Inspector Gregson? What? Yes, Instructor? We had a meeting yesterday at the yard with the prosecution service, and I think it was agreed the disc wouldn't be used as evidence. What's that all about? Why is the inspector acting strangely? That's the first time I've seen the time he said anything to Von Zieks at all. I'm unaware of any such meeting. But those were the instructions right from the top. The government bigwigs were insistent. Inspector, I'm the prosecutor, and I alone determine how to present my case. Your warning is noted. Thank you. The prosecution wishes to proceed with submitting the disc as evidence, my lord. Indeed. Bailiff, we got the disc back. Prosecution has established the accused's motive, opportunity, and baseness of character. I don't understand what this constitutes for the motive, to be specific, because, you know, it was taken by the cops. So therefore, she would know in front of her face, for one. Oh, Bruno, look! This is blood! Yes, you're right. Just a small smear is definitely blood. Actually, I feel as though I might have noticed that before. Haha, it's my time to shine again! Yes! I thought I might be waiting forever. Alright, hold still as this, Bruno. Done quickly. In a flash! Color. It's color. Show me that color. It's green, isn't it? It's green, isn't it? Fucking called it! Oh, a lovely bright shade of green. Wait a minute! So that's not Sholmes' blood. Oh no. Oh boy. Huh? Wait, that color. What is it? It's just that green. It's not the first time we've seen that color, is it? Blood. It's blood. It's not from Sholmes' blood. So the dude got shot at the what happened with that? For McGilded. That's the main. You defended in court a couple of months ago, right, Runa? Yeah, or rather mistakenly defended. I wonder what his name is doing on the back of this disc. That's a question I'd love to know and answer myself. Okay, so. So now we know who's... Wait. Okay. It's the same green, right? Yeah, the same green. I guess that one's a little bit darker, but then again, it's more. It is in here the same. So... I hit the wrong button. So that means that this is Egbert's or Eggert's blood that's on the calendar, not Sholmes' blood. And therefore that's not the bullet that shot Sholmes. There is nothing more to add. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I await your informed decision. I rest my case. I don't believe it. I had the jury on my side for once. For all 5 minutes. Oh dear. It wasn't even for 5 minutes, Bruno. My lord! I wonder if I might say something at this point. Proceed, Mr. Foreman. Been stumbling about for a bit in the fog up to now, the truth be told, but all of a sudden... The answer is bloody obvious to me and my men. There's only one thing for it. Oh, boy. Here we go again. Very well, the court will hear your case. Ladies and gentlemen, you will present your learnings as to the defendant's culpability. Yeah.
Guilty. Guilty.
Yeah.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Yep.
Guilty.
Yeah. He did do that before. I did not notice. I have a consensus among the jury, it seems. When you've eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. Don't you go quoting fucking Professor Layton to me! That's my line. I wrote that. For Hurley. Ah, how dare he use it against us! Don't worry, Iris. I don't think we're finished yet. There's still more to this case than we realize. Yeah, it must be. Because there's one thing that I am absolutely certain of. Gina didn't shoot Mr. Windybank, that's beyond any doubt. Very well. We will proceed with the second summation examination. That's a Herlock line. It's also a general line, like whenever you eliminated the impossible, whatever remains must be the truth. It's not just Herlock. That's used by a lot of smarter than they are people. Air Squad is primed and ready for action, sir. So, the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, tell us why you decided to go with a guilty verdict again. Going from the end of the game where Von Seeks is amazing and perfect, and now we're back here where he's an insufferable bastard. That's what you get for watching the end before watching the other end. All right, before we get started, I'm going to take another quick bathroom break and grab some more to drink because I am out of drink. And it feels like we got a shit ton more to go. So I need to have my throat nice and moist. I'll be right back. Let me get you some pissing music because it's quiet. Here, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Here we go. All right, be right back. I'm back. Oh. How are the things going while I was gone? What'd you talk about while staring at the jury? Forever. Halfway through the trial? Oh, God. How far is halfway? What are we looking at? 2 more hours? 3 more hours? He's better than Godot? I mean, I honestly, unlike a lot of people, I fucking hated Godot. Like, he's not as bad as, what's his face from the last game? Apollo's half-brother? Adopted brother? Whatever. Like, Godot's not as bad as that guy. Because, you know, he's got character. But I just hated Godot's entire motivation and how he was basically just projecting on Phoenix the entire game and barely admitted it. Naita. Yeah, fuck that guy. Naita sucks. Nayuta, however you pronounce it, he fucking sucks. I hate him. Bro finally gets some barely character development at the very end, where he finally grows a goddamn pair and pretends like he'd have character development the entire time. Fuck Nayuta. About 2.5 hours? Alright. I can do that. I got this. Let's go! Agado sucks. Just not as bad as Nayuta. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Different breed of us law-abiding citizens. It was only, as only 2 bullets were found at the scene, I would say that the whole case is done and dusted. Oh. Oh. You don't need to scare yourself to see the truth here. Each way you look at it, it was that pickpocket. I like what you're doing there. Also, I wish I could see what the images are on his thing. I'm sure we'll see them later. I'll admit I simped for Godot when I first played TT. It was 14, yeah, and had no taste. I get they were going for it, but it was executed horribly. I always found that Godot was a creep. Yep. His writing was good. His personality was insufferable. Yep. Oh, I fell into a coma after I took poison, and when I woke up, my girlfriend was dead. But this guy was alive, so I'm going to blame him for the fact that he didn't save her, when it's really the fact that I didn't save her that I'm mad about, but I can't be the one that's at fault, because I was in a coma, and he was nowhere around when the fight happened. But obviously, it's his... I hate Godot. I fucking hate him. I swear to God, out of all of the prosecutors, that if I had to face Godot in court, I think he's the one that I would just straight up pull a gun out and shoot. That's saying something, because Francisca was insufferable too. I also saying the point, that's the point, that I didn't like his motive was entirely selfish. Yep. I never imagined this simple operation would cause me such grief. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead. I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about guns. At least Francisca is hot. She's a child. So I can't say that until we see an older version of her. I would seem there's a little remaining room for doubt. I only find Francisca attractive post-development. That too. Yeah, beforehand she sucked. She should have been kicked out of the courtroom the first time she whipped somebody. I have to admit I'm rather bowled over by the argument put forward by the chap in black. But when that fell apart like a house of cards, I saw that I'd jolly well been hoodwinked. Well, no more! This whole courtroom is turning against me. That's not fair, Iris. The prosecutor's being mean. Just because Ginny's done some things that she shouldn't have done in the past, that doesn't make her a murderer. She's 19 in TT and investigations. Yeah, but we don't... Was she 18? Didn't they describe her as 16 in the first game? Like she said she was like a 16 or 17-year-old like prosecutor, like the youngest that they had. I'm fairly certain. I'd have to go back and check, but I'm fairly certain. Allow me to savor this fruity vintage while I savor the spectacle of your fruitless debate on the matter. I mean, I know her in she's 18 in Justice for All. Really? I mean, I know she was supposed to be the same age as Maya, or at least around the same age. As well, I savor the justice and blah. Here's to the truth coming out eventually. We're working on it. Is that and wine ain't the only fruity thing? Fruity thing here. You know it. Oh, there's the slap. Yes, my lord. I love how they take away the box from the short one. Defense is rebuttal. Once a rogue, always a rogue, I say. Well been said. Didn't you guys help kill someone? Just because Miss Lashad has a history of pickpocketing, she must be guilty of murder? Is that what you're saying? Ah, well. And all members of the British Army are so quick to judge? I beg your pardon. Are you mocking Her Majesty's Armed Forces, the greatest military organization in the world? No, I'm simply illustrating my point. Making assumptions about people because they're a soldier or a pickpocket is wrong and dangerous. Well, yes, you might have a point there, I suppose. But let's not forget the girl has hardly shown she had it in her for before. She's clearly a criminal sort through and through, can't deny it. When you say that she'd shown that she had it in her, are you referring to this? Exactly. Tried to swipe the only the other day, or am I mistaken? Not exactly. Given that I was actually there at the time, it's hard to refute that. Never actually seen the real thing. Can't wait to have a closer look at it. Already did. Oh yes, of course. Bam, 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 bam. I had to do this, but I'm looking at her profile in investigation, and she's 19. Okay. She's still a baby in my age, but yes, she's technically a legal adult. Mr. Sholmes did use his caramel bar to make a copy of the disc, didn't he? And then ordered every type of music box he could find across Europe. We still don't know what tune it plays, though, do we? But I'd love to see how the original compares to Hurley's copy. Gilded's disc. Could it be a clue somehow? Perhaps we can examine it for more detail. We already did. We found that the bloodstain is the same color as the bloodstain on the calendar. It's the number of bullets that has you convinced. Only 2 bullets were fired, and 2 guns that fired them have been examined by the police. I am not 36. Not yet. Give me another 2 years for that. No, I'm currently 34. When the parlor maid asks me how many are invited for dinner, I always tell her to count the table settings. Well, that's logical, I suppose. Although, yes, sometimes after dining, crockery does go missing. 1 or 2 guests rather like the fine china. Does your employer dine with thieves? So I suppose if there is another bullet somewhere of which were unaware, I'd have to reconsider my position. 3rd bullet somewhere on the scene. Not yet. Unfortunately, only 2 bullets were discovered by the police during their investigation. Yes, I know. Right. And I don't imagine the good man of Scotland Yard would have overlooked anything. If I missed a bullet while I was cleaning his lordship's office, well, I should receive a sound scolding, don't doubt. And he should receive a visit from the police, perhaps. It sounds like a crime scene to me. Third bullet. It would completely turn everything around if there was one, wouldn't it? Do you think we might find one lying around somewhere? Yeah, well, is the third bullet still in Sholmes? Or rather, at this moment, removed from Sholmes? If they at least, you know, made sure to check and take it out of him before going full whole hog on the situation. I would fucking hope. Oh, shit. Fuck. So mad they robbed us the one Maya concept for Spirit of Justice. Yeah, but it made her look too much like her sister. And like, well, yes, it was hot as fuck, I'm not gonna lie. I appreciate the fact that they held back. I'm very happy that we still have Maya and not just Maya who's now become Mia, you know? As much as I'm sure many people disagree. So, if I've understood correctly, you need two pictures, the left eye and slightly different for the right one. Exactly. Then you can see the scene in 3 dimensions, like this. So, if we have 2 bullets, so do you think this would be useful with them? I think you'll find, no matter how much you squint, the truth of the situation always looks the same. The only person who could have shot the victim is the girl in the dock. How can you be so sure of that? Think about it. The Skulkin brothers shot the great detective, didn't they? Yes, and that's been mentioned once or twice. Well then, surely it's coming into focus now, isn't it? It's a waste of time. I'm not gonna change this man's mind anytime soon. Case Concept Designs is literally a metamorphosis girl? Did not know that. I'm just having a thought, and I want to see if the game leads me towards that thought. Let me to show you then the third bullet. Fuck. Okay. Thinking of replaying the series in chronological order, but I'm dreading those cases. Yeah. I have one of 2 thoughts. I'm gonna go with this one first.
Take that!
I don't suppose this would fuck. As much as you pass for a loyal, my learned friend, coming from you, I think to me is not much. No way does it resemble a bullet, if that helps you understanding of the last remark. God damn it. The 1770 13 girl, what are you talking about? I don't know what that means. Let's actually try to find the third bullet before we attempt that again, Reno. Damn it. No, hold on. Take me back. Take me back! Okay, so I can't present it, but I think that's the third bullet. Can I prove there was a third bullet? Don't you know? Don't you lie? You know who that is? I legitimately have no fucking clue. If I was joking with you, I would put it at a much different tone of voice. The Maya we got is still hot though. Yeah, no, the Maya we got in the final main series game is very good, and I do love her. And a bullet. I want a bullet. And a bullet. Show me the bullet. Everybody wants a bullet. Am I even on the right track? Because my other thought is presenting Sholmes as the third bullet. But I can't. Also DLC outfit Emma. Yeah. Cells is only a single shot has been fired from it. Exactly the bullet was Hurley's. I'll take those, make those brothers pay. I don't know. I don't think I can. Signs of a single discharge. There's signs of a single round was fired. Yeah, no, I can't. I got no. I got no idea if I'm on the right track whatsoever with this. I'm sure I'll need to prove it, but I think one of the later presses will probably provide me with what I need. Ah, shit.
Hold it!
Would you please stop muttering about things that have nothing to do with the trial, sir? The defendant's life is on the line here. Well, the thing is, I couldn't really say that it's nothing to do with this trial, to be honest. Huh? I mean, there's no question that the man was shot, but the bullet was simply vanished from his stomach. It's quite inexplicable, don't you think? Is he the one who operated on Sholmes? I almost don't want to ask, but this surgery you've been muttering about all this time, were you operating on... what was the fellow's name now? Herlick? No, Herlock? No, Hairlock? Herlock Sholmes, by any chance? Yes, good lord! It was that Hairlock fellow! What? You're the surgeon that operated on Mr. Sholmes? That's right. Using the very latest anesthesia techniques, might I add. It was a fairly major op, I can tell you. Oh, God. Don't you literally have a Q bullet? I do not. I do not have a bullet. If you're talking about the one in the blood thing, I tried, and I was told I was stupid. This is crazy. Let me see. The fellow was brought in not long after midnight, if I remember correctly. They said that he'd been shot by some criminal or other, so I opened him up to, like a shot. But the funny thing is I went over his insides with the fine-tooth comb, and we couldn't find the bullet anywhere. So I'm afraid I had to throw my hands and just stitch the fellow back up. I hate to state the obvious, but... yes. Surely that's because the bullet is still at the scene of the shooting? Also, second trilogy, Emma is generally, holy shit, she aged like fine wine. I mean, she looks a lot like her sister. What do we got, you know? That's what it was. She looks like her sister. Probably have to talk to another juror. I think we found the other juror. Counsel for the defense is correct. It is clearly shown in this photographic print that the bullet of the Skulkin brothers fired at Mr. Sholmes hit him in the stomach region, then exited his body and lodged it into the shop wall where the calendar was hanging at the door. I think you'll find it's really quite simple if you just consider the problem three-dimensional. Ha! Who do you think I am, son? Well, junior juror number 4 is about the best I can do. As soon as I saw the wound in the man's stomach, I flipped him over. Like a pancake? Like, are you saying that you checked his back? Of course I did! And there weren't any trace of injury, no sign the bullet had left his body at all. Bam! It's way hotter than Lana. You talking Southern Lana? Okay, but glad it's not the robot with just a code name for future TGA. What? That's the point! The only logical conclusion is that the bullet is still somewhere in the man's innards. Which is exactly why I set about slicing him up! And it's still none the wiser even now. How many times do I have to say it? Can somebody please explain how it happened? Can somebody please solve the mystery? It's almost as much of a mystery as how the jury was put together. The mystery of where that bullet ended up is infuriating. Where an expert, when you see one, when you need one, when you press. Mr. Sholmes' surgeon is on the jury. I've experienced some coincidences recently, but this is ridiculous. I'm as surprised as anyone. There's no question that Mr. Sholmes was shot. Well, that's what the police told me when they brought him in. Not bad. Not bad were... Oh, how bad were his injuries, Doctor? It wasn't a bad way. He'd lost a huge amount of blood, you know. I suspect that he was shot at quite close range, too. Because his skin was badly burnt around the point of entry. Burnt? As I said, I flipped the fellow over and examined his back, but there was no sign of an exit. Which is why I thought I'd better locate the lug and pop it out. And yet you say you found no bullet inside the patient. Well, I wouldn't have done, would I? Because it's in the wall of the pawnbrokers. But how did it get there? I need someone to solve this mystery before it drives me to insanity. There are only some expert in ballistics who could help, even if he looked extremely untrustworthy. Okay, so we gotta ask the Russian. Got it. I prefer plague, though. My guide. What did we call the one shepherds? Sorry again. My god. So we have a disappearing bullet on our hands. Piganetta. The accused attempted a theft on the previous day. I can see I'm in for a busy day ahead.
Hold it!
What do you mean you're in for a busy day? Forgot to say stop. Excuse me, stop. I am a communications officer. Stop. Communications officer? Does that have something to do with sending telegrams? Everything from personal messages written by members of the public to the latest news in the capital. I convert all messages into Morse code and tap it out to the entire world electronically. To the entire world. Thousands of miles of cable under the sea stop wide communication networks. Stop! Information transmitted to and from all corners of the globe. Stop! Oh, yeah. She was getting equally worked up about radio waves or the like before, wasn't she? Specialize in communicating information from government departments and newspaper offices. I see. I'm sure I shall have to wire the newspaper report to today's guilty verdict later. There's no sleep for me tonight, I imagine. Well, let's just finish the trial first, shall we? I am ballistics expert. I have seen many shootings. There is nothing I do not know about gun.
Hold it!
I thought you were just a tourist. Da. Good day. I am visiting London for sightseeing. I want to see Crystal Tower. There's no way he's just visiting tourists. So you're a ballistics expert. Who knew? I have much experience with guns. Ah. I have lived through many, how do you say, extreme, violent bath of, blood of, extreme violent bloodbaths, perhaps. No! Those extreme violent bloodbaths. English is very difficult tongue. Yes, it is. Considering the sort of people you associate with, I'm surprised you still have a tongue. Anyway, if you have questions about bullets and guns, you ask me. There is nothing I do not know. No mystery I cannot solve. He is very confident in his knowledge of guns, that's for sure. But, if possible, please only in Russian language. He is not very confident in English, though, is he? No, still, we should bear that in mind. He's our man when it comes to the mystery of bullets. Ziggs has managed to convince everyone. When you have eliminated the impossible, he said, but he hasn't. We're going to have to fight back with more material. We have to fight... we have to fight back. We have to turn this trial around again. No. No. Shut up. You. You need a conversation with him.
Objection!
These two statements clearly contradict the idea that I will pit the jurors against each other. Oh, ballistics expert. Pitting. P-I-T-T. On the night in question, Mr. Sholmes was shot by one of the Skulkin brothers. But since there was no sign of an exit wound in his back, we must assume the bullet didn't pass through him. However, no bullet was found lodged in Mr. Sholmes' body either. Furthermore, a bullet was found lodged in the wall of the shop where Mr. Sholmes was shot. Juror number 6. Hello. My name is Velen. Pleased to meet you. This apparent contradiction in the facts is so clearly troubling juror number 4. While are you able to explain the mystery? I have seen a very similar situation in Motherland. It was night. It was a blizzard. I was running away along Mountain Road in freezing cold. Golly. The snow was piling high on both sides of the road. It was very narrow and dangerous. My pursuers had hunting rifles, and they were on dog sleds. Mental note, don't ask any more questions. I was shot from behind and I fell down in snow. This situation was very similar to what I hear today from doctor. They could not find bullet in my body. No sign of, how do you say, exit wound. Then where did the bullet go? Bullet never hit me. Well, if it never hit you, how did you fall down? Bullet hit frozen wall of ice, very close to my side. What? One small piece, very sharp, broke away from lump of ice and pierced my body. It made a deep wound that looked like bullet wound. Good gracious. Of course, piece of ice quickly melted inside of me. And this is the solution to the mystery of the disappearing bullet. But that doesn't answer the question at all! The shooting happened in the pawnbroker's shop. Not some snowy mountain road in another country. Just an idea, but we might not be looking at exactly the same scenario here. Or no. What exactly was Hurley shot again? Oh, where? Well, according to the report, in his stomach. Sort of around this area, I think. Well, that's precisely where he always wears a little pouch on his belt. A pouch. Actually, I might have noticed something like that. Yes, a pouch. It's where he keeps 3 glass vials of very dangerous crude. Oh, that pouch! Oh, I remember that pouch. Yeah, it's simple. It was down these stairs. They did it again! 3 glass vials of very dangerous chemicals that he uses in investigations. What? Really? Doctor! Where is the pouch Mr. Sholmes was wearing? Well... the fellow had nothing like that on his person when he arrived at the hospital, as far as I remember. If I may. Lord Von Zeeks? While I realize it is forbidden for the prosecution to interject during a summation examination, I should inform the defense that I have the pouch in question in the antechamber outside the courtroom. Sorry? As I understand it, when the police arrived on the scene and found Mr. Sholmes injured, they removed the pouch in order to assess the wound. Ah, thank goodness! I thought I was getting, forgetful for a moment. Since then, it has been in my safekeeping along with all of the evidence relating to the case. I can personally vouch for a fact that it has not been touched by another incident occurred. Very well, while extremely unconventional during the summation examination, I must demand the prosecution present the item in question at speed. Bring forth Herlock Sholmes' pouch! Calling it Emu will be deft by falling down the stairs. There are a lot of them between him and the floor, so I wouldn't put it past you. So this is the pouch worn by Mr. Sholmes on the night in question. Look at that! One of the files is broken, and the leather around it is scorched black. It's almost as if the file exploded. Exploded? So that night, the bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun struck Sholmes' pouch. And the glass file exploded that caused the fellow's injury. This bullet did not penetrate the victim. Ah! I'm sorry. Fuck! Every time I forget to open up tits. I need to stop doing that. Hold on, Barath. I'll get you another pipe here in a minute. Just give me a moment. Tits. Twitch integrated throwing system. Why didn't it show up? What do you mean? Fuck! I hit the wrong thing. Why isn't it showing up? What do you mean it's not capturing? I don't understand what's going on. What? Why? It's connected properly, so why isn't it capturing properly? I don't understand. I don't know. I don't know. I guess that's something I'm gonna have to fix later. Also, what? Why are there so many notifications on Discord? I'm busy. Well, it did not penetrate victim, but was deflected into wall of shop. A delightfully complex aroma. It would appear one mystery has been solved at least. Plot twist is just Joey's pouch with iris in it. Though it was not no bearing on the truth of this case. Must think he's shepherd with all this scuff. Can't go one stream as a VTuber without scuff. Let me tell you. The bungling and burgling brothers shot the detective and accused the accused shot the pawnbroker. The pertinent facts of the case remain unaltered. But at least we solved a mystery. I can sleep easy tonight. Thank you, young man. Thank you very much. Glad I could help. Can we add that? Due to its bearing on the conundrum is solved, the court will Sequester this the scruffy pouch as evidence. Hurley's pouch isn't scruffy. Aww. As I was wearing, one of the glass vials was smashed and there was scorch marks on the inside. Okay. Let me... It's really scorched badly just here. Oh, the strap is broken. Look. It must be where the bullet hit it. Let me see. Hey, look, the bullet. What do you fucking know? What the? Iris, look. Did nobody open up that strap? Not even Von Zeeks. None of you moved the strap to see if the bullet was... This is like the gold coin and the stake all over again. We're right back where we started in the first case. Behind the broken files. Do you see it? That's the Skulkin Brothers bullet. What a stroke of luck that it hit his pouch. This is an amazing discovery. What this means is there were 3 bullets fired in Windy Banks that night. Found exactly what the juror was talking about. The 3rd bullet. It's time to press that juror again, I think. 3rd bullet. I'm sorry, did you just remove that bullet from the evidence? No, Your Honor, never. It would appear the defense is somewhat struggling to alter opinion. Please, my lord. A little more time. After all, that's a new piece of evidence. It could be a valuable clue. It's almost like I found a bullet in it. I can't afford to overlook everything, Ryunosuke. There's still a way to turn this around somehow, I'm sure of it. How does this keep getting twisted? I don't understand how this is happening either. Everything is fucking around today.
Hold it!
No! Fuck! Man, I wish I didn't have to go through her entire fucking press to get to that point again.
Hold it!
If only I could just hold the button down.
Take that!
Hey, look, we found a bullet. Here it is. We discovered it just now. Yes, on the night in question in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, another bullet was fired. Where was that bullet? What is this new trickery, you Nipponese conjurer? Where did you find that bullet? In the thing you gave us, that you apparently never looked at. It was lodged inside Mr. Soames' pouch. What? Yeah, this pouch was removed from around Mr. Soames' waist before he was taken to the hospital. And since then, it's been touched by no one. Do you mean to say the shot fired by the Skulkin brothers that night? Yes, your lordship has surmised it hit this pouch. But that makes no sense whatsoever. We already know that the whereabouts of the bullet fired at Mr. Soames is clearly visible in the photographic print. Ah! 2 guns from the scene had already been submitted into the courtroom as evidence. Plot, ads. Yeah, ads. Look at my knee twisting so far, its tendons get caught under the bone. Ah! Yes, that is of Mr. Windybank and that belonging to the Skulkin brothers. Examination of both guns revealed that only a single bullet had been fired from each. Ah! But that must mean... That's right. We now know that on the night in court... Ah, God. The 3rd bullet was fired. However, only 2 bullets were fired from the guns recovered from the crime scene. Until that incontrovertible inconsistency is somehow explained, we cannot and must not pass judgment. Ah! Ah! Got him. Shot through the heart, and you're racist. The summation examination remains incomplete. The court has been presented with new facts. Facts that would appear to shake the very foundations upon which the case against the defendant has been built. As my prerogative in this situation, I hereby temporarily suspend the summation examination. By Jupiter! What? Bailiff, bring the witnesses back to the stand at once. Uh-oh. Oh, this is new. Witnesses. Governor? Are you listening to the proceedings while the defense carried out the summation examination? We was, Governor, we was. Well, yeah, will you pick Gracie's 32 resolve right after this one ends? Nope. Nuh-uh. No. I will play it. I absolutely will. But I need to take a rest from very long reading game. Give me, like, I don't know, a week, and maybe I'll start up the game. I just need some time. This is a very long game. It is rough on my throat. It takes a lot of time and gives me anxiety when I'm doing it during the middle of the week when I'm working. We're going to give it a little bit. I will play it. There's no question. Perhaps we can dispense with the tedious preamble. Simply answer this one question. The third bullet has been identified at the scene of the crime. What do you make of that? I make of it a go. Don't make nothing of nothing if I... Is it one of yours? God blimey, Gov. God blimey, not a chance. In that case, did you have an accomplice? Oh, what? Never! The Skulkin brothers. Our brothers work alone. It's just the 2 of us. It's our trademark. How soon we forget poor Skulky. Only 2 of the bullets from the crime scene originated from the firearms we have in evidence. The third bullet was fired from another gun. Where is it? Lummy, that's, it's a head scratcher. Counsel for the defense? Yes? I should like to hear your thoughts regarding these new developments. The third bullet and the mysterious missing firearm, from whence it came. Looking back over all the testimony we've heard and all the evidence we've seen, I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened that night. My lord, I think it's clear that what this third bullet tells us about the Skulkin brothers is they had a secret accomplice, they had another gun, it's nothing to do with them. I mean, I know that doesn't seem to be consequences for this one, but I'm saving anyway because... They had another gun? On the night at Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, the brothers must have been in possession of another gun. Okay, that was right. We know that only 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms already in the court record. Logical conclusion, therefore, is that the brothers were working with an accomplice who was carrying a gun. So, either the accomplice or the gun would have been the correct answer. Pig swivel. These protracted proceedings have already forced us to endure 2 summation examinations. Yet, in all that time, there's been not a murmur of a third man. If this apparently wraith-like being exists, wraith-like. The court must be shown hard evidence. Without it, the fancy will be cursed. Prosecution demands answers on 2 counts. Firstly, proof, evidence, that this accomplice was ever at the scene of the crime. Wraith. Yeah, no, I know. I corrected myself. And secondly, the identity of this spruciest character. The Skulkins are lying, I know that. But how can I ascertain the identity of the person they're hiding? Well, Council, supposed to provide the existence of this accomplice and reveal the person's identity. In response, the prosecution demands, my lord, the defense is... This feels like one of those times where it's just like, I ain't got it, and then it'll just come to me. Yeah. The defense is... unable to complete a sentence, it would seem. Much less provide any credible answers here. Yes, it would appear so. Very well then. Hold it! Wait, please. Good gracious, Counsel. You nearly scared me stiff. I have to keep the momentum going here. I can't give it up now. This is just like scientific research, if you ask me. Sorry. Trial and error, baby. When you start doubting yourself and thinking you can't possibly work something out, you become blind. Huh? Even though it's truth, the answer you're looking for is right there in front of you. The answer is right there in front of me. My lord, actually, the defense would like to present answers to the questions posed by the prosecution. So, my Nipponese friend, despite the swimming eyes, you think you have something to say. But your earlier tongue-tied displayed will not go unpunished. What a fucking trick! What a long road to say that I was wrong. Fuck you! He does like raising his hand. Now I wish I bit my tongue instead of speaking before I made up my mind. I can't believe this. I'm mad about it. No, that didn't happen. I'm mad about it. It didn't happen. I'm time heisting that. Fuck you. Fuck you and everything that you're about, Von Zeeks. Literally just did the Blackwell laugh. Did the Blackwell laugh, yeah. The defense is ready. I believe I can provide all the answers the prosecution demands. So, my Nipponese friend, despite your swimming eyes, you seem to think you have something to say. This promises to be interesting. I have to push forward now. There's no other option. I provide every single piece of evidence available to me to make a difference. In that case, counsel, I would ask that you present the evidence without delay. On the night in question, in the moment leading up to the death of the victim, what proof do you have that there was a third intruder present at the scene? I mean, I think it's this. Because we've got the blood on the thing to prove that it's his blood. So...
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in this portfolio. By Jove, that portfolio again, is it? Do you expect the court to rifle through your papers? Be more specific! I mean, if I could, I would, but you guys make me do this first. You claim one of those blood samples provides the presence of a third intruder. Well, which one is it? That one.
Take that!
What am I looking at here? It appears to be some green paint or some such along the bullet hole in the middle of the calendar. That is a bloodstain, my lord. A bloodstain? Were you fighting an alien? Why did it not burn away? Green blood. Curious, even for you. Is this court to understand the intruder was some inhuman creature? It's something developed by Mr. Herlock Sholmes. By the great detective? New invention. Stop. Not yet appeared in stories. Stop. It's this, you see? It doesn't have a name yet, though. This fogger sprays a chemical that reacts with the different elements in a person's blood to change its color. Different elements of people's blood? Yes, everyone's blood is slightly different, you see, because it's made up of different elements. Sure. So, by seeing what color it changes, you can tell in a flash whose blood it is. Oh, that brings a whole extra dimension to looking at blood. Talk of blood in courtroom. Stop. Very exciting. Stop. Ma'am, I don't believe you're allowed to communicate the court. As an example, this one shows the blood of the victim, Mr. Windybank. Ah, it's striking blue. Yes, as you see the blood, the green color of this blood stain on the calendar shows that somebody else was shot in the main part of the shop. Now hold fire, young man. Could that be from an unrelated incident? Couldn't it? No, it's not unrelated. Ah. The date shown in the calendar is the date of which Mr. Windybank was killed. By golly! Therefore, we can assume that whoever was shot on the same day. Then whose blood is it? Well, the Skulkin brothers in the stand don't appear to be suffering from any gunshot injuries, which means that this must be blood from somebody else. The third intruder.
Objection!
Whose identity the court is still waiting to hear. You can't delay this any longer, my learned friend. Who allegedly is the third intruder? It's this motherfucker! The man's name is Eggert Benedict. Eggert Benedict? Who on earth are you talking about, counsel? He paid a visit to Windybank's pawnbrokery on the afternoon before the incident took place. When the accused attempted to deceive the pawnbroker into releasing this article into her possession. No, it was already in her possession. That's right. Sure. The man identified by the defense, Mr. Eggert Benedict, then attempted to take the article from the defendant by force. Broker! Ah, yes, sir! I believe this filthy pocket thief just redeemed an article from you, no? Yes, sir. The article in question belongs to me. I demand it to be returned at once. That's a lie. What are you trying to pull? Give me back my overcoat, you wastrel. And needless to say... Hey, look what he's doing. And he music box discs too. Inspector Gregson was there at the time and can attest to what happened. In the end, it was the inspector himself who took the disc. Can you corroborate the account, Inspector? Yes, my lord. I was there. The interest of being thorough, I asked Windybank for a print showing the fellow. Look at that! Taken from one of his red-handed recorder governess. Yeah, that's him talking to Mr. Windybank that morning. And you claim that this man is the brother's accomplice? Yes. Well, Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. I never seen the gauge before in my life. Oh, me life, Gov, all my life, never seen him. Aha. Well, somewhat unsurprisingly, it appears our witnesses disagree with this assertion. I'm sure your lordship recalls my learned Japanese friend's actual assertion, which was that he could prove the identity of the alleged accomplice. I certainly can. Yes, and I can. Then show us the evidence! I agree. We must see proof that the clean-cut gentleman in the photograph is a filthy criminal, as you say he is. This is the last piece of evidence. I've had a feeling that something was missing in this trial from the very start. But now, I'm going to drag it kicking and screaming into the courtroom. We're not done yet. Don't even joke. Are you ready to present? Yes, Your Honor! Proof that the man's pictured in is the fact that... him blood on the disc. Him blood.
Take that!
Him blood on disc. As I mentioned before, on the afternoon of the day in question, the defendant attempted, deceitfully admittedly, to reclaim this disc from Windybanks. Which, when the aforementioned Eggert Benedict appeared on the scene, I believe. This man then attempted to purloin the article from the defendant's possession, no? That's correct, my lord. I myself was present at the time. It was following this that a minor incident occurred. But of course, sir, here's the disc for you. Very well. There's the rip. And then I shall bid you farewell, say goodbye to style. Wait a minute, that disc is mine. What do you think you're doing, you little tramp? You've drawn blood, you filthy animal. Being a music disc and the countless small but sharp metal protrusions over its surface, those protrusions cause Mr. Benedict's fingers to bleed. And resulting smear of blood is still visible on the disc now. Oh goodness, a blood stain, is it? No! No biting! My assistant and I just analyzed the bloodstain here in this very courtroom, using my trusty fogger gun. Yes, and we added the results to this portfolio. I say, it's green! It's exactly the same color as the blood around the calendar. The evidence is conclusive. The man calling himself Mr. Eggert Benedict, who was in Windybanks earlier in the day, is the accomplice who was present at the scene of the crime that same night. So there was someone. Looks like those two brothers now. They're sweating buckets. Oi! What are you talking about? They're boiling in here. It's boiling in here. My lord, it is the opinion of the defense that Mr. Eggert Benedict should be summoned to the courtroom to testify. It would certainly seem that we can ill afford to ignore this gentleman's apparent presence. No! This has gone on long enough now. This flagrant ignorance of the mechanics of law are being done by me, as there is now very much proof standing before me that a fourth person was there that night, a fifth person. Many people were there that night, but I'm going to ignore it because I'm losing. Sherlock Sholmes, you say? Yes, I've heard the name. A protagonist in a series of short stories for the vulgar classes. A god of detection or some such. Hey! Just notice Garin does a Frieza pose in his concept art. And now you employ chemical substances devised by this fanciful persona in the highest court of the land. You expect us to take you seriously? The samples made by this plaything are not fit to be called evidence. I do not accept scientific. I accept what I think is right, and I want to send a girl to the gallows. Fuck 'em. So this blood stain turned a shade of green. What of it? Yes, you're successfully proving that no other blood in the world would turn the same color. Ah, well. Oh, there's the leg. And pray, do not even think of suggesting that we should take Mr. Sholmes' word for it. Is he right? Is Mr. Sholmes... I don't know. I mean, he is a great detective. What are you talking about? Everybody's talking so fast. I can't read it all. I knew it would come to this. Of course, Mr. Sholmes' invention isn't going to be recognized by the official body. What other choice did I have? I'm just remembering that what Father Christmas over there said before. About how he was temporarily suspending the summation examination. In other words, the examination isn't over yet, is it? Oh, good grief! What did you just say, young girl? And in a summation examination, the decision as to whether or not the trial continues is in the hands of the 6 jurors, isn't it? So the way I see it, it doesn't matter what certain other people think of Hurley's invention. At least, not for now. Yeah, she's right! Thank you, Iris. Selena Sprocket! young lady, you have quite the devious mind. It really just comes down to one thing. Whether these ladies and gentlemen of the jury are convinced by what you say, Runo. Is that about right? No, what would you say? Or am I misunderstanding something? Unbelievable. Mr. Sholmes' partner is a force to be reckoned with. Iris Wilson, sharpshooter. After that shrewd, precise of the situation, precess of the situation, from an entirely unexpected source, it must be acknowledged that the previous summation examination has yet to reach its conclusion. This is absurd. I don't want science in my courtroom. Only basic science, like looking at pictures and pointing fingers. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court now looks to you for your final leanings in this matter. As proud citizens of Her Majesty's Britain, I'm sure you will come to a fair and just conclusions. So then, state your final decisions in turn, please.
Not guilty.
Whoa!
Not guilty.
Whoa!
Not guilty.
Whoa!
Guilty.
Damn it!
Guilty.
Damn it!
Not guilty.
Yeah! I love how the surgeon keeps using his fucking head. She'll gender bent Apollo in the concept art for DD. I wouldn't be surprised if they toyed with the like a female one first. 2 called guilty, 4 called not guilty. Such is the outcome of the summation examination.
Objection.
My lord, with all due respect, this is an outrage. The prosecution refuses to accept this decision. On what grounds? If these jurors are persuaded by some half-baked concoction devised by a pretender to real police work, then they are too ignorant to be trusted with the judgment of anyone's guilt. Nope. Sorry, Lord Von Zieks. But the outcome of the summation examination cannot be ignored. The trial will continue. Ah! Shot through the heart, and you're so gay. You give love a rainbow. Sorry. He's such a sore loser, he is. Nevertheless, we find ourselves in a rather awkward situation. The defense has very reasonably requested to subpoena a new witness. But sadly, I fear that may be impossible. What? The name the gentleman gave for himself, Egbert Benedict, is quite clearly false. I don't believe it. It's just when I managed to prove the man was there that night. Could I say something? Who was that, please? Who spoke? It was me, my lord. Juror number 5. What have you to say, madam? If possible, Inspector. Me? Ma'am? I wonder if you might show a photographic print to me again. The one in which the gentleman was shown. Right, yes, this one, you mean, Mr. Benedict? Yes. There's no doubt in my mind. Juror number 5? You don't mean to say you know this man? Yes, I know him. What? No! Good gracious! Also gender bent libel? No! Not gender bent libel! No, anything but him! Juror number 5, how on earth? I am a communications officer. Stop! You can clearly see. The gentleman in the photograph is, stop, also a communications officer. Stop! He works in my office? Stop! How unlucky for him that his boss got called in to work a jury on a case that he's involved in. Isn't that just so fucking convenient? God damn it. Let's see, what about Gender Von Zieks? But I drew that already. Very talented operator, in fact. Stop. He should be in the communication station now. Stop. Tapping away on a telegraph. Stop. Unless he's running because of this. Stop. That doesn't seem right somehow. I can't put my finger on why, but it doesn't feel right. I suppose we all imagine the accomplice would be some sort of hardened criminal. It's a bit unexpected to find out that he was a respectable job by day, whatever he gets up to at night. Yeah, I suppose it is. I suppose that's why it felt something was wrong. If the gentleman is at London's communications station, we should be able to subpoena him within the hour. Lord Von Zeeks, if you please. Yes, my lord. Make the necessary arrangements with all haste. As your lordship bids. None of the sass, Von Zeeks. Get to it. The court will recess for 1 hour. When the witness arrives, we shall convene to hear the gentleman's testimony. Inspector Gregson? Yes, my lord? I should like to hear from you specifically about events at the pawnbrokery on the day in question. Come to my chambers during the recess. Yes, sir, my lord. Very well, court will adjourn until 1:40 p.m. Unless the courtroom explodes again. To be continued. Ba-na. I'm hungry. Like, I'm not gonna go make food or, like, try to stop because I'm pretty sure that we're, like, very close to the end and I'm not gonna make it an awkward, oh, here's an hour stream tomorrow or some shit. Mostly because I don't want to stream tomorrow. I'm gonna take a break until Saturday. Ugh. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. Ginny! Are you alright? Oh, why aren't you saying anything? What's the point, eh? I go to all the trouble and fighting so hard for the likes of me. What? Well, you saw it. That picture. What picture? Huh? I don't remember anything. Ah, you mean this. Oh, yeah, that. Photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed camera. 2.5 hours left? That's what you said 2.5 hours ago. I got where you were wrong earlier. God damn it. I didn't think it would have captured a scene like that. That's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees this is going to think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend that it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it in court. Surely you're going to have your doubts about me now. Hey, you can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Ginny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Yeah, we still haven't heard your side of the fucking story. Eh? Trust me, the rest of the case is really good. I'm not stopping, I'm just mad at you for lying to me about the time left. Eh? You know, it's clearly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. As it was after we'd had our dinner together at your place, right, Iris? And then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. After that, I couldn't get to sleep. I slipped out and went down the street to the, to 2-1. Oh. Down the street to the 2-1. I don't know. Okay. To Winnybeg's place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not. The Hound of Baskervilles. I don't know what it's about or nothing. If you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something that we don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in a lug with Windybank and safekeeping. At least, that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windybank's? I had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there, so I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that was when... What do you think you're doing in here? Ah! I nearly died, I did. Next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like... I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went for armed robbery. The manuscript. You have to give it here. Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? The Hound of the something or other. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it! Oh, what would I do with it anyway? I want to see if it's here, that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, then I'll go. Ah, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door, and we both went inside. And it was there, all right, the manuscript. Sholmes weren't lying at all. You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene, yes. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in! Dear me, is there some burglars convention here tonight? I don't know about. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me. I'm sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh, well, I'll come with you and... No, don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back into the shop. I hung back in the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrape. I started to think I should help out. So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Bang, bang? Bang, bang. Two bang. I heard a couple of shots go off. Two, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was, right at my feet, laying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it as quick as he liked. Because he thought whoever had shot Mr. Windybank might come for you. Yeah. So I went and grabbed the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windybank was a goner. I felt funny in my head all of a sudden, kind of dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That's when she passed out. Must be when you passed out, Gina. That's what I said. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you told us? Of course I did. They didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Ginny. Don't worry. Stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Damn right. That cove was there in the afternoon. That Egbert Benedict. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. He was there that night. We don't know the man's his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it in Runo's capable hands now, Genie. Mr. Naruto. Yeah? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bug trotter off with him, even though he was killer. He was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be at your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? Oh, I could be working to get another killer off the hook and all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe me, believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. And then he died! If I do the cases in chronological order, should I play the Gregory case based on the flashback part of Edgeworth or Edgeworth's part? No idea. Inosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave it to me. Now, all you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then... Robbie! What's up? Somewhere inside of me... Oh yeah, tits isn't working properly. Unless it is now. But it's up, and it makes the sound like something happened. You know what? In fact, let's do a quick test. Hey, it's working again. There you go. Alright, where's that pipe from earlier? Bam. Done. Alright, it's working again. Don't know what the fuck happened, but it's working again. Ugh. Somewhere inside of me, I couldn't help thinking. Surely, he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But, I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. We were boyfriends, you see, until he died. Since then, I came to realize that if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good liar, you're not like McGilded. I know that. Eh? That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. We've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes. And that's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, Defendant Gina Lestrade and her legal representative, the hour is up. Get the fuck back into court. Yes, of course. Thank you. No more of this emotional bullshit. Get in there. I have been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time, so I know only too well just how hard it is to put your faith in another. I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it. This is it at last. The final chapter. The final battle. The final testimony. Wish me luck, Sasato-san. I hope you're watching over me too, partner. My boyfriend, my love. Oh boy, the tinnitus is acting up. That's fun. Sorry, there's a ringing in my ear. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Von Seeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed his arrival of his carriage, it would seem. Why are we calling court back into session, then? I see. Let's return our attention to Inspector Gregson's persists of the case heard by the court this morning. Glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. I didn't look at a pouch. I didn't think. Yes, my apology. Apologies, my lord. Oh, I can only apologize. Although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. My lord! The subpoenaed witness has arrived in the building. Didn't even have it. It's like they just didn't look in the pouch. Like, that's all there is to it. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Thank you for complying with the court subpoena at such a short notice, sir. Of course, my lord. As an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Is that right? Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what this is all about. You were appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. I mean, if that's really his blood, damn, is he pulling off having a gunshot wound pretty well. This is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusations made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbrokering services from time to time, but you are seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place at the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such outrageous accusations, even if certain parties are present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some sacramuch detective homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as a serious evidence. So you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say I'm dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. It's a line from Bohemian Rhapsody? No way. Then it would seem that we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good. Then I will be away in time for afternoon tea, and some small consultation at least. And let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. Scaramouche! Oh! Can you do the Fandango? I've never seen Scaramouche spelled out. Not once. Nice to meet you again, Mr. Egbert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, enchanté. So, eggs. I trust we can conclude this quickly. I am not holding your flashy hat while we do. Alright, if I was thrown his hat, like this bastard just did, I would put that shit on the lanterns so fast. Oh, you want this? Alright, here you go. Pop. Just catches fire. Naturally, I have occasions in pawnbrokering services, blah, 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 blah. But why'd you come in with fake information, you bitch? I'm gonna need more drink soon. Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place the afternoon of the day in question. Of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at that time. It was Mr. Egbert Benedict, I believe? The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. Oh, he's really petty right now. He's under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. We gotta catch him.
Hold it!
Gotta catch him in something. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Egbert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce! Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in the British court anyway? Oh, we're doubling down on the racism, are we? Well, needless to say, I have no intention of admitting such a... shit! Ah, fuck, school.
Hold it!
Ah, shit. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour of which I normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You were able to prove that?
Objection!
What? Fuck you! Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. For you to appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains that he was not at the scene of the crime. Yeah? He has no obligation to prove his absence. What? You're fucking telling me that he doesn't need to corroborate his alibi? Yeah, alright, fuck Von Zieks. I don't care what character development he goes through. He is immediately on my shit list of, like, prosecutors now. Oh, he doesn't need an alibi to be proven. Fuck you. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies on you to prove your assertion. We also need to prove that he doesn't have an alibi, you bitch. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. That's so fucking stupid. Hey, we got a gun that's got 5 bullets left in it. Mind if I shoot the racist? A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. I see Balros not coming to his defense.
Hold it!
Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemicals analysis has positively identified the substance as such. I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be so sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of those two miscreants. Every individual's blood is slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate the different... spare me the science lesson. All he sees is a fellow broken egg. I guess so. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assume all of Londoners would know his name. He's the great, well, a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. Well, a great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we?
Excuse me.
Yeah? What you got over there? You have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Hey, what? Me? No, the other one. No, Mr. Skulkin next to you. I had it here with you, and how many times I got to... Not you! Yes, I know, the big one. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Alright, oh, cool, blimey, Governor. You what? That was a lot of reactions. Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, you thought a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. Must have been him. Never had a thought in my life, Gov. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up that wound again. That's all. Yeah? What wound? He took a bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Wow. Bro is blowing this shit out of the water, huh? It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, hell's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? He's holding his shoulder. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I wish to leave. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Oh, yeah? Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, the person is likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. How tall is that guy? Perhaps you should allow the court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, if it's in pain. As if it's in pain. No, I refuse. Oh, yeah? You've shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. Aha! As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all of this. I never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense to that insinuation as I was anyway involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Grayson's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. My arm hurts. Ooh, my shoulder hurts. The bottom line is, it's never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery establishment where the man was killed. Question. So, never had anything to do with it. You forgot that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study. What? Always have a way of incriminating themselves.
Objection!
I'm glad you got the reference. No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Bro is trying to lie so hard next to the inspector who was there for the very reason.
Excuse me!
Like, come on, dude. Do you have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine. Hey, don't make me get the child. You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector, that afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself and the pawnbroker that afternoon. You and the young Japanese assistant, the accused, and the accused were all present, as I recall. And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. Iris, straighten out the inspector for me, please. What? But you must! I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something I didn't. What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in the Windy Banks. Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Grayson was in the shop on the afternoon in question. No point have I denied that fact. Yes, you fucking have. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. No, you didn't. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? ACAB is real. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. Complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips. All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it, after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windy Banks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look at the court record. Good idea. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. I just had a fucking thought. It's not any relevance to right now, but the communications being, like, sent out and being captured by people. Is this motherfucker a terror? Is this motherfucker, like, sending out information? Probably selling it? You never know what tiny scraps of value is a weapon. Alright, so... Okay. He says he has no connection. That's 10 shillings. That's for the small box. This one is for the overcoat. Is that what I'm meant to present on the day of? I could also present the music box disc because it's literally got his blood on it. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go with the blood first.
Objection!
Cool. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? The disc was, until the day of his murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Grayton? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you're mistaken. That was not me. I have never seen that disc before in my life. That's not my blood on it. I don't bleed, actually. And that may escape your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Oh, yes, resulting in the abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered a minor laceration. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must! Mr. Grayton, you refused to allow the court to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt it will bear a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this desk. Oh, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? So you admit to it now. You admit that you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant. Ora! Well, Mr. Grayton, it appears that there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It really is quite simple. You see, the disc was mine from the outset. No, it's not! Is there some crime to taking an item that you own out of pawn? Here we go again. What? It would seem, Mr. Grayton, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it's nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Uh-huh. There's a note on the disc that says for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. Are we doing this again? I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? What was that? What do you mean? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Grayton! Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Ooh. There was a noise my mic picked up? It might have been my roommate. Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it in Windy Bank. It's funny that Mr. Grayson here is claiming the disc belongs to him, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. No shit, we already established that, like, literally at the beginning of this entire fucking case. Come on, Rinosuke, pull your head together. So he appeared that afternoon in Windy Banks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you must commence your cross-examination, please. Beep, boop, boop. Bop, boop, boop.
Hold it!
Could you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, the communication officer, such as myself, commands a fine salary. And you are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by a pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse while on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoats to the broker in question. We're really doing this again. We're really doing this again. Why do I feel like I've just gone in a fucking circle? We did a whole thing where we proved it wasn't yours because it's too fucking small. What did you give it? Did you give it to the pawnbroker 5 years ago when you were a tiny baby? Is that what you're trying to say? You claimed that it was your overcoat. Obviously. In my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in the pocket. I can't wait for us to be like, we know it's not your overcoat, but hey, if this really is your overcoat, explain all the blood on it. Do you want to talk about that? The fact that that there's blood of someone on this overcoat, and matches to a victim from 2 months ago. Did you kill Mr. Mason? And yet there's a note that reads, "For McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box discs. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in the area. So, the disc in question is the pre-production sample. What? I promised to let McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat that you were forced to pawn." Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Well, which means that we need to if we dig too deeply here, that's going to expose Gina's perjury. Yeah. Oh dear. This is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone at the time being. Hold on. Since I've gone through another amount of drink, I both need to pee again, and I need to get more water. So, stare at his face for a moment while I go do such things. I'll be right back. I return. Freshly watered and freshly pissed.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of her kind frequent, Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day, prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her. That's what brought you to Windybanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense. Nonsense? It occurs to be the precaution council. You will refrain from conjecturing in this way. Is that clear? I hate this. I hate this a lot. I hate this so much. This is the stupidest shit. I want to hit all of them. I want to hit all of them with a rusty fucking spike. Just fuck all of them. Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be.
Hold it!
Had you been to Windybanks before? Only once for the purpose of pawning something. But, like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course, such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can't say that. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Man, really hate this so far.
Hold it!
Yeah, and you were supposed to be taken in by the police, but you fucking ran. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. And it was this very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has any connection to McGilded as evidence. Are you going to say you don't remember that?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seems to have troubled you somewhat. No, it didn't. No, it's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago, a man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life. And yet he had a dark side too. Yep. Picks up soon, don't worry. I'm not mad about the pacing. I'm just mad that this guy is sitting here, like, blatantly lying when we already know the truth. And only, like Ryunosuke said, only because we can't prove it. And that's just annoying me. And I hate everybody who's involved right now. Where are you going with this one, Six? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Von Seeks here. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all that he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, absolutely no reason to bring it back to the shop.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh? Valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every single article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. I was no more in the shop that night than I, as I keep saying, simply had no reason to break in. There's nothing of Mr. McGilded's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might not have known. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, let him have it. I'm dying to see if that irritably assured expression of his crumble. Me too. Thankfully, I know what I need. The McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited Windybanks. Then, when he realized that what he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption to him. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Gregsy's being very strange about all of this. There must be a reason for it, I'm sure. I don't know what it is. But now we need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. This is the one for the box. There it is.
Objection!
Had to make sure I was presenting the correct one. This... Fuck. I just had a thought. The box is what plays the disc, isn't it? It's a music box that they're looking for. It's the music box that plays that disc specifically. Fuck. Fuck me. This disc was deposited Windybanks on Magnus McDungus. There was again McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it.
Objection!
Shut up, Von Zeeks, I'm talking! Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. I'm working on it. Witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Wrong! Sorry, my learned friend, but that's just not true. What? Learned? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah! Oh, is your shoulder hurting? There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybanks pawnbrokery. The reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. This bastard. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Ah! This is the second ticket, is it? So what had the man deposited? An article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are quite adequate grounds to suspect that you did. There's my Von Seeks bean plushie. Throws it in the garbage. Where it belongs! This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I'd simply walk into the shop and purchase it. And there would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, That Graydon fellow needed the small box the very night.
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Shut up! You could be a little less cryptic, Lord Von Zeeks. I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. I want to say one thing before I continue on. I appreciate this judge so much. Both of the judges that have been inside of this this game. Neither of them are anything like the judge from the mainline Ace Attorney games, who's just fucking flipping as all hell in the worst kind of ways. I threw him and it scared my cat. Whereas these guys are like reasonable. Yes, they do kind of flip-flop, but that's when the evidence actually is being changed. He's not calling us an idiot at every fucking chance he can get, you know? And not saying none of this frivolity that usually gets to the meat of things kind of crap. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Winniebank's pawnbrokery. And rest assured the prosecution can prove it. Good. Please be nice to the kid. Go pet the cat. Make it feel better. Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic printing to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders, huh? As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. Uh-huh. There are two locations. Uh-huh. One set here and one set there. Uh-huh. For this, McGillen's small box has been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on April 13th, to be precise. She's going feral right now. Well, you did throw a bean at her. Which means that it would have seen on the shelves forfeit items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on the 15th. Uh-huh. Is that the box? The victim certainly is had a full the victim certainly had a full shop, it would appear. Is that the box? And then here is another print. This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident. Now the cat gets to spray you with the bottle. We have two pictures to compare. Uh-huh. Oh, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive for this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men had already compared these two prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these two photographic prints. I can't do it. I was gonna try to wiggle my eyes, but I'll wait till they give me the pictures. That's conclusion that the exact same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question, and my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Arrgh! I don't believe it. Yeah, if I could have just been shown that he'd stolen McGilden's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. Uh-huh. I wonder if these two photographs are exactly the same. What? We've only been talking about stereoscopy this entire fucking case. Come on. So, counsel, in light of evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It would seem the fact that the night in question nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these two photographic prints? Before I give my answer, my lord, I'd like to try something, if I may. Try something? What do you mean, counsel? I need to use a certain piece of evidence from the court record to identify a discrepancy. I'm not entirely sure I follow. Which piece of evidence do you intend to use?
Take that!
I'd like to use this device, my lord. To view the two prints stereoscopically. Oh! Yes, you've caught the bug at last. You can't resist it, can you? Ah, you've got the cross-eyed compulsion. Juror number 3, what a surprise. Come on, Runo. Let's put the pictures in place and see what this wondrous contraption shows us. There we go. Now, through the eyepiece. Hey, buddy. I wasn't sure at first, but there's a clear discrepancy between the two photos. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy. It's right about a little bit more, a little. It's right there.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? Oh, yeah, it's been moved. Look at that. Now, when you view the two pictures stereoscopically... a single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. Let me... Wait! Unbelievable! This is insane! I've never seen this before! Ah! By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! I fucking love that. Ah, it's so good. That's so good. Now, what this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windy Banks on the night in question. Silly. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up that particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by McGilded is in fact... Yes! The very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it is? So the box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. That doesn't but doesn't the fact that it moved... that it was moved like that change things? It changes everything! I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that it was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider that might be what might be inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves of the Windy Bank as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. I disagree. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Von Zeeks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. See, I like this judge. He's just like, nah, I think this might be important. To be continued. Damn. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. Be hoodwinked by a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Von Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen, an Ippany's speciality, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning. That this witness intent to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded was from the pawnbroker. Yet, common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth selling or stealing in the first place. Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for a purpose of stealing such commonplace property. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which was established that he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend in his most insightful defense. Article that this upstanding member of society pawned was entirely ordinary. The black coat that was just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I won't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. He's calling you out for getting him off. Yeah, I know. As the gold or jewels, is it? Oh, goodness, though. Miss Gold was rich enough. Can't deposit cash in a... The prosecution's attempt is undeniably compelling. Argument. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? You show proof that this box or that this disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case. Well, what's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. If we explain that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. And that the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no! And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Von Zeeks knows? Of course he knows! That's why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? I don't know about everything. But maybe... this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry. What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out every time. Alright, the exact significance of this... of the things that McGilded deposited at Mr. Windybanks is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do? Have her testify! My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh? What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Oh, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, indeed your own. I have. Lord Von Zeeks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interpret the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Oh, interrupt. My bad. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently at the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, should remain at the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina. It's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilda had deposited in Windy Bank's pawnbrokery are intimately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which we heard in the courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, I remember this young lady being brought before me in this trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilda. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Stop calling me your friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaster was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilda. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder, in fact, took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck. Learned friend was the proper form to address in court in this time. I know, but he still can't call me his friend. With the body having been dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilda died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. Mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade. Would you tell the court now, please? What really happened on the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean. I don't know what you mean. I already said no. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But, remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno now. Iris. We're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawn articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we've been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it, then. Everything's coming out. Like Von Zeke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears. But as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Ooh. Is there like, what, another testimony or two after this? Because, my god. I'm definitely happy I wrapped up when I did last time, for sure. Truth is, Brickmaster Cove was in the cabin of the Omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and a pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout, threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I had seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. Did you hear the part about me being threatened? As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. That sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and my learned friend, it was entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it! The whole trial was a farce! The lies that McGilded fellow was run to the court, just like before. I was a lawyer! Don't forget it! You're wrong! A lot of you! Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, didn't know nothing about it! Humbug! I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free! Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Stop! Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it is imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony. Because the true significance of Mr. McGilded's pawn articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Oh, I'm a student again. In the depths of your calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. I mean, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. I mean, it won't be as bad for us because we were literally assigned that day, and McGilded told us nothing of what to do. So, we're a little bit in the clear. Tiny bit. Truth is, Brickmaster was there the whole time. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath those seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claim Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger. Did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me to I had to say. It's important that you tell us the truth now. Were McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. and they kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business deals of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder, and it started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I'd hardly dared to breathe. Then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor, and it was blooming loud and all. I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away.
Hold it!
Was the disc that you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it was probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGildy picked it up pretty smartish. And then he sat the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you in that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared, the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. And he started asking me a load of questions, like what my name was and where I lived in that. He asked if he asked about being a diver too. But after a while, what happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats in the roof deck, I believe. That's right. And must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his gut. When they screamed, the driver pulled the horses and McGildy got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two coves from the rooftop ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear that they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilden and the driver and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. Driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Yeah, he made off with a pretty sizable reward for doing McGilda's dirty work. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilden and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
Pawn shop, obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in the trial as well? Yep. Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbroker slipped his mind when he was at the stand. Indeed, Lord Von Seeks. McGildy took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. And when I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's it got to be worth a few bob. 10 bob, to be specific. Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Winniebank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Driver looked pretty happy when McGill had flashed him some brass in his face, and he went running off with a lick. And then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Everything is 10 bob. Everything's 10 bob. God, that was a fun game. I really hope they make more stuff like that, because that was fucking hilarious. Anyway, they threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about or what I'd seen or heard. Shit! Well done, Gina. I can't even see. I can't have been easy to tell the truth, but like, he's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once the trial's over. So I need to use this time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. Yeah, I missed one. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yeah. Yeah, it sure fucking is. I'm sure I'm not completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. This'll be interesting.
Hold it!
Yeah, I did stream it. You can actually find it in the VOD channel. I'm pretty sure I put, yeah, I brought it over, because I made a thumbnail for it. Threatened how exactly? I was told that if I was able to scupper it, if I did exactly what you said.
Excuse me!
Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Inspector! Mr. Graydon! Whoa! Oh, blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? Yeah, you little fucking shits! Standing in there having a secret conversation in the middle of the court like nobody can see ya? You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what's the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? I'll pull the other one, sunshine. You think that I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. They've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. You will kindly refrain from talking amongst yourselves while the witness is giving testimony. Yes, sorry, my lord. What were those two talking about? Miss Lestrade, continue with your testimony, please. Well done, Gina. Yeah. Friendly reminder, those discs are far smaller than they appear. Oh, yeah, no, I still am under the belief that the box is a music box that's meant to play that specific kind of disc. Like, that has not changed. Like, they fit in your pocket small. Yeah. I mean, going off of the bloodstain size, comparably on the disc, and that's supposed to have been where he scratched his thumb. Yeah, no, it's clear that it's very tiny. So, now is it a matter of pressing and waiting for a reaction?
Hold it!
When I first played, I was a bit confused because it was scaled up to on the examine screen. Yeah. I think you can just pursue again. But do I need to do it on a specific... Like, I can just pursue whenever I want?
Excuse me!
Are you alright, Mr. Graydon? Quite alright, thank you. I didn't know you cared. I don't. Something about the last testimony, strike a chord. I don't think this one needs a prompt. Well, we'll find out. Strike a chord with you, perhaps? No, not really. I tend to take no notice of what others say. Oh. All I'm interested in is living my life with a flourish. I would love if blood just started appearing on his coat. Because that was a really, like, overly done. Yeah, kindly try not to flourish into people next to you, like, though. Am I supposed to pursue the inspector again? hold on. Stab wound to the abdomen. Conviction was assured with 3 eyewitness testimonies. However, the surprise fourth witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. I checked. Just keep going. All right. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver had to give a false testimony as well? Pawnbroker, court driver, he folded. It was worth a few bob. This must be worth an equivalent. This is the only testimony I haven't actually read yet. So I'm going to go through this one and see if anything happens. And you're threatened how exactly? Told me that I'd only be able to scrap her if I didn't exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. There was one other thing he said, which was... He told me I'd have to hang on to that the ticket from the next pawn shop. Ticket from the pawn shop. And make sure never to lose it. Ticket? Well, I never. Said if he didn't show up to get the ticket off of me before 2 months passed, I'd have to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in love. And stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. Really? Why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing? But she hasn't brought up the threat against all the other orphans. And she's probably not trying not to drag them into this. I can understand it. Depositing his overcoat at a pawnbroker shop before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. And there would seem to be one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide it at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I've heard enough. I believe that we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the nights 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. Negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force. That is at the expense of another man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, though I don't understand why as of yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, with the cove died right after its trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the article as your own. Well, why not, eh? Yeah, we're just gonna be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gotten? Anyway, I can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord! We have the box! Inside the box is insane. You wouldn't believe what we found in there, sir. There was just a mountain of gold. It's so small, but there's so much in there. But there's also a little creature in there that if we tried to take anything, it would drag people in. Oh, it was insane. We heard an old man's voice in there yelling something about he's being rich now. I don't know. That's weird. If anybody gets that reference, I will gift you a sub. Anyway, the evidence your leadership requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Bang, 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 bang. Mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's the key in this far-reaching puzzle. Oh man, he really is Phoenix's ancestor. Only the craziest shit happens to him. It had his lucky charms. Hey, don't get my lucky charms. They're just for me. He was a leprechaun the whole time. Also, no, that wasn't the reference. So this is the article in question, is it? A small box deposited with a pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, only item on the shelf that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Ta-da! Music box, baby! Good gracious! This is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow! Although in truth I had an inkling it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume that this is the device for the playback of this disc, my lord. Did you notice his outfit is just stereotypical leprechaun, but with the color hue shifted? Yeah. I mean, I was gonna make the joke, but I felt it would be too racist at the time. But it is definitely what they were going for. He was rich, he was short, he was Irish. The only thing missing was the green and the green clothing and the red hair. Play it! So, there we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc, deposited in Windybanks as much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It's not McGilded's disc. This is the disc of his victim in the omnibus. Why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the Brickmaster was trying to sell this music disc to Mr. McGilded? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Here you get a pass of one racist joke about an Irishman. I don't know who told you that. Source, I'm Irish. Oh, okay. Well, I already used it. I already made the leprechaun joke, so it's too late now. And also, I'm probably Irish somewhere. I've got more Scottish and maybe German in me than anything else, but, you know. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Yeah, saw that coming. Oh, wait, my lord! Good grief. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Oh, no. I just had a thought. Is our would-be burglar actually like some kind of secret agent who's investigating the information leaks that are going on, and this is a major piece of evidence? And that's why they're trying to get it back by any means necessary? Music box and the discs are, well, they're unrelated to the case. And no need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
Aha! Maybe this disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. Prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property and... Shut up! Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. It is policy for this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Yeah! Looks over at Belroth. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Strongheart bursts in. No! It's Morse code. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. Huh? I wasn't paying attention. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Mr. Graydon. This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. It's not broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? It's not. Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Join me in laughing in future knowledge? Oh, God. So that's Morse code. I don't know what that means because I am not familiar with Morse code in knowing what is and what isn't, but that's definitely Morse code. With much regret, I feel the court must accept that the music box offers little in the case way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emitting from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue! I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can that be? It's an abomination, counsel. The mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree, but there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there cavorting victoriously, and the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. As if Gregson recognizes the sound, and as if he's familiar with it somehow. It makes him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has to this case? The defense is believed that the sound emitting from this box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Grayson's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right line here, I must be. Yeah, making deductions based on how people react is what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it would be the death of your ill-formed argument. And you! Exactly. The music box is clearly broken, refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. I know. Bruno. I just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. Really? Really? The way that it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. So it was specifically made to produce one specific kind of sound. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sound that it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Could it be that these sounds are? Morse is binary, this has two tones? Yeah, but it still can be construed as Morse code. Something just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, we've heard another sound much like this one the music box makes. Yes, a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Council? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to a single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend provides proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Proof? Do I have proof? Alright then. This could be my best chance that I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. If I'm right, it's all it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sound of the music box is this. Uh-oh. This is not where I was expecting to go. Uh-oh. Okay. Hold on. Alright, I got this. It's not that. No, it's not that. No. Oh, yeah! That!
Take that!
Today's paper, Council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick Persons are hardly supportive of your case. No, my lord. I was hoping you would look a little further down the page. Further down. There's a down. Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yeah, this is a very serious matter, being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I've heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Junior Juror! I don't know why I keep reading that as Junior. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Oh, whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked in the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports. Oh, yes. We're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. What? I don't believe it! Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Yep. Order! Please, everyone, order! But this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Not too much new vocabulary. Oh, what is this treason? And what is capital punishment? Sort of words I half expected you to know. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes. And on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGill perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbroker illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous! Absolutely preposterous! So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Well, of course I do! I have had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. Prosecution demands the witness testify in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. I should probably inspect the box. Didn't I already? Is it in my... Hold on. It's not in my possession. I can't inspect the box yet. I'm not allowed. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank, that being the most flagrant offense for which the law of this land sanctions as capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. I urge you bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. Hey! Welcome back. You gotta let's have a rather important here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon. Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland. That's right. We're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. You deserve this. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. The mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. We work for the government and the news. I've never seen government information in my life. Besides, the sound produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class bricksters negotiating with McGilded anyway. Was it? Was it not? I've no revelation to this man. Relation. All we done is break into the gaffer the other night like we was, like he told us to do. If we'd known it was dodgy government, there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. So they're here to fucking be like, hey, you know, we did break in because of him. We didn't know he was doing some fucked up shit. Murder? No. They draw the line at murder. I mean, they're okay with murder. They draw the line at government secrets. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premise illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of three in correlation with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did! Damn, bro got outed. Quiet down, please. What do you say to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to. You little rotter, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings. However, as it has, I will admit it to the court record. Now I can look at it. And as I always do, you know I fucking will the first chance I get. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh boy, 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 oh boy. Oh, button. Oh, pushy button. Pretty button. Oh! What is it, Bruno? I've just noticed something about this music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens as well. Ah, you're right! Well, come on then. What are we waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. It's a double-sided music box! It flips! Look at that! There's another movement on the other side. So, does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? I think so. It looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, you would be able to play back at the same time. Oh, I see. I see. So we need another disc. Who would have thought there'd be a second movement on the underside of the box? And this movement is like the other one. Comb's teeth are all the same length. So that movement is only produces a single tone like the other. Must do. Except the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by that movement will be different on the single tone that we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. The music box can only play two tones. Okay, so is it? Whoa, what do you go about with this? Oh, is that just the start latch? Yeah, it's just the start latch. See, Mr. McGill, the disc set in the music box is deposited by Windy Banks. It could be a perfect fit. There's no question of that. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet, despite that, its sounds produced are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to the music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all the secrets yet, but we have. Or maybe we haven't. Maybe there's more. Maybe there's more that I need to touch, more that I need to look at. I don't know. I don't see nothing. Oh, well. So, is it just because we haven't found a second music box? A music note yet? Okay, so it's just because we need a second disc, and I'm sure that'll come up here in a bit. Anyway.
Hold it!
So, is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? Oh, what do you mean by that? Very important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh, no, stop! I must say something, stop! Let me guess. Juror number 5. Regular communication stations officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us has responsibilities for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry, and Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idols. Stop. So you have access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. What of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors, so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent encrypted. Normal employees wouldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. I must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. She is fucking outing him like you wouldn't believe. I love it. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in the important international communications. He's received the top prize as the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Oh yeah? That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in Presence Vital. Stop! Well, your idol would appreciate if you kept your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. So I have access to important information. So I have access to the equipment. So I go into the meetings with the government bodies for international communications. What of it?
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, it would be blatantly apparent on listening to the music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. I'm unfamiliar with Morse code. I just know it exists, and I know it makes a sound. She's genuinely shocked by my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Oh no. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Binary. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in 2 different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A, and this is B. If you listen to the sound produced on this music box, you can hear 1 tone, don't you? But that sounds so similar. The rhythm is the same as in everything. There's no push the button too fast, push the button too fast, push the button. There's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. Unless we get a second music disc. Hey, who's got the second music disc? Come forward now. To out yourself. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. No! You really shouldn't be surprised. No, what did I tell you? This music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspirations in future. Oh, stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely, wouldn't they? It could still be something I haven't considered. Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? There's still every possibility this music box has the instrumental in was instrumental in leaking the government's secrets. That is the belief of the defense.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It had already been established to be Morse code. 2 tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You would better present the idea at once, counsel. How do you propose the music box, which appears to produce only 1 single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Fuck! I mean, I probably gotta get it open. Ta-da!
Got it!
There you go. Oh, good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box? What? It appears, my lord, that 2 movements are linked together. On the other hand, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sound of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With the second disc in place, the music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey the message. I can't believe McGilded was also selling government secrets. But then again, he is Irish and therefore hates the British Empire. And that's not even a racist thing. That's just the truth. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry? This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, there would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. Do we have that other disc? Yeah, we do. Yeah. And may I remind the court that this witness has pointed out he is not the one. He was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking the deal over the discs or disc. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus caves must be there somewhere. I'll never forget an entire stadium of Irishmen singing Ulysses in a box right after the Queen died. Yeah. It is. It is very funny how a lot of people reacted. I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Bruno. You will reiterate your testimony, if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of my pointless testimony. Okay.
Hold it!
So, 2 months ago, in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaster and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived as an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker have come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. How much longer we got to go? Because I am actually legitimately getting hungry now. I just, wanted to let you know. Because I want to eat something. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason. In order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. I may have it in for me. Oh, you may have it in for me, sir. But I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter, and this well-to-do communication officer. Only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. Getting to the last stretch, and after that is about half an hour of epilogue? Oh my god. Okay. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. Oh, did you gaff it? We did! We went in there! Like Mr. Grayson told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought it was just popping over for a natter after all them years, but the water had a dodgy job for us. Hey, shh. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all of them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? Look, this wasn't made to be marathon. I fucking know. But I also want to get it to hi! As a social kind of baddies, we're social kind of baddies, Sure, let's say Mr. Grayson's Let's say Mr. Graydon's old china. Do it again. That is quite the thinking pose you got there, buddy.
Excuse me.
What's on your mind? Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Me? When your brother was testifying just now, you said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days is all. We must have had a right old laugh together way back then. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean? With Ash, I mean? Well, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from a poor part of town, just like us. There's a memory test for you? Uh-oh. I'm gonna fail it. I'm gonna tell you that right now. But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what you'd never gone through before the errands. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a crocker, eh? Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? We was only answering. Hey, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you in a trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. That could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Add it to the testimony! My lord? Yes, counsel? The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin never skulkin. Skulkins are older than Naruhodo, who they are calling a geezer. Yep.
Hold it!
So what's this about the milk run? I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. Is there a catch? I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So, how did your little business work exactly? Every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you struck your empties outside your front door, leave them full again, right? So, we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So, did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. Oh, we were too poor to have a farm. Right. No, what we had doing was simple once you had the idea. We'd just switch them over, see? Our customers' empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. A duddle, right? I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime. It was just an harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Since you failed the test, I can remind you if you want. Sure? It was him what came up with the idea. Ash's evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had his head in a book when we was growing up. Say he was gonna get himself an education, education, and get out of the slum that we lived in. Court, we all ragged him about it, didn't we? Told him he was soft in the head to think it. Look at him now. He's only gone to become the blinking an officer, ain't he? You heard the name Milverton before, and you were quite excited when you saw it? Was I? Is it like in the court record? That was days ago, and my brain is gone. Is it his name? Was his name Mason thrice fired Milverton? Was that his name? Is that is that Ash's dad? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson Milk Run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. McGilda's profile again? Right. Okay, that's where we got his name from. Mason Milverton. Okay, yep. No, totally forgot about that. Thank you for the reminder. I appreciate it. I was hoping that would come into effect at one point. All of a sudden, we seem to be up our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Windy Banks. The trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, it was Mr. Mason, the brickmaster who was horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key is to making headway with the cross-examination here. Could it be those two brothers? Doggy Seekers we wouldn't have been able to touch. There it is! Oh, wrong button.
Hold it!
What? Hold on, what? I can't elaborate on something else? Oh, okay, cool. I was worried there for a second. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say? It was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Melverton and Skulkin's milk run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. It's clever clogs. You worked out. Enough of this. Hold on. That is... There it is. How much longer are we expected to listen to this dribble? Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying. Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... I wasn't the happiest of homes that one come from. His old man was struggling for money so much, his wife walked out on him. I hate the fact that the fucking bites came back. I hate the fact that I saw it. She took the name Graydon then, see? Yeah, but Ash is always a Milverton to us. Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? course not. It's all bumpkin. This is all bumpkin. I've been a Graydon since I was born. You really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. His name has been updated! Personal profile has been updated to court record. So now we present on the where he's saying he has no connection to the Brickmaster, who's his dad. Or his grandpa. One of the two. He's related to the motherfucker. Doesn't count as dead naming, does it? No! No, dead naming is when you, are constantly... Like, a person changes their actual name, not their surname. Like, there may be some people that probably... It's not as bad. It's probably a little bad, but not as bad. Besides the sound producer in the news box and Morse code is a low-class Brickmaster. Sir, I present to you this. Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. These are, as we all know, the victim, the man who was that we now understand has been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name is Mason Milverton. Milverton? What do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaster Mr. Mason Milverton was your father? Sorry, I had a little bit of the drink. I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is that you've been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. Blood. Give me blood. I want his arm to bleed. I want that wound to open up. Come on! New facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. And by dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes. Stealing information has been sent to the secret government communications and selling it to the McGilded. Graydon concocted the elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. That as presumably a safe measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. The deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Just got back from calling my friend. What did I miss? We're pegging the criminal right now. He's bent over. We got a really big stick, and it's time to insert it. That was bad. read it, but that was bad. The boiled one's heritage. Yeah. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learnt of the situation, you appeared at Windbreaks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in the pawn there. I don't think I should have rejoined. Also discussed if referring to as Melverton counts as dead naming. Yeah. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So, that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers, and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc is inside the music box? Oh, was inside the music box. Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed, the box was moved. What's your take, Mara? I mean, it's his last name, so I wouldn't think so. Right. It doesn't feel like dead naming just because someone takes a different surname. It's more... It's like... It doesn't... Yeah. But if you were changing the given name, and then the people were still calling you by your old one, that is dead naming. Because you have chosen a new identity in that respect. The intruder of the pawnbroker touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. It's rather ingeniously demonstrates using the two prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious. Because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall in the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. He's holding his arm again. Oh, don't worry, I know what dead naming is for sure. Oh, yeah, no, I wasn't explaining it for the benefit, I was just... Well, not the benefit of you guys, but the benefit of anybody else who may not know if that's even a possibility at this point. But I just want to talk about it anyway. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. He's bleeding! There it is! Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Oh! 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. One took the life of the pawnbroker himself. One struck the pouch around Mr. Soames' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Yoink the kitty cat! Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm, that you seem to be trying to hide is a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back-slum thieves. Fine, I admit to it. I was there in Windybanks last night. Last night? That night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. Careful. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact, which is a use ID for work for the Humane Society is on the job training program, but that ended. Oh, she's rumbling. She's purring. Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms that we have in evidence. One bullet is from the Skulkin brothers' gun, hit the pouch around Mr. Shulm's waist. The bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. What a time for an ad.
Hold it!
You little upstart. You've made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining this distinguished career I'd built for myself in the communication station. And yet, here we are. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that was there at the scene, that I may have witnessed the crucial moments. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case. God damn it. And I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What? Are you suggesting I saw it all? I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. Here we go. What? Fuck off. Don't believe that shit. Upon it with a cat, it immediately got adopted. No! It would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. God damn it. Mr. Graydon. Yes. I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will be incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. And then I must ask that you give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. While these ruffians were joisting with a broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When the Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. What? I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. She has tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony, and total bullshit considering she was holding a gun. You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither it is my intention to be found guilty of a murder I did commit. I mean, didn't. I didn't do it. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. What the fuck, Gregson? Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. As I said, she was showered in his blood. No, she was showered. She's got blood on her. You're not wrong, but there's somebody else's blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black coat that pickpocket was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such as an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? I mean, we already know. Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here is the true science, not some amateurish detective dubious foray in the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. Ideas are of no use to us here. In science, it is as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom in the basics of evidence. I thought Von Seeks knows he's full of shit. Yeah. He's clearly being like, well, it's not recognized by the rest of the world, so clearly this isn't real science. It's magical science that doesn't mean shit. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. I mean, we already know there's blood there. We just know it's not his. Should shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Renault. Why not? Well, we know, don't we? There's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemical... Oh, you're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. You long-distance boyfriend of a scientist. Don't move, Jenny. I'm gonna shoot. But that's not Mr. Windybake's blood. The stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by Mr. McGilden, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. And Lord Von Seeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. I'm here to bullshit and let this man go free so I can put a child in the gallows. Truly, I am a righteous man. While we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Ginny will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Fuck you, fine. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. Signing divorce papers. Yep. Your man's a bitch. I don't care if he gets better. His fucking arc better be perfect. To make up for all this shit.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in my life. We're just your regular mild-mannered burglars, that's all. Yeah, we don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say that you were near the entrance of the shop? I just thought my cat, I decided to grab my cat from climbing a shelf. Nah. I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves to forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. Broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled my gun out on the old fellow, and it soon made him scrapper. Pair of you setting upon a poor defenseless pawnbroker together? Shame on you. Sorry, Gov. After the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. Oh, God. The bullet went on to strike the calendar on the wall behind you. It would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. And imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. I pulled my gun on me, he tried to shove me out of the way. And then he scampered for the door out back. At which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Oh, unsurprisingly, the storeroom's door is a solid job made of stout wood. There's a small opening in it about head's height, and lets you see what's up in there. Oh, stretch. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? Yes, I looked through it myself that night. Hey, look, she's got a gun. Where'd that come from? And what about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? No, likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. The Skulkin brothers were there. They didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in a black coat!
Hold it!
Shot him! Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no. It wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. Yeah, the detective. But this was another gun entirely. A third gun! The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Then why would she use his own gun to threaten him? What fucking sense does that make?
Objection!
Like, fuck! No other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. Sorry. You must consider the evidence in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. And it was at that moment, the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. Which way was he running?
Hold it!
All over her? Yes. Through the peephole, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. It's not. Well, it's sullied with blood, that's for sure. So, okay, even if they try to say that it is the victim's blood, they won't accept our evidence. She was shot in the back. That blood spatter would only be able to be created from an exit wound, which she would not have been facing. So, unless he magically shot himself around when he was shot after the apparent instant death, none of his blood would have gotten on her. But it's not Mr. Windybake's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Melverton's blood from when McGill had stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So, unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case, which is bullshit. Brother. And tossed the gun out of the people, so I picked it up and made my escape. I left with evidence! Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, so to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. Why on earth would she do such a thing? Couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon while she held another murder weapon in her hand. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried just leaving it there in case any more tragedy took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? Made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy it up. He thinks she's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, good by God. Where's the gun? Tell me, Mr. Graydon. When you left the prawn brokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket?
You little toe rag!
Uh-huh.
Excuse me!
Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? Yeah, Gregson, I got a major problem with you right now. You're up there on the list of, like, people I'm not too happy with. That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin. Well, I mean, he's a bit of a hooligan, isn't he? What was going on just now? You saw him, he grabbed me whistles. By the blazes, he said, and you mentioned the third gun when we got you down to the station. And why didn't you? 'Cause we know nothing about it. Yeah, or that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. And not hurt, are you? Well, blimey. See, that's why he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D's gives me the willies. Now it's strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He would normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Gregsy at all. He normally is all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. Yeah. My lord! Damn it. Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the corpse examination. Explain yourself, officer. We have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel? No, my lord. Cackles. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant. Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of splattering following a gunshot wound. That's an assumption. End of report. Goodness me! See? What did I tell you? God, I want to shoot them all.
Objection!
No, the blood on the coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before the coat was deposited in Windybanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Melverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brick maker from the omnibus.
Objection!
Check it out, I'm in the house like carpet. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? You're right! That's amazing that you said that! So how do you know that it's, you know, the other dead guy's blood, then? Sorry. 2 months ago, in that very courtroom, did you not argue fervently in Mr. McGilden's innocence? I want to take a look at something really fast. Yeah, the coat's open. That's what I thought. So there would be more blood on her than just on the coat. But you know, they're like swimwear. What the hell are you talking about? Did you not argue fervently in Mr. McGilden's innocence, and yet now the man is dead? You brand him as a murderer. Conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned in yourself in this country. But that was... I call it bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on the coat is 2 months old or not. Even a stereoscope couldn't help but answer that problem pop out. It can't be done. But... we used Mr. Sholmes specifically for me. Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. So, would you put such faithful in a chemical formula devised by me, for example? I'm a communications officer. I held out Privolsky to Starving Boy, and he ran away crying. Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Putting shit together like... That's the John built. Oh, God. Victory is sweet indeed. Yeah. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat is splattered with the blood of the victim. The assumed blood of the victim. But you know, fuck you. Only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. And it was the accused who shot the victim with this, the whole truth. I hate these games. My lord! Being a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse, god damn it, of course we gotta do a third one. If I stop, the reason I have not stopped is because if I stop now, I'm not coming back to this game. It's just, fuck, dude. Let's do another one. Yay, Mr. Foreman. Here's this moment, sir. The squadron has reached a final decision. Ready, men, all for one and one for all. Yes, sir. Guilty, guilty, guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty, guilty,
Guilty.
guilty, guilty. Another fucking
Guilty.
examination.
Guilty.
I hate this case. I hate it so much. I mean, I had a feeling we'd be doing a third one, but god damn it. The prayer, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, has reached a unanimous verdict. I don't even fucking care. Here's to any attempts you make at unpicking the juror's decision being equally successful. Yeah. Aren't supposed to do the whole case in a day. Well, I was fucking told at the beginning of this case that it was only going to be 8 hours. And we're on the 10th hour, almost into the 11th. So I was kind of lied to. I don't believe it after I've come so far. How is it unraveling on me so fast? Because we live in a world that's just not fair. I straight up asked at the beginning of this case. How very distressing to be held at such low esteem. Oh, Sholm's finally here. I said about 9 hours into the in story mode. This is story mode. What are you talking about? That's still under. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you deliver the report now, and that will be all, thank you. Of course, to me, with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo. That scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Balroth has a point there. Uh-huh. Alright. I'm killing that. Ah! Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? He's got his leg cocked up and everything. My story mode just plays it for you. That's so stupid. Why would you ever play these games in story mode? What business do you have here, detective? Last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been sent on an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, will you honor me? Oh, if you will honor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? Yeah. What do you say to this, Lord Von Zeeks? This trial has taken many hours. No fucking kidding. Of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel. You have 5 minutes. Oh, he's back in normal uniform. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Harley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, that concoction of mine really is a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right. Modesty. Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. Lunch! What's that? A lavish Furoski wrapping? Or lavender. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she gave it to me. When she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means of both devious and underhanded. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly, as you wont to do, would find yourself in a considerable peril. At the very moment of crisis, you'd be given this, a small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Oh! The hole cutting gun? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. What? Why a cat hole gun? What? Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is this? I call it the Cat Flapomat. It can make a cat flap for all the furry little friends like Wagahe in seconds. Kitty. Alright, case is good again. What's Susie up to? Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? She didn't say something like that. Really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say, I've been a complete failure. Don't understand why. I don't think you have to do the summation. We'll fucking find out. I mean, the cat is loose in here somewhere. So I'm figuring we have to find the cat and open up a hole for her. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Mr. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. What? That is your answer, dear fellow. Not at all cryptic. So Sato-san used the cat flapomat that night, but why? Added to the court record. Alright, come on. Yeah, time's up. This is Sato's deep pass overdrive. We're out of time. No, we're not. We can stall. Oh no. That's horrifying. Oh no. Whoa! Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made by a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second, so it can get through all kinds of door in no time at all. And what are the two parts on the top there? Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of the door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say it like that, but it feels like a reality of the cap. It feels like the reality of the cap flapomat is a grim weapon of door destruction. Okay, he's so adorable. There's nothing I won't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. All right. What else do we got? Anything else? Poverty, poverty your door. POV. Oh yeah, POV, you are a door. Yes. Alright, I guess that's it. Back to the music. We're out of time. This better be the final testimony, or I'm going to throw my computer into the street. I'm grateful for you offering me the brief recess, your Mr. Reaper. No need to thanks, Detective, after all. The die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempts to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, my dear fellow. What is your plan? This is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make the wrong move, the trial will end badly. Poverty. Double check it. Double checked it is the last one. Thank God. Because I'm saying further cross-examination. I think you're right. I don't think a summation examination is going to be a thing. But I saved just in case. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for a cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue with the one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objections, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything, then. If Bruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd! I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its right to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit any unremitted protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and one piece of evidence to present in support of your arguments against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that the summation, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move for adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witnesses any further. Oh, classic. My lord. Yes, my lord. Okay. So, I'm making a guess here right now. Because I can't remember if the detail, if the door was really there or not at the time. Or how big the peephole was. But I'm starting to believe that the last thing that Miss Usato did was make the flap bigger. So that way, you know, you could look inside and all that shit. But it definitely wasn't like that before. Message retract. What did you try to say? Oh, message retract. Okay. You pulled back your message. All right. Single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. Everybody get some 07s ready. I I leave this in your capable hands. Ah! This motherfucker can't even fall down normally. Mr. Sholmes! I was going to ask if you needed my help. 07. Yeah, apparently I figured it out. Maybe. We'll see. Now I got plenty of marks and I've got saves coming, so, you know. If I really can't figure out which one I should press on and what evidence I should provide, and I've fucked up multiple times, I will definitely ask for help. To stand in, insecountedly before the courts in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? I mean, that's his way. There was no door originally there. No door. Okay. That's what I was thinking. It's like, I don't remember there being a door there. So yeah, she made a door so that it could be looked into due to the fact that the door was locked. And that guy, having seen the crime scene after, played into that fact. But it was not there beforehand. Are you fully prepared? Yes, one statement and one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Can I use the thing on him? I'd love to make a cat door in his chest. I think he'd be more useful. Very well then, under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Gonna save because I'm scum now. Gonna save it cause I'm not sure. But we're gonna fucking try now. The ruffians are jostling. I went back through the dash. I pursued the man. He shut himself in the storeroom to see. I could see people through the peephole in the door. Here we go. Take that.
Objection!
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel? Oh, that's my cat flapomat, my lord. It's a way of making cats a way to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. This device is for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owner having to... I'm sure we can all work out that for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there's no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. You're right. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Now, perhaps it would help if I described the function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time. I can't read. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork in the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together. And it recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. It's just ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. None of these pronoun games. Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean to say is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time that as she did, The door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! I like how he reset. I appreciate that.
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the people in that door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with a crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of our actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the skulking brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in light of this new information, it has become apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Now, explain yourself, counsel. A majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony, it appears to incriminate the defendant, as based upon that he witnessed what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. What's in his in a hamster suit? What? Don't let them change? I don't know what's going on. Anyway. Yes, that filthy little girl shooting the man in the back. However, at the time of the incident, the people did not yet exist in the door. And there's no possible way you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Arrgh! Order! Is there any credence to this revelation? None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that a plaything can cut through solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, Koi, time for dinner. While we were talking, she just fucking cut a door into the courtroom. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. What does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey? I'm not done yet. Don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom in the Windy Banks was made by your machine. There's no way you can prove it that it was. No, but that's easy. What? Cat flaps my cat flapomat, it's so hard to say, creates are all of a fixed size. The dimensions of the people in Windy Banks are the exact match. Hehe. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris. Thank you. And now my learned student friend turns to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your eastern island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. How'd you like to be an example? Don't you look at me. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord von Zeeks? To be a dick, Your Honor. It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to this fact. There is no proof. I fucking hate you. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claims amount to nothing more than baseless accusation. Indeed it is so, Lord von Zeeks. Well, counsel. Don't give up now, Runa. It's time to create your own opening and force your way through. Oh, you're right. Let me use the cat-open-matic on Van Zeeks too. That'll give me an opening. don't know if I can do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. I'm gonna kill your boyfriend. This is proved in an interesting way. I can't wait. Very well, counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim it's made. Proof that the people in the door at Windy Bank's storeroom was created after the events and not before. Don't kill him, please. Too late. I'm gonna murder him. And I'm gonna go to jail for it. I'm not even gonna fucking try to defend myself. Found it.
Take that!
What are you? A print from the detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Mr. Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt. But she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. The necessary proof? Is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows the scene in front of the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. Yes, I'm blind. I don't know how to look at doors. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. Again, not really. She's aiming at the ceiling. That's not aiming at him. Well, you know, sure. But more to the point. I had the Benadryl-induced dream of him dying. It was not fun. I'm so sorry. I just hate him right now. You better have a really good arc in the sequel, or that's not going to change. The picture is the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it! That's really quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom. It's completely devoid of a people of any description. Ah! Mr. Graydon. You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crimes as you claim to have done. Because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is bullshit. His blood sprays out of his arm. What did my me fight, Snake? Because Snake wants to fight. I'm satisfied the defense has substantiated its claims beyond any reasonable doubt. This witness testimony is entirely falsuous. That's not the only thing we know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Von Zeeks. The defendant may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that's no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, that's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I'm the victim here. Oh, please. No! No! I don't believe this. But they're right as it stands now. I thought this was the final testimony. I don't have any definitive proof that he's the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris? You know what they say. There's no point in locking the cat's door after the cat is bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait. That might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. It is, there's just a bit more work on it. But he did the full he did the breakdown. We had them by himself. What more do we need? Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by this remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statement. What?
Objection!
That wasn't a breakdown? Looked like one to me. We got a full shot and everything. That is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court on exactly this alleged inconsistency? Harris was right. One lie begets another. Inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witness's statement. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something that he shouldn't have known, should have known nothing about. Namely, the third gun, the people, the bloodstains on the coat. All three? In all honesty? I think it's the last one. But, in all honesty, all three of them. Well, okay, maybe not the third gun. He would have known about the third gun because he has the third gun. It was definitely the one that used it. But the people, for sure, but also the bloodstains on the coat. I'm going with the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Mrs. Lestrade's coat. That's right. The victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you have possibly known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew the existence of the people in the storeroom door? I'm pretty sure both of them would work. Wait, well, obviously has the cat got your tongue, witness? The people in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been in Windybanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place was chock full of pawned articles. My lads had to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have the officers working around the clock in shifts so we could get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So, the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
Oh, fuck off! And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Grayson did mention that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. Von Zeeks, I want to kick you in the balls so hard that you'll never have children. I want to end your bloodline and make you watch it die. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Von Zeeks? What now? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now that I put in my report. There really is nothing more I can add to the testimony, so if it's all the same to you, permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector, not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Another thing that adds a lot of time is reading it all and making comments and pressing every statement. Well, I'm a streamer, and you know what? If I just sat here and played the game silently, you guys would be not entertained whatsoever, so... Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words that you've just uttered have extremely serious implications. I've already helped out with so many other kind of implications. I don't give a shit at this point. Throw me in jail. Fuck you. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And in fact, considering the particular clue we have, there's really only one person it could be. Who is the person in question, Counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? I've got a pretty good fucking clue. You know, what with the secret talks and the trying to leave the courtroom just a moment ago.
Take that!
The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me? You'd better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Gregson's identity for the last few hours. We've learned that that it's only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our 1-hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume that he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Gregson was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while the trial was in progress that he received the information? So that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had in any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I have given away details of our investigation to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that inspired in the prawn brokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after the proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they have been in full view of this in the stand where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. You know, except for that time where we were all focused on Gina and these two were having a private conversation. Standing right there. Arg? What do you mean, Arg? Oh, I just remembered something, Bruno. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Oh yeah, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it! It was during the testimony! I remember finding it strange at the time. It was hours ago for them. I mean, yeah. It was hours ago for us, too. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seem to be having some kind of secret discussion. Would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information that he needed, then. You little toe rag. You're making this all up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I give away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that if for no gain. Or perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, Counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people of the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. Huh? I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. Do that! But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. Is it incumbent on the defense now to present evidence to support the diabolical claim? Evidence? I think I know what it is. Just what you are proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return. Court must see proof of this alleged deal. If the Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Gregan, whatever. Then logically, there's only one thing that it could have asked for. It must be it. Runo, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link to join all the dots together in this puzzle. I must press you for your answer, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal? I have a guess. My throat hurts. I have a guess, but my throat hurts. I think it's the newspaper.
Take that!
This, my lord. This shows exactly what the deal between the two men is all about. Well, Inspector, what do you have to say for yours? Dear me, it would appear this answer is in no way satiated your appetite. Oh, fuck! God damn it! And some of the bite should be directed to fucking... I hate when they do this! I was very surprised at Gregsy. It must have been a compelling reason for him to give away case secrets like that. Now, what's so important thing to the inspector? What could motivate him? I thought it was the information about the fact that, you know, there's somebody leaking secrets! Austin Scotland Yard's inspector that I know would put nothing above their duty to do policing. So do we have some evidence that is related to the inspector and his duties, I wonder? Fucking, I have no idea now. Is it the disc?
Take that!
It was the disc. Why is that different? Why is that different? Yes, they're two separate, somewhat pieces of evidence, but they are the same evidence. Sure, whatever. I don't care. Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case... Fuck you! You're literally presenting the exact same thing! I hate this. I hate this so much. This is the stupidest shit. Why wouldn't the newspaper have worked just as well? It doesn't make sense. Yes, because he was given the disc itself, but if you're gonna bring up the same piece of evidence that I just used and was told I was wrong, that's fucking stupid. As it alluded to in this newspaper article here. The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? Discovered during the course of the trial, the music box deposited in Windy Banks by Magnus McDonald, the fucking leprechaun. It was a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that that encoded in the pair of discs that were on McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case. You little... Ah! Why was he pointing too? Order! And this, kids, is why we don't marathon these games. Yeah, well, I shouldn't trust chat when they tell me how much time it takes. On the day of the incident, when we met you in at Windy Banks, you said this. So just, you know, for future reference, when I play the second game, if I ask how long a case takes, don't tell me the time period it takes for story mode to be finished. Just, you know, small heads up. It'll be taking, whatever it is, McGilded's down to the yard. Thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine. That is mine. Uh-huh. I'm sorry, miss. But anything belonging to McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at this time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were, cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry. Versus I used for the length goes off of story mode before this duology. Definitely, like, definitely make sure not to do that again. Or just be like, estimated this in story mode specifically, because I don't remember you mentioning story mode. I'm not going to say you didn't, because I don't remember. So, that's a whole different, the whole different spiel. But, yeah, no, definitely aim for how long it would take a streamer who's definitely reading everything to say out. I think I did. I can't remember, so I can't say either way. But yeah, in the future, definitely, you know, say if you're reading it, it's probably not going to be this long or whatever, just to help me. Cover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. Thank you. I appreciate it. And sorry if I'm getting mad at you. I'm not. I don't mean to be mad at chat. I'm just. I should have been more in. Should have inquired a bit more about the time period. That explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blindly not likely. I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to this witness. To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known the existence of the people. These longer cases are not as fun when played like this, especially if you think it's shorter than it is. It's really that part that's getting me. Like, if I had known that it was going to be, like, this long, I definitely would have prepared myself more, or maybe done more last time. But it's fine. It's like, if I was just sitting here playing this as is, and just, like, constantly going through, or even coming back next time, I think I'd still be pissed. It's just that now we got the added addition of my throat wanting to kill me right now. And it's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. No! Yeah!
Objection!
Oh, fucking come on! If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Oh, okay. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As the seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted the gentleman's agreement in this manner. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? Yes! The defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. He could only have been struck a deal with each other when Gina was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. No, you've sullied it pretty good. And that's why it wanted the disc. But yeah, the newspaper would also make sense. Right. It's like, again, it's the very fact that the newspaper itself popped up first in this whole debacle. They're all connected, so therefore they should all be allowed to be used. It doesn't fully matter if it's about the disc. It should have been fine. That's all I'm saying. It should have worked. Maybe you'd be like, well, why would this? And then you present the disc. But, however, if it'll put the matter to bed and dispel any doubts of my involvement, I will happily submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware that the precise on which you now precipice which you teeter, my learned student friend. This game is usually way better at letting you do that. Usually, up until this point. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service and this trial will end. And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you be severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such a defamatory remark about our country's most senior police officer is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted the gentleman's agreement for something so crucial. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. Somehow, something doesn't feel quite right. Man, every time we get here, it feels like we're just 45 yards away from the end again. You know the implications. Let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist that he be searched? Yes, the defense formally demands this search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well, then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's person. Okay, thank God. I was like, wait, didn't I say someone else? And it's a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What? Oh, what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector. Not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have had to put up with this nonsense. Yeah, being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. Oh, baby. Bruno's doing what you told him to do, and he's having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Is it? Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now, don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about things I've seen in this court today, I'm fairly sure I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request the search of? Oh, so this game has its off moments, mainly in this case, but overall it's great. Yeah, I'm still having fun. This case has gotten way convoluted. And speaking of which, I had a thought. And we'll see if it's a thought where it's cooking, or if it's like sitting cold in the pan. But I think Gina has it. Like, I was gonna say Ashley, which feels like the obvious next spot. But they were having the conversation next to Gina the whole time. And this dude is also a pickpocket. essentially. I think they slipped it onto Gina.
Take that!
My lord, the defense demands that this person be searched at once. Good grief, what possible relation could exist between that person and the case, counsel?
Objection!
Okay. Okay, alright. Let's see, my Nibanese friend does not understand the gravity of the request of the search. Okay. Alright, okay. Fine. 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 We'll go for the obvious one. Wait! No! I have a different off the mark one. When he was shaking him down!
Take that!
Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Like you said, right idea. He was shaking him down. That's what he was moving the disc over. Well, I never. Yeah, blimey. Me? Him? Oh, very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search. Oh, yeah?
Objection!
I was hoping you'd remember. Yeah. Right idea, wrong person. Mostly the same. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. Eh? In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks! I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Except when I feel like it. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a moment. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! I would like to cut Grayson a bit of slack for how he's acting. He's under serious duress here. I understand, but also at the same time, he's literally about to send somebody who's clearly innocent to jail and then the gallows, all to get someone who's literally going to be convicted anyway. Like, have you seen who he works for? Yeah. Yeah, here, my lord, in the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music disc. I didn't know nothing about it. Nothing. This is the second music disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. It is not. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? For keeping the disc secret part. Yeah, I understand. But, he could have just, not obstructed the situation and tried to send an innocent girl to jail just because she's a pickpocket. And again, once again, to the gallows, because this is a capital offense and therefore she was going to be killed for it. Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? God, Bennett, God, flaming Bennett! I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth is this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. He is on one MP Gina's defense. He just has to protect the disc. I get it. I understand. Morally, this is bad. He could have figured out a different way to pull this off. But like you said, he's also being pressured, so he didn't take the time to think about it. I get it. I just don't like him right now for it. Because I like Gina more. And I don't want to see her dead. So fuck him. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, Was it by any chance this with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. I remember being more violent than that, but okay. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. I like them both, but Gina is by far my favorite of the two. Exactly. It did it and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. Was wishing I'd been born as me brother was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistles like that, started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down to the station? That's what he said. He yelled it right down my ear, all he did. And my head's still throbbing now. There were two versions of the animation. The more violent one played after Inosuke draws attention to it. Okay. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it! Well, yeah, it's in somebody else's pocket. I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc as he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is the court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. Orders were to recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and to do it on the QT. Strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush. A top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from the confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing that this was a chance that you may be searched here in the court, you took steps to hide the disc that you had acquired from the witness. Does that mean? He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, and to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. And I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling kids. And that damn dog. Oh, no, cat. Well, now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit to the accusations made against you for this alleged deal? Fuck no. Yours truly? Please. I just wanted to end. Clearly, our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how did you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective, all of this is this young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of it is all about. What? Every time I think we're at the end, it moves the goalpost again. Oh my god! No, straight up what I was saying before. Even if I was playing this on, more spread out, over like different playthrough time periods, I'd still be pissed about this. What about you, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Nah. Ladies and gents of the jury, as Scotland Yard Inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I'm acting in the best interest of the country. Whatever I've done is in the name of justice. So, as a member of the public from this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. It's a lot of fluffy fucking words. That's quite the quandary indeed. Rarely, I have encountered such extraordinarily tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter of the jury for their final leanings. Oh no, as the fellow servant of the Queen country, I must say that I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Grayson is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in the presence of idle. Stop. Detective is very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. These 6 jurors, they're also going to believe Gregson if they declare their decision now. I'm gonna say I don't believe you, Raph. I don't. Is Ginny gonna be found guilty? Looks like it. Send her to the gallows, I guess, because for king and country. If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Wedderbank or stole those government secrets, or some evidence to force Gregson to admitting that he struck a deal with a witness. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final discussion. No, you're to present. You're 1% from a breakdown. I don't believe you. Truly, this is the final testimony. That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings. Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against? Gregson or Grayson? Oh, fuck. I couldn't just present evidence? Alright, what do I fucking got? So I need something that either will force him to say he did it, or proof that that he did the deal, or proof that Gregson was the murderer or stole information. I kind of feel like it's the music box. Either person works? Okay. I mean, it feels like it's the music box that's gonna be the proof. He said either works, so fuck it, Graydon. Mr. Graydon, there's one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. You misguided fool. Whatever you intend to show me now, you'll be wasting your time. I have nothing left to lose. I assure you, I will admit to nothing. This is my last chance, and it looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get him to admit that he admit to the deal he clearly struck on the stand. It's not the bullet. It's not the disc. not the guns. It's gotta be the music box, right?
Take that!
Well, the music stopped, so that makes me feel better. Is this Mr. McGilded's particular music box, Council? The box or the second disc would have worked. I don't have the second disc, do I? Yeah, I don't have it, so... Or you mean the disc that we have. I guess with the disc already in place and ready to play, I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time... with the second disc we've discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council! No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, and that's why. Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sound heard by the court earlier when the music box was part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. Still love that they exploited the music stop expectations. Yeah, it's definitely gotten me a few times, I'm not gonna lie. But it does to feel like a good sign, at least. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have the chance to confirm that theory. Crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit to the charge? That in order to protect those secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let the secret information out to the public's domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiots. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to court, and all because by fair means or foul you determined it to be your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I prepare to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. He's not a citizen. Yeah, but he is also a citizen of another empire that is in a treaty. And if he exposes state secrets, that would cause a lot of problems between Japan and, the British Empire. So, citizen or not, there is a lot of implications here. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sound made by that music box. Come on, Van Seeks, for Pete's sake, stop him!
Objection!
Leg! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Arr! In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth by fair means or foul. No! Brought the leg! And, well, the defense's stance here, and that of the prosecution have been made clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to this music box. It is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. I love that line. It's a good line. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it! All right, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! Actually, it translated this. Please tell me, because I do not know Morse code. Is it that the queen is dead? That would be really funny. I don't think that's what it is, but that'd be really funny. It does match with what is eventually said to it's eventually said to be. Ah, okay. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Do you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Ah! Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, we were stood here in the stand together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. The detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public. Thank you. I try my best. I wouldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night, after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? I look forward to how you do some of the emotional scenes in the next game. Oh no. We'll see how it goes. There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. 2 very serious crimes. Namely this. You are the 3rd intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. Do you? Oh! Traitor! Oh god. Oh god. Hey, he's murdering someone literally in front of us. Bailiff! Bailiff! Restrain that man at once! Damn, that's a hell of a breakdown. That's it then. It's all over. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. His breakdown's insane. I almost feel bad for Gregson if I didn't currently hate him. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. Then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me up in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out. With more money than anyone who lived in that squalor ever could imagine. Then one day I met him. Also, I actually feel bad for most of the culprits, especially as they're left broken by the end of the case. Yeah! But they do kind of bring it on themselves in many cases. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Like, you're a thing with a queer talent, you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need do is go along with me little plan. We'll see it more in the next game. Yeah, I'm sure. Like, this guy I don't feel so bad for because he got out of the situation that he wanted to get out of, but then it didn't become enough for him. And therefore he put himself even further down a bad path by doing this. Was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message log, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communication office, it was a simple enough task. To lure the lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. There's a bit more to it. There is a bit more to it. Yes, I understand. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker. Though my mother divorced him, while I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Melverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker apprentice. Oh. I imagined his skill would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Yeah, Balroth, we're still fucking going. Look at you, Ashley. A fine gent you've become, eh? He's a different man to the one in my memory. Thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music discs made. Music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wanted to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They'll be in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking the considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs, the music and the music box for playing it. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. And then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened to on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of the deal and the exchange of the second disc. Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already. It seems he became reluctant to part with his money. It doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Grayson. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Melverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded. I decided to give 200 of it to my father for his troubles. My father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. When he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, I'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." And you have the epilogue. Yep, that's what I say. It may take upwards of 50 minutes, 50 more minutes. God damn it. Okay, I'm gonna need to get more water. I've been holding out because I thought we were getting a little closer than that, but if I got another hour to go, Jesus. I think that's including credits and voice acted scenes. Oh, voice acted scenes. Make the whole thing voice acted scenes. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. Never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was. So, after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore in my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? He's dead! Did you kill him? As anyone with any, even the remorse and knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, Gilded brought all of his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, the evidence was fixed, and the witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. Feet barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into the hornet's nest, completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that... If you think you have the picture now... Oh, I think... After he twisted everything in his favor in this courtroom to ensure he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Yep, not surprised. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir. We'd like you to follow me into the courtroom. Oh, what's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There are some changes to the schedule. Well, they must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked that if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. That's how I avenged my father's death. Spine-chilling account indeed. That wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end. Yes, I should think it obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken into exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was, indeed, no mention of that in the man's trial 2 months ago. That's what I was going to say. Huh? Clearly, because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. Makes the whole world blind part. Oh! Yeah. This is the first of the two discs in the music box. You need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for a young man. What's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I have deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend a watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. Never heard of a pawnbroker used in quite that way before. Have you not, have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokers are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. I just would have worded it differently. Oh, yeah? So I knew that if he taken steps to hide the disc, it would be at the pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yeah, to Gina. I remember now. That was when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who we were looking for? From the trial. The pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make inquiries. I had a strong suspicion that girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. He was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the article. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in the pockets. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigations into stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector! Recovered fast. I was only being choked out 2 minutes ago, kid. It's fine. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took that disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I'd become nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere. I just gave him a Heimlich. Yeah! On his throat. So I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With your help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night at the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. Well, he did have some fish stuck in his throat. Oh yeah, something definitely popped out. It's just, that's not where you do the Heimlich. Now, Nash and Ringo were searching the counter. I located the music box I'd sold McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes. Oh, fuck, man. I'm super hungry right now, so, my stomach's trying to fill it up with something. I want to get to, a break point before I go get some more water and also, grab a quick snack just to appease my stomach for the next hour. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! Just go now. Nope. I've committed. The gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night. Oh, fuck. That night, just in case. Bang! Back. I'm the only one here who don't mind. I don't say that. It makes me feel bad. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. And it struck him in the middle of the back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. Sorry, sorry state. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I'm here too. See, Balrog's here too. Don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. But that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Whitney Banks on the wretched night. Do you mind if it goes to give water and snack? Doesn't matter. I'm gonna keep going until we at least get into the fucking, yay, you're not guilty. Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. Tragic irony. But what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. I'm gonna snooze the ad break that was coming up. Yes, I think I have. Well, it has been a long and exhausting trial. Don't fucking start. 2 more hours of testimony. Let's go. You've got it in you. However, it would seem that at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Winniebank and of stealing of government secrets. Don't worry, this isn't a blaze. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing it in the name of the light of duty. Crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Extraterritorial rights! Not even Jello could save that case. It'd certainly make it funnier. What with the key and the twisting of the dick. Anyway. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It's time for the final education. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir! Job Squadron stands by, sir. It really is, this really is it now. Last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdict. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will declare your final decision. Guilty. Across the board.
Not guilty.
Okay.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Yeah,
Not guilty.
Despite it being a fan favorite,
Not guilty.
It wasn't a very big on investigations too. Investigations. Yeah. It certainly doesn't help that the first case is like 10 hours long, from what I understand. Basically, had the same opinion of its own. Yeah. That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Rudo, you finally managed to do it. It's been 10 hours. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie's right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Yeah. He's on the Guggery case. What? Oh, wow. Gotcha. Mr. Strahd, I'm not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider. 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? In relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Whitney Bank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGildett's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing Mr. McGildett's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Oh, just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. Unfortunately can't avoid those ones. Turning our attention to the defense, determining that, when played together, the music box discs contained a message in Morse code that was certainly the most unexpected revelation, counsel. Don't glare at me! Quite so, my lord, the prosecution was caught entirely off guard. I can't believe they made the motherfucker look at me. I feel dirty. I don't know if I'll ever finish it. Yeah, you probably should. Just do it in your own time. If you don't enjoy it, you can't be spoiled on it. Yeah. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution is taken quietly off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that the government secrets be dismissed before the entire courtroom. Yeah, very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit that he'd done it, so... If I may say something on that point. Isn't that... that sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that really was Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that, in my opinion, the sound produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you that those discs are confidential? I've hit the button. Oops. This courtroom was not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of governmental communication. We know McGilder conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it was really cool. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord? That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. It's her hyperfixation, Your Honor. Well, I thought we would be at the thing already, but I guess not. An appalling experience to befall my child. Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see on days most of the back in the slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. Such a shame she turns into old bag in 100 years. No! Gina, we have to save you. You need to be adopted by someone good. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you yourself are. Well, that is a very laudable lesson, I would say. Eagerly, I look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pup Windybank, proprietor of the pawnbrokery business in Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Yay! Bum 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 bum. Yeah! Why didn't they take that away from her? Judge Santa Claus is the main judge. They just changed their appearance to hide they're immortal. No, that one I don't believe. This is a totally different judge from the one we see in the Ace Attorney franchise, because this boy's got competence. He's not flippant. He doesn't switch around at the fucking drop of a hat. No, this motherfucker is way better than the judge as a judge. I'm not saying as a character, as a judge, than the judge that we know. You can go now. That is all. Court is adjourned. What's happening? What's going on? On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern... Okay, yeah, no, I'm going to the bathroom and to get something to drink and also a quick snack. I'll be right back. This feels like it's going to take forever. One moment. Let me get you some pissin' music because there's no sound happening right now. Alright, I'll be right back.
Is this a fatal attraction or something brand new? I got a strange emotion. Do you feel it too? Tell me what's on your mind. Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth. What's love? What's love gonna do with us? Been having these conversations. There's something about you, more than just undercovers. I can't forget you. Tell me what's on your mind. Used to be perfect strangers. Maybe I fell for you. Maybe it's nothing major. Just trying to speak the truth. What's love? What's love gonna do with us?
Hello, I'm back. We're gonna leave the music going for a little bit. Cause I'm gonna eat something. I shipped Rio and Sato. It's always in a post-canon way. Yeah, I figured. I think we've talked about that a couple of times. I'm gonna have a Snickers. It's got peanuts in it. It's packed with peanuts. Nougat. I think we were talking about that earlier. Ah, I missed it. I don't know who Aso is. So. Oh, okay. Asogi. Oh, Kazuma? Yes, that one is very real. Was real. Now he's dead. They murdered the boy. They murdered the boy so that Susato could marry. It was all for the bloodline. They couldn't keep him going. We needed Phoenix. Anyway, here we go. On a personal note, I must say that you surprised me, my far eastern friend. Oh? Despite being in Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. At the same time, saw through the grim of the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Japan or the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago. It reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about a total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. Bum, 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 bum. What happened exactly? He's gotten 5% better. 2%. Let's say 2%. I'm still mad about all the bullshit in the trial. So no, we're gonna give him 2%. Well, you may ask. And one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey in my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting had some deeper purpose. I knew he'd do something like that, so farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. 3% take it or leave it. Nope, 2%'s all I can do. Can't go no higher. He's go sit in the corner and think about his actions. Exactly. It's a better deal for the for the aggrieved. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. As odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you that I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, you see. Except the promise, I mean. Oh, kept the promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. Figured something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. That's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. And the Reaper got her. She's dead in the next game. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of that in that trial 2 months ago. Chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Looks back at Balroth. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, your trust is rewarded. There's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Cry out loud, pack it in! Well, I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Ryunosuke? A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean, Kazuma. And I'm living up to your am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. Oh. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. We're having a heart-to-heart. I'm adopting a child here. Would you back off? You already have one. I honestly forgot he was in the scene. He's just right there. Yes, it was me all along. I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Schultz. Yes, it was me all along. You see? I would have said that had you fucking noticed. I assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. It was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. A tireless effort justly rewarded, I feel. Gramps escaped the retirement home again. Oh god, he's crazy. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you were having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood. It's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. But, not perhaps as cold as ice, but have a feel. Could you take your hand off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? Help, I got a Tomodachi life and Ocelot told me I had to fight with Barok. Do it. Fight him. Fight him. Show dominance to your boyfriend. Back in my day, we had opium. And in some way, I suppose congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strahd. Wait, don't. What's that supposed to be? Why so avoided? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with a particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. No alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Does anyone who's not found guilty in his trial, he was working on the winds, winds up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I'm trying to make. If exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself, as you fucking say it. Those have a huge chance of causing divorce in that game. Oh. Don't worry, we made up. Oh, that's good. I guess it's lower if they have an abomination. Okay. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper is a bit like me. I'm upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean, like, God? Him upstairs knows what's what, right? Now he knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have to go wrong end of the stick. Yeah, I don't know. Some coves like that bog trotter, or rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, it ain't like like McGilded's of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in which you, a trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oi! Just give it a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal, a very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? He's dead again. The child murdered him. Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in the room dressed as a bailiff. These dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Uh-oh. Foreshadowing. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. The judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for. Apparently, all of them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the burger's stuff was in lug, blah blah blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't no offense, it's a job, isn't it? I don't think so. Still, it's got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all of them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade! The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yeah, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yeah? Such a long animation. Ah! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. That's good advice, Ginny. Right, I see. Well... she took off her hat. Thanks, Odo. No, the child cries. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. No, the 1,000-yard stare. It's really a good thing this game isn't entirely realistic because what would likely happen to a girl like her in prison? Well, hopefully she's going to juvie. Well, there she goes. Wonder if I'll ever see her again. More than likely. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought the paper outside. It's special edition. This trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo? Hurley? As usual, I'd rather take the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Not quite sure juvie is a thing in this universe, or at least this time. I don't know when that started being a thing. Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. Rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? Huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruto? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. But I know a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked Soleil. I don't? The great detective does it again? Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. Blackmail, baby! What? I merely made my knowledge known to them, and the man was happy to have laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop you manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria! We're off to see Susato. Go away. Oh, I thought it was aimed at me. It took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave. Mr. Sato, where are you? Found her! Over there, look! It looks like she's reading something. No!
Hold it!
Mr. Sato, wait, what are you doing? The bitch was about to throw that shit into the fucking ocean and we're like, nuh-uh! I doubt she even knows her own birthday. Huh? Are we talking about... Oh. Juvenile court wasn't a thing in London until 1908, and even then it was 14 and under. Oh. Yeah. Yeah, she's going to real prison. But it's okay. It's fake prison, so she'll be fine. Mr. Naruto, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial, I mean. I heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Yeah. The book you were about to throw into the sea. Was that your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. We literally called out to you as you were about to throw it, Susato. I'm not worthy to practice law in any way now. Why? Just because you made a fucking hole? I mean, shit. We've all committed at least one crime scene falsification in our time. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So I was saying my final farewell. We're saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? And I'd be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. I deliberately altered the scene of the crime, and then I tried to hide the facts. What I did was utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? The art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band is very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? That's impressive. And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes! Leave me, Mr. Naruto. Right. After After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that that door started to play on my mind. It doesn't fit him seeing as Kazuma, so he wouldn't pay any mind to it slipping. Yeah, it's like it's a little oversized for him. Storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it would only be behind the door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the capped flat, but I don't know why that's so hard to say. Capped flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance at that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But then I looked. But when I looked through the hole in that door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remember the trial 2 months earlier. The trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. Good God, guys. Let's brighten the tone in there a little bit, yeah? Made the British justice system feel dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal planned to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. We're worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. Well, what do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to be happening behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah! For which, people would have to do the very thing. The people I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. The criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? Trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know. And I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, that would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Mr. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your own sake and Miss Lestrade's. Mr. Sato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. Won't confirm if things get better or worse for her. For the child or for Sato? But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. How's the 9-hour stream going? I'm dying. Read that already. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Raiden is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency had existed, I'm not sure all of what she would have been. I'm not sure at all if she would have been acquitted at the time. Oh, in the end. Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Aww. No. No. I will refund any uwus. My throat is already torn to shreds, and doing uwu right now would kill it. And I will not finish this game, and I will not move on to the next one. So, take that as you will. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrande's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in the trial will continue to play in my mind. But the revelation of the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh? It wasn't? And there were some communications officers among the jury members, you see. The telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect. After all, we're talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood, should they have been interpreted. Cipher, I see. So we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite zero pipe problem, I assure you. What? Ah. So, gi. Asugi. What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said asugi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asugi is the name of my best friend. What? But how? How did you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing in the music box. She should have transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. Though the message probably won't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh! Bum, 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 dramatic reverb. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... That's right. It's I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pentagram, isn't it? You mean to say that the Japanese Morse code, the message says Asugi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mr. Sato, do you know? Do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communication. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. That as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Alrighty. Was the boy up for doing something? Was our boyfriend actually stealing international secrets? We're about to find out. Of course. But what can it possibly mean? Whatever it is, it's a long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes. It's made to the color dream from Susato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is K. Asugi, Kazuma Asugi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin. I don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gorogrossen. Gregson? I would seem to bias Gregson is the third name on the list. Ah, that was Gregu-san. Okay. And what's his name doing in the secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mr. Sato? It's so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. It's Ryunosuke's name, isn't it? The last name is J. Wilson. Fuck! Fuck! Here we go again! What? Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It also says it only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. That's the end of the message, or rather the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention the strange lists of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well... no, it's not likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumai University. Can't tell Iris about that. Just can't. She's gonna deduce it later on, and she's gonna get mad at us. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I have rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave we shouldn't go wandering inside. There it is. Alright, Susato, get out of here. You gotta go see your dad. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And then I'll change to a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Mr. Sato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Mr. Sato, I had hoped that I'd always have you by my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. No, she's crying. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise that I've yet to fulfill. A promise? It's good. About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yeah, the Hounds of the Baskervilles. I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. I love her theme. Is so comforting. It is. It's good. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Bruya, when I was dragged out from the wardrobes, still half asleep. As I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well I'm talking about after that. Well, before that, technically. Strange. Being thrown together, as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Susato. My instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that. I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Bye, Susato. Everybody wave. Dry your tears. Wave goodbye. Cutscene. Thank God. I don't have to read.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Cat!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead.
Ah!
Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Yay! Are we done? Is it over? Shit! Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. That ship is the Titanic. The railroad company has decided to sue over the Special Express chain, apparently. Huh? It caused such commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we never would have made it to Dover in the time otherwise. Just kidding. 5 more hours! No! I'd rather die! Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato. You would love defending yourself in court. I fucking hate... Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like that sort of man who'd do something so outrageous, see? I gotta move. I gotta leave. I gotta go. Mr. Sholmes. Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Yes! I love Runo's words. Just the one he'll use here. Ah, the tradition continues. Then, I really must say...
Objection!
Objection! Han, I didn't fucking do it! Ah, shoot Takumi. You motherfucker. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Perhaps something was afoot. Though it transpired, I ordered, so I adverted them to the sale of used by Mr. Sholmes to solve important cases. The money I've earned consulting detective work pays percent. I wish I wouldn't go so fast. I can't read that fast. Objection moment. Gotta have it. Aw, I haven't slept in a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. Some dry toast and an insipid copy. I do miss Susie. She's lovely Japanese in her lovely Japanese breakfasts. This motherfucker. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Kobans hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, do you know, sir, knows his father is an innocent man? Or are you calling him a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. They're trying him for the theft of the coin. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. Last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahei's offspring refuge in my pocket! A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal. It's not fair! You just can't get away with it, buddy. You just can't. No luck for you, my dude. Scientific investigation will be a gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order. Like a great clock, in fact, those hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 30 seconds until my next appointment. He really didn't do much this, so I'm assuming he's going to have a much bigger role in the sequel. Latest Rents magazine is out, and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. I see they put the box back. Ah! Visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Jolene, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those Bailey stairs every day is something managing. I was rather well. The housework, too. Got this maid, Roquette. Honestly, gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Fair enough. My Royally is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out the small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners. They're dropping hay pennies and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Royally. He defeated Down D Stairs. He did it! Finally, the monster is dead. All those taken have been avenged. Looks like I'm going to be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a nada, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. She's going to work for the cops. Next time we see her, she's going to be a Bobby. Or a detective. Yes, I renounce my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. The regrets, please. Give over, bruv. This ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time here playing come back of the Melvin Circle's milk run, eh? The three musket wolf sets milk in the neighborhood for all it's worth. There's their big brother. She'll be one good cop. Yeah. Hopefully. Well, then again, in this world, cops generally are better than our own cops. Kinda. This past 6 months have been a time I shall remember well. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I'll leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. No. Oh, picture. Wagahei's taking the hat. Meanwhile, in some shady outcrop, Baker Street family. What? It's cute. You only grow. Time to walk. Oh yeah, that bitch. We never did get to see her face. So what did that last case take? Not in story. So you said 9 hours in story mode. I did what, 4-ish hours for the first portion of the case, and then a total of 9. So about 13 hours total. Okay, so anytime you say 9, you mean 13. Got it. Jim Jams. God, I'm hungry. Why? Kazuma died there. That's when he died. 13 and a half. Yeah. Ba, ba, ba. Throw him. It's 950-50 in story mode, yeah. Oh, I never realized that he tied Kazuma's bandana around the sword. Oh shit. That hurts. There's that motherfucker. With the old dude in his gym jams. Gregson, you bastard. never realized that he was wearing sandals that whole time. Huh. Baby. Yeah. You ever saw Popeye and the real Slim Shady? Yep, they never came back. They were really just one-off fucking characters, huh? Well, there's no more credits, so are they just gonna walk into the void forever? Oh, there we go. My brother claimed. Finn. Until the fish jumps. Anything else? The boyfriends. Hey. We did it! We did the thing! It's over, I'm free! Oh my god! That was way longer than I was ready for today. But okay. Now go to bed, Balroth. You have con tomorrow. Yeah, go to sleep. He's good. It's 11 o'clock. Be awake. As I stated before, I will be taking a small break before I take the next game on, because that is a lot, and I'd like to do some other stuff in the meantime. So give me about a week or two, and we'll jump into the next game. I promise, I am going to play it. But yeah, that was a time. That was a fucking time. oh god. Let's see who's streaming, because I need to get you guys out of here so I can go get some goddamn food and do some other stuff, and then go to bed. Don't worry, the next case is way shorter. I don't believe you. That shit can say 2 hours in story mode. It'll probably still be forever. Let's see here. He's playing that game. Who's doing stuff? Zayd's been playing for a while, and it's also his affiliate anniversary. So let's go ahead and raid into Zayd. Over here on the Twitch side. He's playing some My Son. I hope y'all have yourselves a good night. I will see you next time, which will be on Saturday, because I am not going to be streaming tomorrow. I need to take a small break, especially after that. So I will see you guys on Saturday, where I will be playing some Monster Hunter Wilds with the cuties. And yeah, thank you very much for joining in. I hope you have a good time. Get off of my ship. Goodbye. Bye, bye, watchers.